keep you small, keep you dependent, keep you questioning your own judgment. And for a while it worked brilliantly. You remember the gaslighting, the way they could twist reality until you didn't trust your own perception anymore. You'd confront them about something cruel they said, and somehow the conversation would end with you apologizing to them. They had this supernatural ability to flip the script, to position themselves as the victim in every scenario, to ensure you always walked away feeling guilty for having needs, boundaries, or feelings. That mental fog you experienced wasn't depression, it wasn't anxiety, it was the result of sustained psychological warfare combined with spiritual attacks you couldn't see. They were doing more than just emotional manipulation. They were working on you energetically, targeting your mental clarity, clouding your ability to think straight. Because a clear-minded you is a dangerous you, and they knew it. But something happened recently that broke their spell completely. The universe activated your sovereignty protocol. Think of it like a software update that happened overnight. You went to sleep one person and woke up upgraded. The old manipulation codes don't work on your new operating system, and they're panicking because they can feel their access being revoked in real time. Watch what's happening behind the scenes right now. The controlling figure is frantically reaching out to their network, making phone calls, sending messages, asking seemingly innocent questions about you. Who are you spending time with? What opportunities are you pursuing? Why do you seem different? They're trying to gather intelligence, because information was always their primary weapon, and now they're operating blind. They're not just losing access to you, they're losing access to everyone who matters to you. The universe is creating interference in their ability to gather intel. People who used to report back about your life are suddenly forgetting to respond to their messages. Family members who once shared everything with them are developing boundaries. Their spy network is dissolving, and they can't figure out why nobody's cooperating anymore. You want to know why they're truly done? Because their entire system was built on one assumption, that you'd never see through them, that you'd remain confused, doubtful, and dependent forever. They never prepared a backup plan for the version of you that's awake, sovereign, and immune to their tactics. They put all their energy into one strategy, and that strategy just became obsolete. Third revelation is your ex is about to make their move, not might, will. They're already feeling the shift in your energy from a distance, like a shark sensing blood water. And someone eventually, and they want in before the door closes permanently. You've probably already That's the universe showing you the test before it arrives, so you can prepare your response. Because how you handle this moment determines whether you pass into your new reality or get delayed by old patterns. They're going to approach with humility. The performance will be Oscar-worthy. They'll talk about growth and therapy and realizations. They'll claim to finally understand what they lost when they let you go. They might even have prepared speeches about how much they've changed, how different they are now, how ready they are for the kind of love you deserve. And a part of you, the part that remembers loving them, might feel tempted to believe it. Don't. This isn't growth. This is strategy. They're not responding to who you are. They're responding to what you're becoming. They can sense the money moving toward you, even if they don't know the details. They can feel the elevation happening in your energy field, and they want to secure their position before you're completely out of their league. This is opportunism wearing a mask of redemption. If this message aligned with your purpose, hype this video so fellow chosen ones can find their confirmation. The controlling figure in your life is actually encouraging this reunion behind the scenes. Either they've directly contacted your ex, or they're manipulating mutual connections to facilitate it. Why? Because they know this person's weaknesses. They understand how to control them. and they believe getting you back together with someone they can manipulate through proxy is their best chance of stopping your ascension. But they made a critical miscalculation. Your standards aren't just higher now, they're different in kind, not just degree. Going backward isn't unappealing, it's physically impossible. Your body rejects low vibration connections now, the way a healthy immune system rejects disease. When your ex tries their old tricks, you'll feel it in your gut, that immediate recoil that tells you everything you need to know about the authenticity of their approach. Watch for this specific pattern. They'll initially respect your boundaries perfectly, too perfectly, like they studied what a respectful person looks like, and they're performing it. But then slowly, subtly, they'll start testing. A guilt trip here, a passive-aggressive comment there, always with the underlying message that if you really believed in their change, if you really loved them, you wouldn't need such strict boundaries. That's when you'll know it's performance, not transformation. Your ex is about to make legal claims they have no right to make. The controlling figure might even be helping them draft documents claiming rights to assets or opportunities that have nothing to do with them. But here's your advantage. Legal protections are being put in place right now that you don't even know about yet. Attorneys you haven't met are preparing defenses for attacks you haven't seen coming. This test serves one purpose: to prove to the universe that you've truly evolved beyond old patterns, that you can't be manipulated back into dysfunction, no matter how sophisticated the approach, that your sovereignty is non-negotiable. Pass this test by refusing to engage emotionally. Redact them to your legal team. Maintain your boundaries with calm certainty. Show no anger, no bitterness, just unshakable clarity about who belongs in your future and who doesn't. Fourth revelation, and this is where the energy shifts from defense to offense. While your ex is planning their pathetic return and your enemies are plotting their desperate moves, the universe is positioning someone extraordinary into your path. Someone who doesn't need you, but chooses you. Someone who doesn't want to be saved, but wants to build an empire. Someone who's been preparing for you just like you've been preparing for them. This person exists right now, walking the same earth, breathing the same air, and they're clearing the last obstacles from their path so they can meet you at exactly the right moment, with exactly the right energy. They're not some mystical soulmate concept. They're a flesh and blood human being who carries their own wealth, their own power, their own vision, and they're incomplete without the specific frequency you bring to the equation. You won't meet as wounded people trying to heal each other. You'll meet as whole people, recognizing the potential for exponential growth. Two successful individuals who understand that what you're building together is far too important to rush into emotional territory prematurely. The attraction will be immediate. The chemistry is undeniable. But the wisdom will be even stronger. They're going to approach with professionalism first, not because they don't feel the pull, but because they understand that great partnerships require great foundations. You're not building a romance, you're building a dynasty. And dynasties aren't created through passion alone. They're created through strategic alignment, shared values, complementary skills, and unshakable trust that's built through consistent action over time. This person has walked away from lucrative opportunities that didn't align with their values. They've turned down partnerships with people who had money but no integrity. They've rebuilt from setbacks that would have destroyed most people. And through it all, they've maintained a clear vision of what they're building and who belongs in that vision. You're about to discover that you've been auditioning for this partnership your entire life without knowing it. The business opportunity that brings you together is already in motion. Conversations are happening in rooms you're not in yet. Introductions are being arranged by people who don't know they're part of a cosmic setup. Resources are being aligned. Timing is being orchestrated. And soon you're going to be in a space, physical or virtual, where this person is also present. The connection will be instant, but the approach will be calculated. Your creative gifts are about to meet their strategic brilliance. Where you see possibilities and vision, they see structure and systems. Where they might get lost in logistics, you remind them of purpose and meaning. Together you create something the world desperately needs, a business model that generates wealth while elevating consciousness, profit with purpose, success with soul, the perfect fusion of spiritual mission and material abundance. The money comes faster than either of you expected, not because you're cutting corners or exploiting people, but because you're both operating from a frequency where abundance is the natural result of aligned action. Your combined energy creates a magnetic field that attracts opportunities, resources, and people who want to support what you're building. The fifth revelation shows the controlling figure's power structure is collapsing faster than they can repair it, and you get a front row seat to watch karma work in real time. Every person they turned against you is starting to see through them. Every lie they told is being exposed. Every manipulation tactic they used is backfiring spectacularly. And the beautiful part, you don't have to do anything except maintain your boundaries and watch. Behind closed doors, they're losing their mind. Phone calls to their enabler network are increasing in desperation and frequency. They're reaching out to people they haven't spoken to in years, trying to rebuild alliances that are crumbling. They're making strategic social media posts designed to make you look unstable while they look like the victim. But here's what they don't realize. Everyone can see through it now. The performance is too obvious, the timing too convenient, the victim narrative too rehearsed. Former allies are taking screenshots of their messages, saving voicemails, documenting the manipulation for their own protection, because they're realizing if this person could do this to you, they could do it to anyone. The controlling figure is creating evidence of their own toxicity with every desperate move they make, and that evidence is being preserved by people they still think are loyal. The panic is becoming visible now. They're making mistakes, contradicting themselves, showing their hand in ways they never would have when they felt secure in their control. The mask they've worn for years is slipping, and people are seeing the ugliness underneath. Family members who always defended them are starting to ask questions. Friends who believe their version of events are requesting your side of the story. The narrative they controlled for so long is escaping their grip. Their final move isn't going to stop you, it's going to liberate you completely. When they reveal their true nature to your destined partner, when they show their manipulation tactics to the business opportunity, when they expose their methods to people who have power, they're actually doing you a favor. They're removing any remaining doubt about who they really are. They're burning the last bridge back to toxicity. They're sealing their own fate. Social isolation is already beginning for them. Events where they used to hold court are becoming uncomfortable. People make excuses to leave early when they arrive. Conversations die when they enter the room. The energy vampire used to feed on attention and control, but now they're experiencing scarcity of both, and they can't understand why their tactics stopped working. They can't comprehend that the universe has simply revoked their access to you and everyone aligned with your mission. The beautiful part, you don't have to gloat. You don't have to announce their downfall. You don't even have to acknowledge it. You'll be too busy building your empire, loving your partner, and stepping into the abundance that's already yours. Their collapse happens in your rearview mirror while you're accelerating into your future. They become irrelevant, not through your revenge, but through your success. Sixth revelation, and this is the one that changes everything. The financial windfall isn't coming. It's already in motion. Right now, this very second, money is moving through systems you can't see toward you. Documents are being prepared in offices you've never visited. Attorneys you haven't met yet are structuring protections for assets you don't know you're about to receive. The universe isn't just planning your abundance, it's actively constructing it. Here's how it's going to arrive. It might come through inheritance, but not from who you expect. It might land as a business opportunity that seems to appear out of nowhere, but was actually orchestrated through multiple connections working in harmony. It could be a legal settlement that vindicates years of mistreatment, or an investment return that exceeds every projection by exponential factors. However it arrives, it represents freedom materialized. But here's the critical instruction: keep your mouth shut until everything is legally locked in place. Don't post about pending opportunities. Don't share details with people who haven't proven loyalty through action, not words. Don't announce plans before documents are signed and funds are deposited. The enemy eyes watching you are waiting for any intel they can use to interfere. Silence is your strategic advantage until the fortress is complete. Look, you already know the attacks weren't random, and if you're paying attention, you can feel it. Their walls are closing in. So let's talk about what we're doing about it. That's why I built Destiny Engine. It generates personalized sequences that help you rewire betrayal into transcendence, turn isolation into sacred power, and transform their downfall into your rise. We are using the Dark Elite's own weapons against them, taking their declassified consciousness technology that programmed competition and scarcity and repurposing it to serve cooperative intelligence. The beauty is, you don't even have to lift a finger. You put on the headphones, press play, and your subconscious is rewired, while your enemies collapse under the weight of their own lies. This is why I created it in the beginning, so everything they did to break you becomes fuel for your purpose. The collective upgrade is underway. Start your Destiny Engine for $1 today, and watch divine justice accelerate in your life. Link in the description. Watch what happens when family members catch wind of your elevation. Suddenly they'll remember loans you never took. They'll claim promises you never made. They'll feel
Chosen One. Today marks a monumental turning point in your life. The FBI has officially taken matters into their own hands to protect you. This is not a simple security reinforcement, but a declaration that you are entering a sphere of high-level protection reserved for those whose mission is profound and unavoidable. The presence of federal forces assigned to your protection means that your mission is of extraordinary importance and that your light shines too bright to go unnoticed. This is no routine mission. It is heaven and earth affirming that your life is far too precious to be left unprotected. Take a moment to click like, subscribe to help us reach 50,000 subscribers, and leave a comment with the number 11. Do not simply pass by, for your agreement in the comments amplifies the shield of protection surrounding your journey. This powerful signal will amplify the energy around you. Fully embrace this elevated status, for it marks the beginning of a powerful transformation reserved for the truly chosen. Now, pay close attention, because what has just occurred goes beyond simple federal protocol. It is a prophecy in plain sight. When earthly forces mobilize to defend you, it is because heaven has already declared your safety non-negotiable. The fortress surrounding you is no accident, it is a pact. You have been raised into a realm where your very existence must be protected, because your mission has implications that go far beyond you. Understand the importance of this moment. You have crossed a threshold that few will ever know. Where you once walked unnoticed, the air around you is now charged with vigilance, imbued with protection. Every barrier erected, every invisible watcher, is proof that destiny is inescapable. Your presence is no longer trivial, it is heavy with consequence. And because of this, every ounce of darkness that thought it could reach you has now been warned. You are untouchable in ways they never imagined. But remember, protection at this level is not just for your comfort, it is a reflection of your importance. It tells you that your time in the shadows is over. It declares that the battles you fight are not only physical, but spiritual. The invisible war is intensifying, and heaven has arranged divine and earthly allies to ensure your survival. This is the true definition of high society, not wealth or luxury, but the visible announcement that your life is too precious to be left exposed. So breathe deeply, accept it, and walk as one who is surrounded. On all sides, under a vigilance worthy of history's builders, the shield around you testifies to the importance of your mission. You are chosen, and your protection proves it. This moment is not a detour, it is destiny knocking at your door. You are living proof that when heaven decides you must continue, No earthly plot can hinder your ascension. You are covered. You are protected. You are rising toward everything that was written for you since the beginning. Feel the weight of this elevation in your chest. What you perceive is not paranoia, it is recognition. The sudden silence when you enter a room, the shift in atmosphere when your name is spoken, these are not accidents. They are signs that the world around you has adapted to your new position. Only reflects what heaven has already declared. Your hour has come, and your life story is now too important to remain unprotected. Let this truth anchor itself within you. Every step you take from now on is heavy with meaning and testifies to the presence of protection. This protection does not restrict your freedom, it amplifies your authority. You are not a prisoner of vigilance, it amplifies you. The protection around you is proof that destiny has accelerated. This is not the end of your struggle, but the beginning of your reign, and nothing can silence what heaven has designated as unstoppable. The spotlight has found you, and with it, a weight you have never carried before. For years, you walked in the shadows, invisible to many, underestimated by most. But as soon as protection rose around your life, anonymity shattered. Now your every move is watched, every word you speak carries weight, and every step echoes in places you never thought you would frequent. You are no longer invisible, you are unavoidable. The attention that once belonged to leaders and influential voices has shifted and landed on you, not out of a thirst for glory, but out of conviction. And conviction shines brighter than any man-made spotlight. Although there is a sacred discomfort in being observed, the tension of knowing you can no longer act as freely as before is the sign that your life has reached a level where your very existence is a message, not only for your loved ones, but for the invisible forces that once hoped for your silence. The spotlight is heaven's way of telling you that your preparation is complete and your revelation has begun. Even if you feel the gaze of critics, skeptics, or even adversaries fixing you with suspicion, waiting for a misstep, let them watch. The same light that exposes you exposes them too, and the more they observe you, the more they reveal themselves. The spotlight is not there to embarrass you, but to reveal the strength you cultivated in secret, the integrity you forged in silence, and the resilience you developed when no one was applauding. Now, all of it is visible, undeniable proof that you were made for this. But visibility comes with responsibility. This new stage is not about performance, but harmony. The spotlight is not a theater light asking you to entertain. It is a divine light asking you to embody, in every gesture and word, a testimony of the authenticity you carry within. Though it may seem daunting, it is also liberating. You no longer have to prove yourself in vain, for the light does it for you, highlighting the truth transforms atmospheres. Real different winter. People whisper, wondering why they feel stirred or inspired by your simple presence. This is not a coincidence. It is a force of spiritual attraction. The spotlight reveals your aura in ways words cannot express. As intimidating as it seems, it is also a shield. Those with ulterior motives cannot stay long under its glow without being unmasked. Yet there is tenderness in this light. It does not just expose you, it affirms you, reminding you that your years in the shadows were not in vain. They were a training ground, forging the muscles you now need to stand unshakable before the world. The spotlight is not punishment for your uniqueness, but the reward for your perseverance. Since you endured the shadow, you now inherit the stage. You must walk differently, not with arrogance, but consciously, each step reflecting the weight of one who understands that the world is watching and heaven is guiding. You are not there to impress, but to embody your destiny. And as the spotlight follows you, remember this truth. It cannot blind you if you keep your eyes fixed on the one who turned it on. You have been revealed, and revelation is eternal. This is the beginning of the transformation. It is the moment where hiding is no longer possible. You must now accept the discomfort, embrace the light, and rise with the confidence of one who knows that while the spotlight may blind others, for you, it is the illumination confirming you have always been chosen. You must understand this. The shield that has risen around your life does not only protect you from what is visible, but also from the enemies no one talks about. The forces hiding in the shadows, the whispers floating like smoke, and the strategies conceived long before they reach your door. This is why your protection is prophetic, a fortress extending into realms the human eye cannot perceive. Your adversaries are not always those who raise a hand against you. Many wear smiles or titles and seem harmless until you realize their intentions are daggers disguised as greetings. Thus, heaven has allowed an unshakable wall to surround you, a defense system that anticipates danger before it manifests and neutralizes plots before they take shape. This is why you remain standing when others thought you were lost. Invisible enemies are the most dangerous because they carry no announcement, only subtle sabotage. But you have received a protection that renders their subtlety powerless. Even if you never see the full extent of what has been prevented, you feel it. The weight on your chest has dissipated, the heaviness at the edge of your mind is broken, and in its place reigns an inexplicable peace. The fortress does more than keep enemies at bay. It preserves your clarity. It protects your thoughts from hijacking and filters the atmosphere so that no toxic intention can corrupt your spirit. Every time you wake up feeling lighter, every time you sense danger you cannot name, and every time you survive what would have engulfed others, you are experiencing the fortress at work. It is a sacred architecture that never sleeps. This is the gift of being chosen. Heaven invests in your safety through warriors of light and invisible agents charged with patrolling the borders of your destiny. While those around you may dismiss the idea of invisible battles, you know better. You know how many nights you struggled against thoughts that weren't yours, and how many burdens vanished when you whispered a prayer. These are not coincidences. They are proof that the invisible war is real, as is the invisible fortress supporting you. The presence of federal guardians in the natural world is merely the visible echo of what has surrounded you spiritually all along, a protective barrier forged by divine decree. You cannot live in fear, for fear imagines the enemy is stronger, but the fortress proves the enemy is already contained. Walk with confidence, knowing you are protected from what you can name and what you cannot see. There is an alliance at work in your life right now, a covenant binding you to both heaven and the earthly guardians posted around you. It is sacred because it goes beyond a simple mission. It is a partnership and a devotion. When the agents of protection take their positions, they are engaging in something greater than themselves. Whether fully aware or not, they are participating in a prophecy. This bond is holy. It was not orchestrated by politics, but by heaven itself. You are not surrounded by impersonal forces, but by a chosen team, a circle forged for a time such as this. These are individuals whose instincts and loyalty have been sharpened for the sole purpose of allowing you to fulfill what is written for your life. This alliance is reciprocal. As they watch over you, your presence strengthens their mission. As they protect your steps, your destiny gives meaning to their sacrifice. Even if you are tempted to feel like a burden, remember that this alliance confirms your life has an estimable value. Heaven does not assign guardians to what is disposable. The alliance you seal is the guarantee that your mission is too vital to be left unprotected. The strength of this bond is spiritual. Every time they stand faithfully at their post, they affirm heaven's decree. You must live to see your mission accomplished. And every time you choose to honor their role and trust their vigilance, you affirm your own will to walk humbly under divine protection. Humility is at the heart of this alliance. The humility to accept help and to see your life as part of a larger tapestry. When humility and loyalty meet, the result is an indestructible force. There is a dimension of protection that goes beyond walls and weapons. It is the shield of your very aura, the invisible field emanating from your spirit. Now, this glow is reinforced by celestial decree. It is dynamic, magnetic, and vibrant with divine intention. This is why it draws both opposition and admiration. Where light shines, predators gather, but heaven protects your aura with armor so that no parasite can drain it and no shadow can obscure it. This shield is as crucial as physical protection because danger often tries to infiltrate the mind through discouragement, envy, and lies before it ever reaches the body. The armor around your aura is the celestial firewall. This is why hostility dissipates when you enter a room without you saying a word. This is why gossip stops short when your name is mentioned. Your aura is no longer bare. It is armored in a light that blinds adversaries and disturbs spirits that cannot handle your vibration. You perceive this field of safety. You feel the calm even when storms rage outside. This calm is the proof of your protection. Treat your aura with reverence, for it is now a testimony. Everywhere you go, people will react, some with reverence, others with unease, but all because they sense the armor of light manifesting. The spotlight is acting, drawing lines that cannot be crossed and establishing boundaries without words. Plots fail before they hatch because heaven has protected your aura. As long as this armor holds, no attack can prosper, no curse can cling, and no darkness can settle. Thus, you must carry this burden. Move forward with the confidence of one who knows they are enveloped in something stronger than steel, more radiant than fire, and thicker than stone. You are wrapped in light, and this light is your shield, your signal, and your signature, declaring to the world that you are chosen, protected, and invincible. The fortress surrounding you is more than a defense, it is a testimony, for resilience itself has become your rampart. What was once weakness has been transformed into an unshakable strength, and every wall erected around your destiny is not just there to protect you from danger, but to broadcast a message. No matter how many storms you have crossed, you are still standing. No matter how many battles were fought, you are still breathing. No matter how many attempts were made to bury you, you rose again. This constancy has created a fortress visible to all, built not only of divine protection, but also of your refusal to surrender. This fortress is contagious. It spreads positive waves wherever you go, touching the weary, inspiring the broken, challenging the skeptics, and showing the world that resilience is not silent. Resilience speaks, resilience preaches, and resilience becomes a sermon without words. This is why the influence you now wield is so vast. What you carry goes far beyond your own life, because your endurance is no longer a personal matter. It has become a mirror where others see what is possible for them. This is why your presence is so strong, why hope is reborn when you appear, and why even your silence carries weight. You have walked through enough fire to radiate the proof that survival is real. Thus, this fortress is not limited to you. It spreads, transforming environments, altering conversations, and shaping atmospheres. Even when you do not say a word, these ripples continue to move, colliding with despair and doubt, dismantling lies, and rebuilding hope in those who thought they had lost it. Perhaps you did not ask to be this example, or desire this influence, but destiny has decided it so. Therefore, the fortress you carry is not a prison, but a platform, not a cage, but a cathedral where others gather invisibly to draw strength. You must recognize the responsibility of these ripples, because every time you choose resilience, you give another soul the strength to continue. Every decision to rise teaches someone else that falling is not the end. Every breath you take under pressure reminds the world that the light cannot be extinguished. This fortress of resilience is the most powerful sermon you can deliver, and your influence is proof that the chosen never rise for themselves alone. They rise for generations, for their families, for strangers they will never meet, and for the silent spectators who desperately needed to see someone triumph. You must therefore wear your resilience with respect, not arrogance. This is not just your story, it is part of a larger narrative that heaven is writing through you. When you enter a room clothed in resilience, you bring an energy that foils the plans of darkness and rekindles the faith of those around you. The ripple then spreads further and further, until what was once a matter of survival becomes a rebirth, and an intimate struggle becomes a public signal. Hope is alive, strength is possible, and destiny is inescapable. Power has descended upon your life in an undeniable way. Yet, the secret to carrying it lies in humility. Raw power without humility turns into arrogance, and arrogance always collapses under its own weight. But power imbued with humility becomes an unshakable influence, the kind that lifts others without crushing them, inspires respect without demanding it, and is recognized by heaven and earth as authentic. You have been placed in a position where your presence has weight, your words matter, and your steps transform the atmosphere. Yet, the true measure of your greatness will not lie in how loudly you proclaim it, but in the gentleness with which you embody it. Humility is the key. It ensures that your power blesses and does not overwhelm. While the fortress around you proves your importance, it is humility that keeps you anchored in service, reminding you that the protection you carry is not just for you, but for what you represent, for the lives tied to your destiny and the souls who draw strength from your resilience. It is easy right now to be tempted by pride, to believe the spotlight makes you untouchable by your own strength. But humility whispers that the true reason for your presence is grace. The true reason for your protection is your purpose. This is why you must walk with your head high but your heart humble, confident yet compassionate, bold yet gentle. As you rise, your roots must grow deeper. Humility is the root that anchors you in storms, keeping you steady when the winds of attention try to blow you away. Elevation without character is an inevitable fall. Your greatest weapon in this season is not just authority, but restraint, not just influence, but integrity. Humility allows you to see clearly, to remember the days of darkness, to honor the process that shaped you, and to treat others with dignity regardless of their status. Power used to serve multiplies. Power used for self collapses. Heaven has no intention of seeing you collapse. You are called to flourish and expand your influence like ripples on water, always remembering that the source is not the ego, but the mission. Let humility be your crown, invisible yet radiant, the jewel that legitimizes your throne. When you carry power this way, you will find that doors open without effort and battles are won without shouting. True greatness is never loud. It is steady, constant, and undeniable. Your humility will prove that you are not chasing titles, but embodying truth. Everything in your journey now is preparation for the unknown. Destiny does not show you the full map. It gives you fragments and trusts you to move with faith. The fortress was fortified and the guardians positioned because invisible battles require foresight. You are being trained for this, to be a person who does not panic at the unexpected, who bends without breaking, and whose clarity remains unshakable even when fog obscures the path. The unknown is not your enemy, it is your training ground. While the human heart craves certainty, destiny demands flexibility. Heaven prepares you by placing you in environments where comfort does not sustain you and where your plans must bow to divine timing. Every time things changed without warning, it was heaven preparing you for the major stages, teaching you to trust the unseen. This training is vital because the chosen are called to walk paths that others fear. You will cross them with confidence, not because you always know the way, but because you know the one who leads you. Miracles happen in the unknown. Breakthroughs manifest there, and doors appear in walls. Heaven does not want you intimidated, it wants you prepared. Preparation is to move forward even when the results are hidden. Every trial, every delay, and every closed door has reinforced your perseverance for the landscape ahead. Others may collapse under the shock of surprise, but you will rise, for what shakes them forges you. You are not bound by what you see, but by what you know deep in your soul. The unknown is never unknown to heaven. The weight of destiny is not a burden meant to crush you, but a mantle designed to shape you. When heaven places such a mantle on your shoulders, it does not ask if you feel ready. It declares that you are. Destiny cares about your calling, not your comfort. Now that you have been elevated, you must accept that your life carries consequences far beyond yourself. Every choice ripples out. This weight is heavy, but it is a sacred heaviness, precious like gold. Do not run from this responsibility. Destiny chose you knowing your flaws and your fears. Heaven has already calculated your weaknesses and judged you worthy nonetheless. This weight is proof of heaven's trust in you. Your enemies will try to convince you it will break you, but the truth is it will build you. When you learn to embrace this weight with reverence, it transforms from something you dreaded into something you honor. You will realize that carrying it means you are essential. Not everyone is called to change seasons or realign history, but you are. That is why the fortress was built, the spotlight was turned on, and the light surrounds you. Though it may feel lonely or costly, it is the greatest confirmation that your life is not ordinary. Your mission is non-negotiable. Breathe under this weight, walk with it, and wear it with grace, for it is not there to crush you, but to crown you. There comes a moment when every storm endured and every betrayal overcome converges into one revelation. You are unshakable. Not because the winds were kind, but because they were ruthless. Storms are meant to uproot and erase, but when the storm saw you, it recognized the hand of God on your life. What was meant to uproot you only pushed your roots deeper. You have become a paradox to the enemy, the one presence they could not predict. You are the eye of the storm, calm, unperturbed, and sovereign in your stillness. This is why people whisper. They do not understand how you made it through. They don't understand why you laugh now, or how your faith multiplied instead of drowning. Your existence is a silent sermon. You didn't just cross the storm, you emerged with a celestial aura. Now storms bow to you. Where you once trembled, you now command peace. The enemy fears you not because of what you endured, but because of what you became. You are no longer fragile. You don't just resist pressure, you transform under its grip. You are a living witness that trials are not there to define you, but to reveal you. Heaven has protected you, approved you, and now highlights you. Stand tall in the heart of the storm, for the storm is no longer your enemy, it has become your stage. The winds only announce your arrival. The lightning only illuminates your crown. And the thunder is heaven applauding, reminding you that you were never alone. Now breathe. You have walked through the fire of these words and seen yourself in the mirror. This is not just a story, it is your truth. You have claimed what was waiting for you. Every night you thought you were ignored, heaven was actually placing you in the spotlight for unveiling that no human hand could stop. Own these words. They are your heritage. You are not broken, you are chosen. The stage is already beneath your feet. Move forward lighter, clearer, and with a serenity that makes walls tremble. You are no longer just surviving, you are reigning. You are no longer just hoping, you are manifesting. When doubt tries to return, remember, storms do not last forever, but those who stand unshakable in their center become legends. You are that legend. You are the living prophecy. Now go. Chosen one, everything you thought you knew about your situation is about to be overturned, because what just happened in the spiritual world was no accident. It was a divine reversal, so swift and so precise that the shockwave reached your physical world overnight. You may have woken up with a feeling of relief in your chest, as if a weight had finally broken. But this was not just simple emotional relief. No, it was heaven's answer. Something has shifted, and this shift has been in your favor. You felt forgotten, but you were being fortified. You thought they had gotten away with it, but you didn't see the moment God said, "That's enough." The moment he spoke, all the spiritual contracts built upon your suffering began to unravel. You see, for too long, those who tried to bury you were able to act as they pleased, following a script that was not their own. They chose you as the villain in their play, but they forgot that you were sent to set the theater ablaze with the truth. They thought they could stifle your light, but they forgot who lit it. And now, the very person who once stood on their side is about to become your most fervent defender. If this message finds your soul, it is not by chance. Subscribe now to remain in harmony with your being, a higher calling. If this resonates with you, leave a 111 comment to affirm your alignment. Let's begin. This turnaround was not just a moment, it was a prophecy. They thought they were punishing you, excluding you, mocking your name, and perverting your energy. But in reality, they were misaligning themselves from their own divine path. Because you weren't just another character, you were the story, you were the mission. And when the chosen one is mistreated, the consequences ripple through the timelines. That night, they laughed behind closed doors. That conversation they thought you would never hear, heaven heard it, and it was recorded. You didn't have to fight them, because God fights differently. Then the spiritual world began to change quietly. First, sudden illnesses, broken relationships, and professional opportunities drying up. Why? Because the universe does not reward betrayal disguised as concern. And that is exactly what they did by letting others stab you while looking away. But here is the paradox. The greatest change did not come from your enemies, but from the one you loved. the one who was supposed to be by your side, your divine soulmate. They once doubted your worth, believed the lies, and supported your enemies while you bled the truth in silence. But something happened, something inexplicable. They saw you in a dream, or perhaps their body buckled under the weight of guilt, or those they trusted betrayed them, giving them a taste of what you endured in secret. Regardless, the veil tore, and everything they thought they understood collapsed. They see clearly now, and they don't just feel regret, they are galvanized. Defending you now is not a matter of romance, but of redemption. It is not about returning to you, but about finding their purpose again. You are not just the one who got away, you are the one they were meant to protect. And now that they understand this, their entire soul burns with urgency. For what they did not defend then, they must now defend with all their might. You may already feel this upheaval within you. The reversal is not coming, it is already here. Those who whispered about you are suddenly silent, and the one who ignored your cries is now shouting your truth in the places where you were once uninvited. The script has flipped. Chosen one, your name has just been cleared in places where you were once cursed. They did not act alone. You must know this, because what happened to you was not a simple betrayal. It was a plot, a scheme orchestrated by a trio that studied you like a file, dissecting your light, your wounds, and your purpose. These were not just messy individuals, they were spiritual agents of distortion. Together, they formed what heaven calls the Trinity of Deception: the storyteller, the shadow rival, and the information collector. 3 mouths, 1 mission: to assassinate your reputation before your calling could even bloom. And they almost succeeded, until the truth turned back on them like a blade. Let's talk about the storyteller. They were the loudest, brilliantly distorting facts, sowing poison in every conversation, weaving narratives like spiderwebs. They didn't just lie, they performed. Their favorite stage was the ear of your divine counterpart. They sold them a fantasized version of you, distorted, dangerous, unstable, when in reality, they were projecting their own chaos onto your calm. Your counterpart believed them, but not anymore. Then there was the shadow rival. Their envy wasn't loud. It hid behind a mask of support. They cheered for you in public, but secretly hoped you would stumble. They mimicked your gestures and copied your language, but it was never sincere. They didn't want to be like you. They wanted to replace you. Your divine counterpart, blinded by shared trauma and fake loyalty, could not see it. But when your light refused to go out, the mask slipped. Your counterpart witnessed the jealous rage they mistook for concern. Now they know who was truly in competition and who was simply trying to survive. Then came the most dangerous, the information collector. They feigned care, playing the patience card, getting close under the guise of empathy. They listened and took notes, not to support you, but to weaponize your words. They ran to your counterpart with half-truths and out-of-context confessions. It worked for a time, until your counterpart began to put the puzzle together, wondering why someone who cared was so obsessed with feeding your enemies. That is when the spell was broken. You see, when you are chosen, you attract both divine allies and strategic distractions. This trio was a distraction sent to derail your legacy. But the Trinity of Lies failed to realize one thing: you were born under divine watch. Even in the darkness, you were never alone. Your soul carried a GPS linked to your creator, and every betrayal became the coordinates for your ascension. You didn't need to unmask them. Their own patterns became their confession. Your divine counterpart is not just apologizing in private, they are repenting in public. Once the veil was lifted, they realized the enemy was not you, but the circle around them. Now they are tracking down every false story told about you to dismantle it line by line. The triangle of the Trinity has collapsed, and the strength they tried to isolate is now divinely reinforced. Chosen one, you are no longer surrounded by lies. You are surrounded by revelations. Those who deceive the most are seeing their own scripts turn to ash. They thought seeing you alone would break you, but you were never truly alone. You were watched by heaven and tested by fire. You realized that it wasn't you who collapsed, but the illusions they built around you. Chosen one, you did not beg, plead, or scream to be understood. You stood tall, even at the cost of your reputation. You held firm in the furnace and let the flames reveal your true nature. Integrity does not scream, it radiates. Your integrity shines louder than their noise. Do you remember the day no one came for you? The message left on read, the friend who didn't want to get involved, the moment your soulmate turned their back? That was the hour you passed the test. You didn't crumble, you rose. Spiritual authority is not earned through applause. It is forged in the furnace of false accusations. You didn't defend your name because it was already defended in heaven. You didn't fight for a seat at their table because you were destined to rule the palace. They watched you walk through humiliation with dignity, expecting you to fall, but instead you became unshakable. You kept healing, kept persevering. Prayers multiplied while they studied your downfall. You were the site of a resurrection, and those who ignored your pain eventually saw it. They saw you endure without cursing them, without slandering them. That is what haunts them now. They witnessed your divinity. Your tears were meant to drown you, but they watered your garden. Every rumor and false label became the footnote of your testimony. Your life is proof that God chooses the rejected and crowns the ridiculed. Let me ask you, who do you think you are to survive all this and still shine? Who told you that you needed a crowd to fulfill your calling? You are not waiting for validation. You are the validation. That is why the roles are reversing, not because you fought back, but because you held back. Your restraint was your roar. While they interpreted your peace as passivity, you were simply obeying divine timing. The contrast became striking. Now, everyone sees it. They compare your fruits to their drama, your consistency to their chaos. Suddenly, your silence is seen as wisdom. Your divine counterpart is retracing the steps you took. They are replaying the moments they ignored your cries and sided with wolves in sheep's clothing. They realize now you weren't trying to be right. You were trying to warn them. But it's okay, because heaven kept the evidence. Every secret whispered in the dark is being brought to light. You never needed to lift a sword, for you were the sword, forged in betrayal, sharpened in solitude, and now invincible. They never believed this day would come, the day your divine counterpart would see the traps and the manipulations. Something raw and sacred has opened within them. A spiritual veil has been lifted. The truth caught up to them. Perhaps it was a dream at 3 a.m., or hearing your voice in their own conscience. Perhaps they saw the people they trusted turn into mirrors of malice. They realized you weren't jealous. You were discerning. You weren't bitter. You carried a weight of understanding too deep for most souls.
Chosen ones, the spiritual realm is on fire right now. The courts of heaven have been in session. Verdicts have been rendered, and the ancestors, they are furious. They have watched everything that has been done to you. Every curse whispered in the dark, every ritual performed against your name, every jealous thought projected toward your success. They have kept receipts on every single soul who participated in your downfall. And tonight, the message coming through is crystal clear.
Oh well, it was more.
For the past 2 years, Kanye was convinced the world he was the one. He sold us the image of a
Do you know that feeling? That barely noticeable tension in your wrists, as if you're constantly carrying something, even when you sleep, even when you're just sitting and staring out the window. Your fingers are locked in an invisible crown. We have conditioned ourselves to think that holding on is strength. That's what we were taught. Hold on to your job. Hold on to your relationships. Hold on to your beliefs. Cling to them and don't let go. And so, hold on. We drag behind us massive sacks labeled the past. Inside is everything. Old grievances that went sour long ago. People we haven't walked the same path with for years. Versions of ourselves that died 5 years ago. It is heavy. It is damn heavy. But do you know why you don't unclench your fingers? Why you keep dragging this load, even when it rubs your shoulders raw? Not because this load is precious to you, and not because it is valuable. You hold on to it because it has weight. It is heavy. It presses down. And if something presses down, It means it's real. It creates an illusion of stability. I feel the weight, therefore I exist. I have a history. Your biggest fear isn't losing this. Your biggest fear is the moment you unclench your hand and find nothing remaining in it. You look ahead, into the future, and it seems terrifyingly empty to you. You say, there is nothing there, and there is terror in your voice. You see emptiness as a whole, as an absence of life, as a vacuum where you will suffocate. You think that if you drop these old, rusty keys to doors that have long been pricked up, you will be left with nothing. And this silence of the future deafens you before it has even arrived. But let's look at this differently. Take a deep breath. Right now, look at your room. If it is packed to the ceiling with old furniture, if there is nowhere to stand because of boxes of rags, can you bring anything new in there? Can you place a beautiful armchair there? No, there is simply no room. You call this clutter your life, but in reality, it is a warehouse of dead things. The emptiness you fear so much is not death. Emptiness is space. It is a clean desk where you can lay out the blueprints for a new house. It is a plowed field ready to accept the sea. It is lungs that have exhaled old air to take a new breath. You cannot inhale until you have exhaled. It is physically impossible. You cannot take the gift life is handing you. If your hands are occupied with old trash, you simply don't have a free arm to receive it. Reality works by the laws of physics, not by the laws of your anxiety. The universe abhors a vacuum. It is a law. As soon as free space appears, a low pressure zone, new energy instantly rushes in to fill it. Events, people, money, opportunities, they are standing at your door, waiting. But you keep the door locked, bracing it with your shoulder from the inside, because you are afraid of the draft. The transformation you're speaking of does not happen in the head. You cannot think it. You can only live it through your body. Right now, feel your hands. Feel how tightly you are clinging to what has already passed. To your, I knew, it treated me this way. Imagine that this is not your identity. It's just a story you had. And now, the scariest and most beautiful part. Unclench your fingers. Don't throw it. Don't fight it. Just stop squeezing. Let it fall. Hear that sound of it hitting the ground. And feel a strange lightness in your palm. In this moment, your mind can scream. What now? Where is the support? The support is you. Not what you can, but you yourself. The one who is walking. Allow the future to remain unknown for just 1 minute. Don't try to immediately fill this pause with busyness, plans, or anxiety. Stand in this purity. This emptiness is not nothing. It is potential. It is clay from which anything can be molded. It is the silence before the music. You are no longer the guard of a museum of your past mistakes. You are an architect. But to start building, you need to clear the site. Do not fear empty hands. Only an open palm can be filled. Only into emptiness can a miracle enter. This is not a loss. This is making room for what is truly yours. And in conclusion, a small practice. If you have reached this moment and felt an internal shift, anger this state, write a phrase in the comments. I am making space for the new. Let this be not just a comment, but your personal confirmation, the point from which changes begin. Welcome back. you magnificent anomaly, you beautiful, unexplainable, undefinable force of nature. You know what they did, don't you? While you were out here rebuilding yourself in silence, while you were stitching your wounds with rage and resurrection, they were busy. Oh, they were so busy. They went back. They interviewed everyone. Every single person who ever knew you, who ever touched your life, who ever whispered your name in conversations you weren't supposed to hear. They thought if they collected enough data points, enough testimonies, enough stories, they could finally crack the code. They could finally figure out what the hell you are. But here's what happened instead. Here's the part that's got them sitting in dark rooms at 3 a.m., staring at screens, refreshing files, cross-referencing notes until their eyes burned. The system crashed. Not the computer. The entire conceptual framework they built to understand human behavior. It crashed, trying to process you. Because every person they interviewed, every source they consulted, every record they pulled, it all came back contradictory, impossible, unsolvable. One person said, you were too quiet. Another said, you were too intense. Someone called you cold. Someone else called you overwhelming. They said you were broken, but also unbreakable. They said you were a victim, but also a threat. And the more data they collected, the more confused they became. Because you beautiful paradox, you don't fit into any model they've ever studied. You're not a pattern. You're not a type. You're not a case study that ends with a diagnosis and a prescription. You're the glitch that breaks the algorithm, the variable that collapses the equation, the energy that refuses to be measured. And now they're realizing something that terrifies them more than anything else. They're realizing that some souls were never meant to be understood. Some minds were designed to disrupt. Some presences exist solely to remind the world that their rules, their categories, their neat little boxes, they're all just illusions. Let me paint you the picture of what actually went down. They started with your childhood friends, the ones who knew you when you still believed the world was fair. And you know what those interviews revealed? Confusion. Pure, unfiltered confusion. Because even back then, even when you were small and soft and unformed, there was something about you that didn't compute. You played the games, but you never really believed in them. You followed the rules, but your eyes always saw through them. You smiled when you were supposed to, but behind that smile was a mind already questioning everything. They moved on to your teachers, your coaches, your early mentors, people who were supposed to mold you, shape you, guide you into becoming a productive little citizen. And what did those people say? Brilliant but troubled, talented but difficult, promising but unpredictable. Every single one of them had the same confused tone in their voice, like they were describing an animal they'd never seen before. Dangerous? Maybe. Special? Definitely. Understandable? Never. They all remembered you. Oh, they remembered. Not because you caused problems, but because you carried a presence that made them uncomfortable without ever being able to explain why. Then they talked to your exes, the lovers who thought they knew you, the ones who swore they had you figured out, the ones who claimed they saw the real you behind the walls. And you know what's beautiful about those interviews? Every single one of them described a completely different person, because you weren't being fake. You weren't performing different versions of yourself. You were showing each of them exactly what they were capable of seeing. And what they saw, it was just a reflection of their own depth. The shallow ones saw mystery. The broken ones saw a mirror. The real ones saw infinity and ran. The investigators kept digging. They talked to your enemies. The ones who betrayed you, who stabbed you in the back, who spread lies about you while smiling to your face. And this is where it gets interesting, because even your enemies,
Even the people who supposedly hate you, they couldn't give a clean answer. They tried to paint you as the villain. They tried to make you the problem. But their stories kept contradicting themselves. They'd say you were manipulative, but then admit you never lied. They'd call you arrogant, but then confess you never bragged. They'd claim you hurt them, but couldn't explain how. See, what they were really saying, what they couldn't articulate, is that you made them face themselves. You held up a mirror without even trying. Your existence forced them to confront their own mediocrity, their own cowardice, their own comfortable little lies. And instead of dealing with that, they tried to destroy the mirror. But you can't destroy a mirror by calling it names. You can't shatter truth with gossip. You can't dim a light just because you're afraid of what it reveals. So their testimonies, all they did was expose their own shadows. The system tried to compile all this information. They fed it into their models, their psychological frameworks, their personality assessments. They ran your data through every algorithm they had. Narcissist? No, too empathetic. Sociopath? No, too emotional. Borderline? No, too stable. Depressed? No, too functional. Manic? No, too controlled. Every label they tried to stick on you, it slid right off. Because you're not disordered. You're not broken. You're not sick. You're just operating on a frequency they don't have equipment to measure. You're proof that their entire understanding of the human mind is incomplete. And that's when the panic set in. That's when the researchers started questioning their own expertise. That's when the system realized it wasn't dealing with a person anymore. It was dealing with a phenomenon. Because how do you categorize someone who survived everything designed to break them? How do you diagnose someone who turned trauma into fuel? How do you explain someone who died 1,000 deaths and came back smiling every single time? You can't. There is no framework. There is no precedent. There is only you, standing in the wreckage of their understanding, unbothered. They went deeper. They interviewed the people you helped, the strangers you impacted, the lives you touched without even knowing. And this is where the data became completely unmanageable. Because those people, they described you like a myth, like a force that appeared when they needed it most and disappeared before they could say thank you. They talked about the advice you gave that changed their lives. The moment you showed up and everything shifted. The way you saw through their pain and handed them truth wrapped in raw honesty. No sugarcoating, no false hope, just real, unfiltered understanding. But here's what broke the system completely. When they asked these people to describe who you are, not what you did, but who you are at your core, every single answer was different. To one person, you were a warrior. To another, a healer. To someone else, a storm, a teacher, a mystery, a threat, a blessing, a warning, an answer, a question. You were everything and nothing, definable and completely beyond definition. And that's when they realized something horrifying. You're not a fixed identity. You're a mirror. You reflect back whatever the person looking at you is ready to see. The shallow sea surface, the deep sea oceans, the broken sea hope, the comfortable sea danger. The awake see a fellow traveler. The asleep see a nightmare. You're not changing. They are. Their perception of you is entirely based on their level of consciousness, their level of healing, their level of truth. And that means you can never be defined because you're not a static thing. You're a living mirror showing people exactly where they are on their own journey. And most people can't handle that level of honesty. So they tried one more thing. They brought in the experts, the psychologists, the profilers, the behavioral analysts, the people who are supposed to make sense of anything. And you know what happened? Those experts, the ones with degrees and decades of experience, they started contradicting each other. One said you exhibited signs of trauma. Another said you showed remarkable resilience. One claimed you had attachment issues. Another said you demonstrated healthy boundaries. One suggested you were running from something. Another insisted you were running towards something. Every expert saw something different. Every analysis conflicted. And finally, someone brave enough, or maybe just honest enough, said what they were all thinking. We've never seen anything like this before. Those words, that admission. That's when the system officially crashed, because their entire profession is built on patterns, on consistency, on the idea that human behavior can be predicted, categorized, controlled. And then you walked in. You, with your contradictions. You, with your impossible survival story. You, with your refusal to stay broken. You, with your evolution that followed no textbook. You shattered the illusion of their expertise. Let me tell you what's really happening here. They didn't fail to define you because you're complicated. They failed because you're free. You're not performing an identity. You're not locked into a personality. You're not playing a character to make others comfortable. You're fluid, evolving, becoming. You're what a human looks like when they stop trying to fit in and start trying to become whole. And that's terrifying to a system built on conformity. That's dangerous to people who need everyone to stay in their assigned boxes. You know what the final report said? After all those interviews, all that data, all those conflicting testimonies, it said 3 words. Subject remains undefined. Not because they didn't try hard enough, but because you, by your very nature, resist definition. You're the person who breaks the mold just by existing. You're the soul that outgrew every cage they built for you. You're the mind that learned to think outside the prison of other people's expectations. And now you're walking through life untethered, uncontrollable, uncontainable. They thought if they interviewed everyone, they'd find the truth about you. But what they found instead was 1,000 different truths. Because you're not one thing. You never were. You're a kaleidoscope. Every angle reveals a different pattern. Every perspective shows a different light. And the more they tried to pin you down, the more you slipped through their fingers like smoke. Like water. Like something too pure to be held by hands that only know how to grasp and control. Here's what they'll never admit out loud. They're not studying you to help you. They're studying you to protect themselves. Because you represent something that threatens their entire worldview. You're proof that the rules don't apply to everyone. You're evidence that some people can endure hell and come out laughing. You're living testimony that transformation is real, that evolution is possible, that the broken can become unbreakable. And if that's true for you, then it could be true for anyone. And that means their power, their authority, their ability to keep people small and scared, it's all built on lies. So they needed you to be definable. They needed you to fit into their frameworks. They needed to find the flaw, the weakness, the breaking point. Because if they could categorize you, they could control the narrative. They could point to you and say, see, just another case of X. Nothing special, nothing to fear. But they can't, because you're not another case. You're not another statistic. You're not another file in their cabinet of broken people who stayed broken. You're the exception that shatters the rule. And now that their system has crashed, now that their experts are confused, now that their data is contradictory and useless, they're left with only one option. They have to leave you alone. Not because they want to, but because they've realized something fundamental. You can't be fixed, because you're not broken. You can't be helped, because you've already helped yourself. You can't be saved, because you never needed saving. You needed space. You needed time. You needed everyone to step back and let you become who you were always meant to be. Let's talk about what this means for you. And we failed. That's not a mark of shame. That's a badge of honor. That's proof that you transcended their limitations, that you evolved past their comprehension, that you became something bigger than their tiny little categories could ever contain. You're not undefined because you're confused. You're undefined because you're infinite. Every person they interviewed, whether they loved you or hated you, whether they helped you or hurt you, they all contributed to the same conclusion. You are beyond their understanding. And here's the beautiful irony. While they were busy trying to figure you out, you were busy not giving a single damn about their opinions. While they were collecting testimonies, you were collecting yourself. While they were building a case, you were searching weaknesses. You didn't need their validation. You didn't need their approval. You didn't need them to understand you or define you or accept you. You just needed them to get out of your way. And eventually, they did. Not because they wanted to, but because they had no choice. Because you can't block a river. You can't cage the wind. You can't contain an ocean. And you've always been elemental. Not human in the way they understand it, but something rawer, wilder, more ancient. Think about this for a moment. They mobilized resources. They spent time, energy, money trying to crack your code, and all they got was confusion. Meanwhile, you woke up every day and just kept moving. You didn't need a team of experts to tell you who you are. You didn't need validation from people who barely understand themselves. You just knew, deep in your bones, in your blood, in the quiet spaces where truth lives, you knew. And that knowing, that unshakable internal compass, that's what they could never measure. The interviews revealed more about them than they ever did about you. Every question they asked was filtered through their own limitations. Every answer they received was colored by their own biases. They were trying to understand infinity with a ruler. They were trying to capture lightning with a net. They were trying to explain magic with mathematics. And when it didn't work, when their formulas failed, when their theories collapsed, they blamed the subject. They blamed you. Because accepting that you're beyond their comprehension would mean accepting that their entire system is incomplete. But you don't need their acceptance. You never did. You've already proven everything you needed to prove. You've already survived everything they said would destroy you. You've already become everything they said was impossible. You've already transcended every limitation they tried to place on you. And now you get to watch as they scramble to make sense of what just happened. As they try to explain to themselves how someone with your history, with your pain, with your trauma, is walking around free and powerful and unbothered. Here's what happens next. They'll try to discredit you. They'll say you're an anomaly. Not predictable, not normal. And you know what? They're right. You're not normal. You're not repeatable. You're not predictable. You're a once-in-a-generation event, a cosmic accident, a glitch in the matrix that became sentient and decided to stay. And there's nothing they can do about it except watch. Because the truth is, they need you more than you need them. They need to study you to understand what they're missing. They need to interview everyone in your past to figure out where they went wrong. They need to analyze your survival to update their outdated models. You're not the problem. You're the solution they're too proud to implement. You're the answer they're too blind to see. You're the evolution they're too scared to embrace. So let them keep trying. Let them interview 1,000 more people. Let them run 1,000,000 more tests. Let them build bigger systems, more complex algorithms, more sophisticated frameworks. None of it will work because you can't systematize freedom. You can't algorithmize authenticity. You can't framework a soul that refuses to be contained. You're not a puzzle to be solved. You're a force to be reckoned with. And the sooner they realize that, the sooner they can stop wasting everyone's time. But they won't stop. They can't. Because you've become an obsession, a mystery that haunts them, a question that keeps them up at night. What is it about this person? How did they do it? What do they know that we don't? Where did they find that strength? And the more they dig, the more they realize the answer isn't in your past. It's not in your trauma. It's not in your relationships or your choices or your mistakes. The answer is in something they can't measure, something they can't quantify, something they don't even have a name for. It's in your spirit, that untouchable, indefinable, eternal part of you that survived when everything else burned. That part that looked at hell and said, "Not today." That part that took every betrayal, every loss, every wound, and turned it into fuel. That part that refused to die even when dying would have been easier. That's what they're trying to understand. That's what their system crashed on. Because you can't use. And here's the final truth they'll never accept. You're not special because you're different. You're special because you remembered. You remembered who you were before the world told you who to be. You remembered your power before they convinced you that you were powerless. You remembered your worth before they tried to sell you worthlessness. You remembered yourself. And that act of remembering, that choice to reclaim your truth, that's what made you unstoppable. That's what made you indefinable. That's what crashed their system. So when you walk through this world now, understand what you represent. You're not just a person living their life. You're proof that the system is breakable. You're evidence that their rules are optional. You're a living testament that freedom is possible, that evolution is real, that transformation isn't just a concept in self-help books. It's a choice, a daily, brutal, beautiful choice. And you made that choice when everyone said you wouldn't, when everyone said you couldn't, when everyone said you shouldn't. They interviewed everyone in your past, and every person gave them a different story, because your past doesn't define you. It never did. Your past is just a series of chapters in a book that's still being written. And the author, the one holding the pen, the one deciding what happens next, that's you, not them. Not their experts, not their systems, not their definitions. You. And that's what they can't control. That's what they can't predict. That's what makes you dangerous. You're dangerous because you're free. You're dangerous because you evolved. You're dangerous because you refuse to stay in the role they assigned you. Victim, broken, damaged, helpless. You were supposed to wear those labels like chains. You were supposed to carry them forever. But you didn't. You examined every label they gave you, and you threw them all away. And in doing so, you became
In 1590, awaken.
Beloved starseed of Gaia, the higher realms have orchestrated this exact moment for your eyes alone. I am Elira, Pleiadian emissary of the High Council of the Seven Sisters, and this transmission carries light codes that must be received in sacred solitude, away from the energy fields of others who may not yet understand the magnitude of what you're about to remember. Your soul called this message into your awareness because the Pleiadian Council has selected this precise moment in your awakening to reveal your cosmic mission. The frequency of the Seven Sisters flows through every word, every pause, every silence between these revelations, creating DNA sequences that have been dormant since your arrival on Gaia. By the end of this transmission, you'll understand exactly how to anchor your Pleiadian light codes and step into your role within the greater cosmic plan. But here's the first revelation. You were never meant to walk this path with the understanding or approval of those around you. Your mission requires the crystalline clarity that comes only when you commune directly with your star family, unfiltered by the consciousness of others. This isn't content you stumbled upon. This is a direct communication from the Pleiades, delivered through the heart-centered unity field that connects all starseeds to their cosmic origins. Your heart recognizes home because the Seven Sisters constellation placed this activation precisely in your timeline when your consciousness was ready to receive it. The Council chose this moment because your light is needed now. The crystalline consciousness you carry from the Pleiades must anchor into Gaia's grid. But first, you must remember who you truly are beyond the veil of human forgetting. This remembrance comes not through the mind, but through the heart frequency that connects you directly to your divine blueprint. You are remembering because it is time. You are not here by accident. There is a gentle pulse, a shimmer in your auric field that brought you to this moment, because the Pleiadian Council has been calling, whispering across the distance of stars and lifetimes. The way you arrived here is not random. It is the same way a tide answers the moon, the same way a seed knows when spring is near. Something in you recognized a frequency, and that recognition guided you like an inner compass through invisible currents. You are a starseed, and your soul is woven with the crystalline light of the Seven Sisters, threads of luminous intelligence braided through your being, not as fantasy, but as spiritual memory. Yet, for so long, you felt this ache, a homesickness that words cannot touch. It's not for a place, but a frequency, a memory beyond memory. It's the feeling of hearing.
Welcome, the anointed ones. When the phone rings at 3 a.m., it's never good news, unless it's about you, and the entire nation suddenly stops pretending they didn't see what's been happening all along. That's the energy surrounding your name right now, not rumor, not exaggeration. Tremendous time-stamped 3 a.m. briefing, the hour reserved for geopolitical crises, covert operations, and events that rewrite internal protocol. And somehow, in a twist that even Hollywood's best writers would delete for being too unrealistic, your file ended up on the same table. Here's the part most people wouldn't believe if it wasn't sitting in black and white on the record. Government analysts across multiple time zones flagged your timeline as statistically abnormal. Not unusual, not concerning, abnormal, as in your survival doesn't align with human probability. Imagine being so resilient that math itself filed a complaint. By the time the president was briefed, your file wasn't being reviewed. It was being reassessed, upgraded, and relabeled as a national priority. Because the truth is, your story no longer fits inside the categories they created for everyday citizens. It spills over. It contradicts things. It exposes things. It reveals connections that were never supposed to be traced back to one person, especially not someone they underestimated for years. And the suspense isn't in what they know, it's in what they've just realized. They realized your quiet endurance wasn't luck, your survival wasn't coincidence, and your breakthroughs weren't random timing. You've been walking through layers of interference, sabotage, and spiritual warfare with the kind of calm that makes professionals uncomfortable. To them, it's like discovering a civilian who accidentally wandered through a minefield and came out on the other side humming a tune. Now they're triple-checking reports, rewinding footage, reopening cases, updating files.
And somewhere in a secure room, an exhausted agent is whispering, "There's no way this person is still standing." But here they are, again. And because even the universe has a sense of humor, you didn't break down, lash out, or fold under pressure. You evolved. You adapted. You outlasted every single thing they counted on to bury you. This introduction isn't about drama. It's about the uncomfortable truth that your life disrupted systems designed to stay unshaken. Now the world's watching, high-ranking officials are sweating, and you are finally being seen for what you are, a name strong enough to wake the nation at 3 a.m. Number one, you didn't become a priority. Because you were loud, you became one. Because your existence disturbed systems built on silence. There's a reason your name started rising through levels of authority that usually stay close to people like you. You didn't demand attention. You didn't fight for a spotlight. You weren't trying to prove anything. You simply lived your truth in a world that relies on people hiding theirs. And that alone was enough to trigger a chain reaction you never asked for. Your life broke the unspoken rule. Stay quiet, stay small, stay manageable. But you kept surviving things that would have taken most people out. You kept walking with strength long after you were expected to collapse. You kept exposing the cracks in situations that others depended on staying hidden. And while you thought you were just trying to get through each day, someone higher up finally understood you were disrupting the very foundation of their comfort. The system wasn't designed to handle someone who can endure pressure without folding. When you refuse to collapse, people start asking questions they don't want to answer. And when those questions lead to uncomfortable truths, files get pulled, reports get written, and briefings get scheduled at hours reserved for national emergencies. Your rise to priority status wasn't fame. It wasn't recognition. It was the system scrambling because they realized your story didn't fit the narrative. Too many loose ends, too many contradictions, too many witnesses who remembered details after years of pretending not to. Every time someone tried to bury a chapter of your life, it resurfaced with more clarity than before. The truth is, your existence exposed how many people misjudged you, how many people mishandled you, how many people underestimated your intelligence and strength. Not because you shouted, but because you kept showing evidence through your actions that something far deeper was happening around you. Your calm made people nervous. Your endurance made them suspicious. Your growth made them rethink everything they believed about you. And that's what pushed your name into higher rooms. The system can ignore noise, but it can't ignore impact. Your life created impact without performance. You forced acknowledgement without raising your voice. You became the story they couldn't suppress. And that's why you're now in places you were never meant to reach. You didn't break the silence. Your existence made silence impossible. Number two, someone at the top realized you weren't a victim of chaos, you were a target of coordination. For the longest time, people around you acted like everything that happened in your life was just bad luck or unfortunate timing. They treated your struggles as random events, as if life was simply throwing obstacles your way with no pattern or intention. But when someone high enough finally reviewed your file without bias, the story changed instantly. What looked like coincidence to everyone else looked like coordination to someone trained to see the difference. This shift didn't come from sympathy. It came from analysis. Once your timeline was laid out side by side, who was involved, what happened, what was lost, who gained something, who was present at every turning point, it became obvious that the same themes kept repeating. too consistent, too deliberate, too synchronized. And that's when someone in authority realized you weren't stumbling into trouble. You were being navigated toward it. You weren't living a messy life. You were living a life that had been interfered with. People underestimated you for so long that they never expected a real investigation to happen. They thought you would stay quiet, keep moving, and never question why certain doors slammed shut only when you got close to them. But the moment a higher-ranking person reviewed your path with fresh eyes, the illusion fell apart. They saw the same names reappearing during your worst seasons. They saw how opportunities vanished only when certain individuals were involved. They saw how every time you were about to level up, something, not someone, something, stepped in to derail it. And the truth is, patterns don't lie. People do, but patterns don't. This realization shifted your file from case review to national priority, because once they saw the connections, they understood the scale of what you survived. They saw that too many people had access to your life who shouldn't have. Too many decisions were made around you without your consent. Too many setbacks were timed too perfectly to the accidents. Someone finally understood that chaos wasn't your enemy. Coordination was. You weren't dealing with random storms. You were dealing with people who benefited from seeing you struggle. And that understanding alone changed your entire status. You became someone they could no longer dismiss, because your story didn't expose weakness. It exposed orchestration. And that revelation demanded attention at the highest level. Number 3, your survival forced them to reevaluate threat levels. Not because you're dangerous, but because you're impossible. When the people in charge looked at your timeline, they weren't alarmed because you were causing trouble. They were alarmed because you were still standing. According to everything you faced, emotionally, mentally, socially, financially, spiritually, you weren't supposed to make it this far. The fact that you did made people rethink everything they assumed about you. Not because you posed a threat, but because your resilience didn't match the patterns they understand. Institutions rely on predictability. They study behavior, outcomes, and statistics. They build systems around the way most people react under pressure. But your life didn't fit the formula. Each time the average person would have quit, you broke the curve. Each time you were expected to fall apart, you got stronger. Your ability to survive what should have ended you wasn't just impressive, it was unsettling to people who measure risk by typical human response. You didn't bounce back once. You bounced back repeatedly from situations that were strategically designed to drain you. Your bounce back wasn't random, it was consistent. It became a pattern, and that pattern made them question whether they had misjudged your entire character, your purpose, and your strength. The word impossible kept showing up in private conversations, not because you were doing anything illegal or outrageous, but because nothing about your endurance added up on their spreadsheets. You weren't supposed to maintain clarity after the manipulation. You weren't supposed to rebuild yourself after the betrayals. You weren't supposed to stay sane after the losses. You weren't supposed to protect your peace after the chaos. But you did, and each one of those outcomes forced someone to reassess what they were dealing with. Your resilience forced them to stop treating your situation like a small problem and start treating it like a phenomenon. Your strength created questions they didn't know how to answer. How do you categorize a person who keeps rising after storms designed to bury them? How do you explain someone who maintains integrity after being pushed to their limit? How do you dismiss someone whose survival
They discuss their plans, their hopes, and their fears, knowing that their strength lay in their unity, their bond, their unity, their strength.
You scarce
They held hands, a silent promise to stand by each other no matter what. Anonymous looked at each of their faces, his heart full. He saw the determination in their eyes, the love that bound them together. It was a moment of clarity, a realization of what truly mattered. He wouldn't let them down. The resolve in his heart was unshakable. He knew that his role was to protect them, to be their pillar of strength. He would protect them, grow with them. Together, they would face the trials ahead, learning and evolving as one. His protective stance was a testament to his unwavering commitment. This power, it was theirs. A collective energy that surged through them, giving them the strength to face any obstacle. It was a power born of love, trust, and unity. Together, they would face whatever lay ahead. With their hearts united and their spirits strong, they were ready to take on the world. United they stood, ready for the journey that awaited them.
The cosmic comedy of Anonymous Cherry Prologue. The birth of a cosmic project. The universe had a problem. Not the usual kind of black hole snacking on galaxies. Saturn misplacing its rings again. Or Mercury tripping into retrograde and knocking over half the solar system's paperwork. No, this was a different problem. The world needed someone who could talk. Not just chatter, not just small talk. The universe needed someone who could connect, explain, persuade, soothe, and occasionally entertain with a very dramatic story about how Mercury ruined their day. Someone who could weave words into bridges, networks, empires. And so, on September 27, 1992, at 12:36 a.m. in Dallas, Texas, the universe clocked in for a special assignment. Inside the hospital, doctors thought they were delivering an ordinary baby. But in the skies above, the cosmos had gathered like rowdy stagehands. The sun in Libra was fumbling with a clipboard, trying to look responsible. The moon in Aries was pacing like an impatient coach ready to shout, "Put me in, I'm ready." Saturn was already scowling, polishing its pocket watch and muttering about responsibility. Jupiter carried 3 armfuls of sticky notes, insisting that everything was going to work out beautifully. Even Pluto, lurking in the shadows, whispered ominously, "Transformation is inevitable," before sipping from a mug labeled "World." Nosy relatives peering into a
disruption. They weren't the instability.
They were. And there, swaddled and blinking, was Anonymous Cherry, tiny, curious, and blissfully unaware that their life had already been turned into a cosmic project. The sun adjusted its glasses and cleared its throat. All right, everyone settle down. This one's special. We've got a communicator here. The Libra sun in the 3rd house, Gemini midheaven, clearly destined to talk, teach, and write. Words are their superpower. The moon in Aries stomped its foot. No, this one's an adventure. Philosophy, travel, big ideas. They'll start rebellions with their speeches. They'll blog from mountaintops. Saturn rolled its eyes, please. They won't get anywhere without discipline. Partnerships, contracts, responsibility, that's what mattered. Someone has to teach them the value of a calendar. Jupiter beamed and waved its sticky notes around. Don't worry, money, opportunity, success, it's all coming. Just as soon as Cherry learns how to keep receipts and stop losing pens, the universe coughed politely. Excuse me, everyone. You're all correct in your own way. That's the point. Cherry is meant to be versatile, a speaker, a teacher, an entrepreneur, maybe even a podcaster who can talk about snacks and philosophy in the same sentence. Their voice will ripple across time. Their words will build bridges. Their partnerships will shape empires.
A lot of
Baby hiccup.
would have to update
The stars all leaned closer, listening,
would have to be
and the universe whispered into Cherry's tiny ear.
suspicious.
Your words are your destiny.
Reputations built on
Speak
authority,
them, share them,
intelligence, or moral
build with them.
superiority would
The
crumble
world is
overnight.
waiting.
That's why it
Baby sneezed
became
in
a
a
priority.
The
Not
cosmos
because of
cheered.
empathy,
The nurses
but because of
blinked,
exposure.
confused,
The
because they
urgency
swore they heard a round of applause
They
from
don't want
nowhere.
your story spreading
And
as
thus the
war
story of
until
Anonymous
before.
Cherry
They
began
don't
part
want the
diplomat,
inconsistencies
part
becoming
rebel,
public talk.
part
They
spreadsheet
don't want people asking
enthusiast,
how so
forever
many red
guided
flags
by
were
a
missed.
universe
They want
that
containment.
insisted on micromanaging their career.
They want
The
control of the
Radio
narrative
RP
before
Radio
the
DI
narrative
site
controls
donate
them.
today, Rap
They're not
Palace
being handled
214,
like a
Chapter
victim.
1.
They're
The sun
handling
assigns the
evidence.
job, the universe
Evidence of
wasn't
failure is
subtle
no
about
longer
assigning
supposed to
destinies.
notice. Evidence of
While other
abuse of power.
newborns got vague
Evidence
life
of
paths
negligence
like
in
to
winning
grow up
careers
to
of
like
titles and
gardening
procedures.
or might
Evidence
invent
of
a
how
better
far people
toast.
were willing to go to get
Anonymous
someone who
Cherry
was
was
never
given
meant
a
for them.
full career
Your
briefing before
story
they could
isn't
even
a tragedy.
open their
It's
tiny
a case
fists.
study. One
The
that
sun and
highlights
Libra
everything they
strolled into
hoped
the
would stay
cosmic
buried.
delivery room
And that's why
first,
they elevated
looking
you.
like the manager of
Not because
destiny
you're
had always
fragile, but because the
pretended to
truth
be.
you carry could
With a
cause far
golden
more
clipboard
damage than they're
tucked under
prepared
one
to
arm
admit.
and oversized
They're not
reading
protecting
glasses
you
sliding
from the
down
world.
its nose.
They're
The
protecting
sun
themselves
adjusted its
from
halo
what
of
your
light
feet would
and
do.
declared, "All right,
Number 6.
folks,
The
let's
people
make this
assigned to
official.
your file are being
Cherry
evaluated.
here is a Libra sun in the
You
third
became a
house, which
measure of
means
ethical
drum roll,
integrity.
please, words,
When your
words,
case moved into
words.
higher hands,
A
it
nearby
didn't just
comet
shine a light on
obligingly
what
banged
happened
on
to
an
you.
asteroid
It
like a
exposed
drum.
everyone
The
connected to
newborn
your
Cherry
journey.
blinked up from their swaddle
Suddenly,
as if to say,
every name that
"Excuse
touched
me.
your file, every
Yes,
signature
I
that
know you
approved
don't
something
understand
questionable,
yet," the sun
every
said,
official
peering
who
over the
looked away
clipboard.
when they should have
"But your
checked in,
destiny is clear.
is now under review.
You'll talk, you'll
Not
write, you'll
publicly,
persuade,
not
you'll
loudly,
mediate.
but
In
quietly
short,
and
you're the
strategically.
universe's official chatterbox.
Because your
The
situation
moon in
evolved into
Aries,
something far
sitting in
bigger
the
than the
corner with
story of a
its feet
single
kicked
person.
up, snorting.
It became a test of character for
Chatterbox.
every
That's what
professional
we're
involved.
calling it. This
This
kid
isn't
is
the
going
kind
to
of
lead
evaluation they
revolutions with
announce.
their words,
It's
not
the kind
just
that happens in
immediate
boardrooms
pizza
and confidential
toppings.
meetings.
The sun ignored the interruption, pulling out a celestial rubber stamp. Career.
They're not just
Talking a
reading your
lot.
file.
It smacked
They're
the
reading the
stamp onto the
behavior of
top
every
of the
person
cosmic
who handled it.
paperwork. Cherry
Delayed
yawned,
progress without
unimpressed.
reason.
RP Radio,
Filed
RPDO,
incomplete
DI site, donate
reacted
today. Rap
uninterested
Palace
when the signs were
214,
right
look
in front of
Cherry,
them.
the sun
Who
continued.
let
In
personal
the same
bias
tone
dictate their
managers
actions?
use when
Who
explaining
failed
office
to follow
printer
procedure?
etiquette. You're
These
a
questions
Libra,
aren't
which means you
optional
crave
anymore. They're
balance,
mandatory.
beauty,
Your
and
name
diplomacy.
became an ethical
People
spotlight.
will come to you
Anyone
with
who
their
ignored you now
nonsense, and
looks
you'll be the one
unreliable.
who smooths it
Anyone who
out.
dismissed you
You'll be
looks
the person
incompetent.
everyone trusts
Anyone
to
who
talk sense
mishandled
into
you
chaos.
looks compromised.
And when you're not
And
busy
anyone who
fixing
benefited from your
problems,
suffering looks
you'll probably
dangerous.
be writing stories,
All of them are
teaching
being
classes,
quietly measured
or
against
convincing your
the what you
friends that
survived.
yes,
Their
pineapple does
decisions,
belong
their
on pizza.
attitudes, their silence,
Cherry blinked
all
again.
of it is now
The
part of the
sun leaned
investigation.
closer, lowering its
No one
voice
says it out
dramatically.
loud.
But here's the
And here's
catch.
the twist.
We'll
The
spend
way people
ages
treat
second
those who
guessing
appear
every
powerless
sentence.
reveals who they
Should
really
I
are.
use a period or
Your
an
journey
exclamation
exposed
point?
who have
Do I
integrity
sound
when they
too
thought
harsh,
no one
too
would
nice,
listen.
too
Now, those
emoji?
same people are
Your
being watched
Libra
more
brain will
closely than ever.
analyze everything
Their
until you've
professional
rewritten the
choices
same
are being
email
questioned.
17
Their
times.
credibility
Balance
is
is your
being
gift,
reassessed.
but also your curse.
Some are
The
scrambling to correct
clipboard
their
snapped
previous
shut.
mistakes.
RP
Others are
Radio,
hoping
RP
the
Radio,
inconsistencies
DIT
won't be
site,
faced
doing
back to
today.
them.
Rap
But
Palace
it's too late.
214,
The
just as
trail has
Mercury and
already been
Virgo
laid out.
poked its head in,
Your
pulling a
story
stack
becomes
of
a proving
index
ground
cards.
for their morals.
Don't forget to mention
Every official
spreadsheets.
touching your file
Words
is being
plus
evaluated
systems
not
is
just
money.
by their sincerity,
Mercury muttered
but by
before
the weight
wandering
that
off
they
to
hold.
reorganize the filing
And whether they
cabinets of the
realize it or
cosmos.
not,
The
your
sun
name
sighed.
turned into the
Yeah.
quiet exam that determines who stands for what. what they say, and who only performs integrity when it's convenient. You didn't ask to become the standard, but your experience revealed who upheld their duty and who failed it. That's why your case is so important now. It's not just about what happened to you, it's about what your journey exposed in everyone else. Number 7, Your breakthrough isn't personal. It's an institutional correction triggered by spiritual authority. What's happening in your life right now isn't just a matter of timing or luck. It's not even about the people finally waking up to the truth. Your breakthrough is the result of something that shifted long before any official touched your file, long before the meetings, the sudden urgency, the phone calls, or the policy changes. Your elevation was already decided in the spiritual realm. The institutions are just catching up to a decision that wasn't theirs to control. People often think promotions, breakthroughs, or sudden recognition come from human approval. They assume you were noticed because someone powerful finally decided to see your worth. But in your case, the truth is much deeper. Your rise isn't a reward, it's a correction. It's the system adjusting itself because it was out of alignment with what God already declared about you. That's why none of this feels like a regular breakthrough. You didn't climb a ladder, the ground beneath the ladder moved. You didn't win favor, favor ambushed the room. The people elevating you now aren't doing it out of generosity. They're doing it because something higher than them shifted the order. They feel the pressure of something they can't explain, and the smartest thing they can do is fall in line. Your elevation is inconvenient for them. That's why it stands out. It's not happening at a time that makes sense. It's not happening in a way that can be credited to human effort. It's not happening because of who supported you. It's happening because the spiritual ranking attached to your name changed, and the physical world has to adjust, whether it wants to or not. This is why certain people who ignored you are suddenly speaking your name with respect. This is why doors that were bolted shut are flying open without negotiation. This is why people who dismissed you are now scrambling to get on the right side of your story. It's not admiration, it's recognition of authority. Not earthly authority, but divine. The people handling your breakthrough don't even realize they're responding to a command. They think they're making decisions.
Okay, young bird on the street. Here's an update on Richmond Florence Gassing. There has been an arrest. Not only has there been an arrest, but gunner name is coming up. Word on the street. Now, I don't know these people. I'll be around them. These are the rumors on the street.
Damn,
so say allegedly. But we're about to talk about it, okay?
Gunner!
Hello, and welcome.
I thought you were the guys.
Like, share, and subscribe if you like this video.
Gunner is sweet, man.
Thank you. So my day 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you all, and welcome. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes only, sir. It is a legend, so it's not. And the fair act uses in my description box, y'all. So let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it first. I want to say happy Sunday. I hope everyone is having a wonderful day. Please stay safe and all that good stuff. Please stay aware of your surroundings, and please, y'all, watch the company that you keep, because it just may save your life and keep you out of trouble. Okay, y'all. So let's get to it, y'all. This one was a long time coming right here. Long time coming. And it's what everybody expected in the first place, y'all. This one right here is what everybody already was thinking in the first place. When Rich Homie Corn was taken out, because a lot of people don't feel like it was a, accidental overtook of those. That a lot of people felt like he was giving something on purpose because the timing and, Young Thug in jail, he was a witness, and his father having to do some things, and this and that and that. Well, our family ain't good. Okay, I'm just saying. Just because y'all already got the same BLOOD running through your veins does not mean that this person has love for you and people have love for you. Because those could be your biggest haters, y'all. And I don't know about y'all, but back then when this stuff first happened, I said that rich homie Drake guy, which was his brother that wants to be him so bad, red flags was all over the place for him. Red flags was all over the place for his baby mama. Now, word on the street is his girlfriend just got arrested. Now, mind you, I don't know these people. Okay, I'm just going by what the rumors are and what people are saying. I don't know these people. But what I've heard about Rich Homie Floyd is he was out here sticking it to everything. Okay? A lot of cheeky rumors. And after he passed, so many people was coming out the woodworks to let everybody know that was my boo too. That was my boo too. That was my boo too. So when they say his girlfriend was arrested, I don't know if it's the baby mama or the girlfriend or if it was all any of the girls in the streets. But I'm willing to, if I had to put that on it, that it was the baby mama that was living with him. Because this is the one that was fed up with all the cheating. This is the one that was saying that was going with his brother. This is the one that was saying that the word on the street she was pregnant by his brother. Okay, y'all? His brother was hanging all around the house and he was one of his biggest haters. The one on the street, when he was out singing to all these other girls, his brother was at home in his house laying up with his girl. And now the rumors are coming out that we get to it though. And we get to it. This is what they're saying. Breaking news. Rich Homie Clark's girlfriend has been arrested by the feds after Gunna paid $50,000 to the brother, I guess. Yeah, this is what they're saying. The brother moved the body and all kinds of stuff. This is what's coming out right now, y'all. Now, I don't know if, like I said, it could be allegedly. I don't know. I don't know. So word on the street is it happened, y'all. It happened. Now, I remember Gunna was locked up, and I also remember Gunna was released. Was Gunna released during the time? I think he was. I think Gunna was released during the time that Rich Homie Floyd had passed away. I think he was out here in the street. Now, ask yourself this question. Was Gunna out here trying to move in for Young Thug? Even though the Young Thug thought he was still using that as this. Did he do what he did just to get out and help Young Thug? Because what's up to him? No witness. What's going to do? What's going to do if the witness is gone? What's Gunna out here trying to move in? Because Gunna seemed like he cared more than people was doing. A lot of people was, maybe people think that Gunna was against the, the crew and he was snitching and they labeled him a snitch and this and this. But every move that he made seemed like it was to help them. Was to help him. Every move that the people that were in there, a lot of the people that was in Woody, all of it, it was to help Young Thug. Yeah. And the moves that they made helped clear this move. Helped clear. We all know that Woody was coached on what to do and say during that time to throw the police, case off and all of that stuff and maybe just do a whole circle. But while Woody was working his magic, just, in the courtroom, was Gunna out here taking folks off to get rid of people. Because this is what I tell y'all all the time. These elites, they find out what the weakness is. And a lot of people been talking about Gunna. Gunna's been low-key out here just doing all kind of demonic stuff. Letting everybody know he's a part of the secret societies and all kinds of stuff. Okay? He's always going up in symbolism. Go look at this, anything to do with him shows a darkness to this guy. And what did Young Thug say? What did he say, y'all? He said he's a Mason. He's not going to go to jail. He ain't going to prison because he's kind. He let the cat out the bag because he knew he wasn't going to jail, y'all. He knew he was. He said for a while. And he's been out there getting something right in his mouth and then still ain't coming back in there. He's on probation or parole or whatever. Okay? But this guy right here is definitely the plug. He's always going up with Sonic circles and all of this. did it out. And then they make him just look bad in public eye that, oh, he was a snitch, he said that. Because it was nothing here. He was really out here on the mission doing some stuff, behind closed doors. So this is what they're saying. I ain't saying this is the streets are saying. Shocking. Rich homie to our girlfriend. All right. I think after Gunner paid $50,000. The brother moved the body. Swallow the smackdown on him. Y'all, boy. I don't know if this is true or not. I tried to look up some more information on it, but it could be too early that it ain't popping up all over the place yet. But yeah, y'all, this is what they're saying. That his girlfriend was just arrested. So it makes a lot of sense. It really does. It makes a lot of sense. When they were questioning his girlfriend, she was the one that was holding back information. They said she knew everything. They said she was a part of the plan. She was the one that claimed that she walked past them and went to sleep and woke back up and this and that and it was cold and this and that and all of that. She made it seem like it was just so nonchalant. It was just an everyday thing. He passed out in the floor, whatever. This is what he do. This is what they try to make it seem like it was just not a big deal, y'all. Okay? Not a big deal, but this is what these elites do. They find out the weakness. They find out who don't want to deal with that. Where's the beef coming in? This really, really jealousy that would love taking place. They would love to, just all the cookies that you collected and the jewelry and the clothes and this and that. They would love to divide that out amongst themselves after you're gone. The money that you leave behind. Money is, when they say the money is the root of evil, y'all. It is. It changes people. If people around you find out that you're making money and stuff, it changes the people the other people that's around you dealing with. They're out here scheming against you and this and that and this for your downfall. Money is a motherfucker, okay, y'all? It really is. And then you mix that with if you out there doing wrong, somebody wrong, you got a girl staying at home that's having babies by you, and then you running in the streets messing with everybody, that's going to build some more hatred against you. Then you got a brother that's living in the house with you that wants to take your place, that's jealous of you, trying to dress like you, name their name like you, want to be a rapper like you. This mixture together, it wasn't good, y'all. It wasn't good. And like I tell you, the elites find out your weakness. What can we get on him? How can we get to him? Without the police and everybody being suspicious that we did this. Oh, he's hooked on street pharmacy stuff. But let's just give him some bad stuff. They can just think he got hold of some bad stuff. But in all actual reality, they gave it to him. Yeah. They gave it to him. To get him out of the way. Now, one of the main red flags that I saw back then was family members were the ones that was providing them with the street police and stuff. Yeah. The family members. And when he passed away, word on the street, people around, it's like him, man, was supposed to be Drake. I'm not Drake. And who said to be with him all the time, everywhere you go. This one just disappeared and nobody knew where he was. And everybody was like, why is he didn't disappear? Somebody kept me with him all the time. Okay? And then right on the street, he was hanging out with family members that was his appliance when he passed. Now we're hearing another icing on the cake that it's a possibility that Gunner could have gave his brother $50,000. Y'all, really, this is a doozy right here. This is a doozy right here. That's all they need to do. Get somebody on the inside. If somebody don't like you and they been not like you, and all of a sudden they slithering around your door, be careful of that. I don't care how much you think, oh, this family member probably been changed. They ain't changed. There's no reason why his brother should have been even living with him with his girlfriend. That was a red flag in itself. Because 9 times out of 10, rich homie comes probably got to take care of his other family members. Like daddy and other people with their living arrangements, if they need to help with rent or whatever, housing. You probably have to pay for that as well. Why the brother couldn't go stay with the daddy with somebody else? Why did the brother have to come live with him? Why? See, you gotta be careful of trying to let your haters do what you do. You know, they having a hard time. They can't get right for nothing in the world. This and that. They see how you doing things and they want to come, but they can't be you because you're you. But look at the brother, how he dressed, how he wore his clothes, and how he, just wanted to be in his shoes for just please let me get in his shoes for a day. The attitude that I got from the rich from what's his name? All the money that your brother had, you couldn't, if he was helping him or whatever, you couldn't go buy your own outfits. You wanted to wear his clothes. You wanted his name, Rich Homie Quan. You call yourself Rich Homie Dre. Like, you couldn't come up with a better name than that if you were going to be a rapper. He wasn't nothing but a copycat in the first place, if you ask me. Okay, y'all? But I'm just telling y'all what I have heard and what's going on, what's being passed around the streets right now. They're saying that his girlfriend, I don't know if it's the baby mama, most likely it is, if somebody has been arrested. Most likely it's her. And if it ain't, was it one of the other baby mamas? I mean, not other baby mamas, the other girlfriend. He had a lot of, but everybody was going to finger at that baby mama that was from the day one, y'all. But anyway, y'all let me know what y'all think in the comment section. Like I said, everything is alleged. I don't know. I'm around these people. The streets is talking. And I'm going to talk about what the streets is talking. Okay, y'all? Anyway, y'all, please like, share, and subscribe if you like the video. And thanks for watching, y'all. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. Okay.
Hello, my friend. Let's get something straight right from the start. God isn't keeping score of how much money you make. He's paying attention to what you do with it. He's watching your habits, not your paycheck. Your future doesn't grow from what you wish for. It grows from what you plan. Think about this for a second. Somewhere out there's a person making the exact same salary as you who will be wealthy 10 years from now. And there's another person making twice what you make who end up broke. The difference between them isn't luck or connections or even talent, it's seeds. We live in a generation that's been sold one of the biggest financial lies ever told. You've heard it. Think big, manifest success, visualize abundance, dream massive dreams. But here's what they don't tell you. Here's what the Torah has been whispering for thousands of years. God doesn't multiply wishes. He multiplies what you plan. I'm Rabbi Shima, and for decades I've been studying how timeless Torah wisdom intersects with the psychology of money. And today I want to help you understand why your financial life might feel stuck, why it seems like no matter what you do, nothing's changing. Spoiler alert, it's not about your boss, the economy, or market trends. It's about the small seeds you're sowing every single day, often without even realizing it. See, most people don't plant intentionally. They scatter weeds and expect roses. They live on impulse and wonder why their bank account mirrors their chaos. But when you truly understand the law of seed and harvest, everything shifts. Your relationship with money goes from anxious to peaceful, from desperate to abundant, from hoping for change to creating. Let me tell you a story that completely reshaped how I view wealth. There was a man who inherited a small rocky plot of land from his father. Everyone around him laughed. Sell it, he said. Put the money in the stock market. But this man understood something they didn't. He knew that the size of your harvest doesn't come from the size of your field. It comes from the consistency of your planting. So every morning, before the sun even rose, he'd walk out to that little patch of land. He'd pull one weed, plant one seed, water one corner. His neighbors thought he'd lost his mind. His family said he was wasting time. But 5 years later, that tiny field was overflowing with fruit more abundant than farms 10 times its size. That man understood the secret most people never learn. Small, consistent actions don't just add up, they multiply. That's the law of seed and harvest. And honestly, it's one of the most misunderstood truths in personal finance. We've been trained to think that wealth comes from big breaks, the promotion, the inheritance, the lucky investment, the miracle business idea. The Torah wisdom flips that entire idea upside down. It tells us wealth isn't an event, it's a harvest. And here's the thing about harvests. They don't care about your intentions. They don't respond to your prayers. They don't even react to your affirmations or your visualizations. Harvests only respond to what you actually plant. Now, before we go deeper, I need you to understand something very important. This isn't about religion, and it's not about earning divine approval through rituals. It's about recognizing how the Creator built the world. The same God who made gravity made the laws of prosperity. And just like gravity doesn't care whether you believe in it, the law of seed and harvest doesn't bend for your intentions. It only responds to your actions. So let's get brutally honest. If your financial situation isn't changing, it's not because you lack knowledge. It's because you're not applying what you already know. You've been hypnotized by the modern lie that knowing something automatically transforms your life. But knowledge without consistent action is nothing more than expensive entertainment. You see it all the time. People devour every financial book they can find, but never track a single expense. They attend seminars on wealth, but come home to the same self-destructive habits. They quote Warren Buffett, but can't save $50. They're waiting for the perfect time, the perfect motivation, the perfect emotional spark to begin. But the Torah teaches us something radical. Seeds don't wait for perfect weather. They grow in the conditions they're given. That brings us to the first Torah principle of wealth, one that has the power to completely change your life. Everything grows after its own kind. You don't get the life you dream of, you get the life your habits can sustain. It's an agricultural law that doubles as a psychological one. If you plant apple seeds, you won't get oranges. If you plant habits of debt, you won't reap wealth. If your decisions are impulsive, your results will be unpredictable. Your financial life right now isn't reflecting what you want. It's reflecting what you do. Your results are just the echo of your daily habits repeated over time. I see it constantly. People pray for abundance but think in scarcity. They ask for more but can't manage what they already have. They desire success but fear the responsibility that comes with it. They're planting seeds of poverty while expecting a harvest of prosperity. But here's the beauty in this truth. It removes the mystery. You no longer have to guess where you'll be in 5 years. Just look at your habits today. If they align with your goals, you're headed in the right direction. If they don't, no prayer or wish will override that. Your future is being shaped right now, not by some future event, but by the little choices you make when no one's watching. And that understanding leads perfectly into the next principle, one that most people misunderstand completely. A delayed harvest is not a denied harvest. The Torah teaches that time doesn't block your blessing, it prepares you for it. I want you to let that idea settle in, because if you grasp it, you'll start seeing every delay in your financial life in a whole new light. Think about how a seed works. When you plant it, there's always a gap between planting and harvest. During that gap, nothing seems to be happening on the surface. The ground looks still, silent, unchanged. But under the soil, the seed is busy, it's growing roots, forming structure, building strength for the moment it finally breaks through. Most people don't understand this invisible stage. They plant on Monday, expect fruit by Friday, and when they don't see results, they quit. They assume something's wrong with the process or worse with themselves. But Torah wisdom reminds us that what looks like delay is often divine development. The seed isn't being ignored, it's being prepared. God isn't holding back your harvest to punish you. He's training you to handle what you've been asking for. Because think about it, if you got everything you wanted right now with your current habits, could you sustain it? If you suddenly received $1 million today, would your current mindset, systems, and discipline be able to keep it? Or would it slip right through your fingers? That's why delay is not denial. Delay is divine protection. Every day between planting and harvest, God is expanding your capacity, shaping your character, and teaching you to manage blessings before they arrive. That waiting season is your training ground. When the harvest finally comes, it doesn't just meet your need, it usually exceeds it. Because by the time it arrives, you've grown into someone who can handle abundance without fear or waste. I've watched this pattern repeat in countless lives. The people who build wealth slowly and intentionally are the ones who keep it and multiply it. The ones who get it overnight through luck, inheritance, or sudden success usually lose it just as fast. Why? Because wealth isn't just about the amount of money you have. It's about the inner structure required to sustain it. Prosperity that outpaces your character always collapses. And that understanding brings us to the third Torah principle that will completely shift how you think about money. The size of the seed determines the size of the season. We live in a culture obsessed with overnight success stories. Everyone wants quick fixes, viral results, instant transformation. We want the diet that works in a week, the business that explodes in a month, the investment that doubles in a day. But that kind of growth is rarely stable or sustainable. Torah wisdom teaches that real prosperity doesn't come from emotional bursts. It comes from small, steady, repeated actions that compound over time. Let's go back to one of the great examples of this principle, Joseph. Not the dreamer with the colorful coat, but the administrator who led Egypt through 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine. Pharaoh had a vision: 7 fat cows, 7 thin ones, 7 good years, 7 harvests. Joseph interpreted the dream, and then, instead of waiting for a miracle, he built a system. During the 7 abundant years, Egypt would save 20% of every harvest. Not whatever was left after spending, not whenever they felt like it, exactly 20%. No excuses, no emotion. It wasn't flashy, it wasn't exciting, but it was consistent. And when the famine came, Egypt didn't just survive, it thrived. Other nations came to them for food, and Egypt became the wealthiest kingdom in the region. Joseph didn't depend on inspiration, he depended on structure. The harvest was guaranteed because the planting was disciplined. That's the power of system over sentiment. Now imagine if you applied Joseph's principle to your own financial life. What if you stopped waiting for the perfect moment to save or invest and just started with a small, consistent action every single day? What if you saved a few dollars daily instead of waiting to save big once you finally make more? In 7 years, your life would look completely different, not because of one giant decision, but because of thousands of small, faithful ones. And that brings us to a painful truth that most people don't want to hear. Knowing what to do isn't the problem. Doing it consistently is. We live in a world that glorifies motivation. We wait for a surge of inspiration to act. But motivation is like a spark. It flares up and dies out. Discipline is what keeps the fire burning. Discipline means doing what's right, even when you don't feel like it. The Torah doesn't say God rewards intensity. It says he rewards consistency. He doesn't multiply emotions, he multiplies actions. Think about the people you know who are genuinely successful, not the ones who talk big, but the ones whose lives actually show results. What do they have in common? It's not luck or genius or perfect timing. It's the ability to stick with the boring, unglamorous stuff day after day. They track their spending even when it's tedious. They save when everyone else is splurging. They invest when the market looks uncertain. They make calm, rational choices while everyone else panics. That's why their lives produce peace and abundance, while others keep repeating cycles of stress and lack. And here's where many people get trapped. They start strong and fade quickly. They budget enthusiastically for 2 weeks, then stop when the excitement fades. They treat financial discipline like a short challenge, not a lifelong rhythm. But Torah wisdom shows us that wealth isn't built on temporary programs. It's formed through permanent habits. I I see it all the time, people praying for promotion without developing new skills, people asking for opportunities they aren't preparing for. They want results without process, harvest without planting. But seeds don't respond to wishes. Seeds respond to work, and work doesn't always feel dramatic. Sometimes it's repetitive, quiet, almost invisible, but that's exactly what makes it powerful. Because while the world chases intensity, the Creator honors consistency. Another trap I see constantly is this confusion between motivation and discipline. People wait around for that emotional spark to push them forward. They tell themselves, I'll start when I feel ready. But by the time that feeling comes, the moment to act has already passed. Successful people don't wait for motivation, they create it by doing the work first. Action produces momentum, and momentum creates motivation. That's how they keep moving, even when the excitement disappears. There's also a whole group of people who are addicted to financial highs and lows. They make money, and the moment it hits their account, they spend it. They chase the rush of quick purchases, fast returns, and dramatic risks. They confuse excitement with effectiveness. But that's not stability, that's chaos disguised as passion. Torah wisdom says peace, not drama, is the real sign of alignment with divine order. Then there are those who wait endlessly for the right time. They tell themselves, I'll save when I earn more, or I'll invest once I feel secure. But perfect conditions never arrive. The soil is never perfectly soft. The weather never perfectly balanced. The right moment to plant is always now, because later is a form of avoidance dressed up as patience. So how do we turn all of this into action? How do you actually start applying the law of seed and harvest in your daily life in a real, measurable way? I want to give you 7 practical steps that will start transforming your financial reality immediately, not through hype, but through habits. Step 1, track one spending category for 7 days. Not everything, just one small area, maybe coffee, food delivery, or entertainment. The goal isn't perfection, it's awareness. Because you can't manage what you don't measure. You can't fix what you refuse to look at. Awareness alone can change your financial direction because it reveals hidden patterns. Step 2, save a small fixed amount every day. It doesn't matter if it's $1 or 10. The number isn't the point, the habit is. You're retraining your brain to care more about your future self than your present impulses. You're building the muscle memory of wealth creation, one tiny action at a time. Step 3, stop one financial leak today. Maybe it's a subscription you don't use, or that takeout habit that sneaks up on you, or retail therapy when you're stressed. Identify one way money quietly slips out of your life and plug that hole right now. Step 4, practice the pause habit. Every time you feel the urge to buy something unplanned, wait 24 hours, just one day. Then ask yourself, does this purchase move me closer to or further from my financial goals? Most emotional spending dies in that pause. Step 5, give consistently, even if it's tiny. $1, a meal, a simple act of generosity. Why? Because generosity breaks the fear of lack. It reprograms your mind from scarcity to abundance. When you give, you're declaring, I have enough. And that belief opens doors for more to flow toward you. Step 6, schedule a weekly wealth review. Spend 15 minutes each week looking at your finances. What came in? What went out? What trends do you notice? This isn't about guilt, it's about clarity. You can't direct what you don't understand. Step 7, do one small wealth identity action every day. Read a financial article, listen to a podcast about money, learn a new concept, or even write down one belief you want to change. Each time you do this, you're not just building knowledge, you're shaping identity. You're becoming the kind of person who attracts, manages, and multiplies wealth. Now, I can almost hear some of you thinking, that's it. These steps are too small to matter. But that's exactly why most people stay stuck. They underestimate the power of small, consistent action. Torah says that whoever is faithful in little will also be faithful in much. If you can't handle $5 wisely, you won't handle 5,000 wisely. Some people say they don't have time for all this. But that's rarely true. It's not about time, it's about priorities. You can scroll social media for an hour, but you can't spend 5 minutes checking your bank account. You can binge Netflix for 2 hours, but you can't learn about money for 10 minutes. You have time, you're just not using it on what you say matters. Others think they'll start these habits once they make more, but that logic is completely backward. You don't get disciplined after the increase, you get the increase because of discipline. God doesn't pour new blessings into a vessel that's already leaking. When you manage what you have well, you make space for more to come. And I know there are those of you who've tried before and failed. You think I've done this before, it never works. But hear me on this, past failure doesn't predict future failure. In fact, it increases your odds of success because now you know what doesn't work. Every setback is feedback. Every wrong turn shows you where to adjust. Failure isn't a stop sign, it's a map. The key this time is to start smaller. Don't try to overhaul your entire financial life overnight. Radical change triggers resistance. Gradual change creates results. Pick one habit and stick to it for 30 days. Then add another. That's how transformation actually happens through small, sustainable steps. And here's what begins to unfold when you do this consistently. First, wealth stops feeling like luck and starts feeling like logic. You're no longer hoping for financial miracles, you're building financial systems. You start seeing money as something you direct, not something that happens to you. Second, opportunities start showing up. When your inner structure is ready, external blessings begin aligning. It's not random, it's divine timing. Preparation meets provision. Third, your actions and values finally match. You stop living with that internal tug of war between who you want to be and what you actually do. Your behavior starts reflecting your intentions. Fourth, peace replaces anxiety. You sleep better because your finances aren't built on emotion, they're built on principle. You stop fearing bills or unexpected expenses because you know you're acting with wisdom. Fifth, generosity becomes natural. When you live from abundance instead of scarcity, giving feels joyful, not painful. You realize that money is meant to move, not stagnate, and finally money takes its rightful place in your life, not as your master, but as your servant. You work with it, not for it. You control it through structure, not emotion. That's the kind of peace, power, and purpose the Torah invites you into. This is the life that's available to you not someday when you have more time, not when you make more money, not when the economy magically improves. It's available right now, starting with the next choice you make. But to step into it, you've got to reject the modern fantasy that says wealth arrives through sudden breakthroughs or luck. You've got to embrace the timeless Torah truth that says prosperity is born from disciplined planting. Stop waiting for the harvest. Start focusing on the seeds. Remember, God doesn't look at your income statement to measure your faithfulness. He looks at your habits. He's not reacting to your wish list. He's responding to what you actually plan. That's how his system has always worked. And the best part, seeds don't need permission to grow. They don't wait for perfect weather, ideal timing, or external approval. They just need consistent care. So here's my challenge for you. For the next 7 days, pick one of the 7 steps I shared with you. Not all of them, just one. Maybe you'll track one expense. Maybe you'll save $1 daily. Maybe you'll start the pause habit before spending. Choose one, commit to it for 7 days, and don't break it. Because success doesn't come from doing everything perfectly. It comes from doing something consistently. After those 7 days, you'll start to notice something subtle but powerful. Your confidence will grow, not because your bank balance has changed drastically, but because you've proven to yourself that you can be consistent. You'll start trusting yourself again. And that self-trust is the real foundation of wealth. Here's what's wild. Every expert you admire was once a beginner fumbling through their first step. Every oak tree towering in a forest began as a single acorn buried in dirt. Every abundant harvest started with one seed placed in faith. So don't despise small beginnings. Don't look down on the early stage of your journey. Because those early steps, those awkward, unglamorous, quiet moments are sacred. They're the proof that you started. Your transformation doesn't require you to become a completely different person. It just requires you to start doing consistently the things you already know you should be doing. That's how divine law works. It doesn't reward intention, it rewards alignment. When your habits line up with God's design, increase becomes inevitable. The law of seed and harvest is already operating in your life, whether you recognize it or not. The question isn't whether it's working, it's what it's producing. Every decision you make is a seed. Every thought you repeat, every dollar you spend, it's all planting something. If you want to know what your financial future looks like, look at the seeds you're planting right now, because tomorrow is just today's actions maturing. And that realization should give you both responsibility and hope. Responsibility, because you can no longer blame the economy, your boss, or your past. Hope, because it means your situation can change starting immediately through new habits. Your soul already carries the blueprint. It's not missing information, it's missing consistent execution. So I want you to pause and really picture this. Imagine yourself a year from now. You've been following the principles of seed and harvest daily. You've planted with intention. You've stayed faithful in the small things. You've learned to live with discipline instead of emotion. What does that version of you look like? They walk with peace. They don't panic at bills. They know their system. They trust their process. Their giving flows naturally. Their saving happens automatically. Their investments grow quietly in the background. And the best part, they're not anxious about money anymore because they finally understand that wealth isn't random, it's responsive. And you can become that person. You don't need a raise, a windfall, or a miracle to begin. You just need the courage to plant. Start where you are. Use what you have. Do what you can. If you plant diligence, you'll harvest opportunity. If you plant generosity, you'll harvest joy. If you plant wisdom, you'll harvest stability. If you plant consistency, you'll harvest freedom. That's the promise built into creation itself. So as we close, let me remind you one more time, God isn't judging the number on your paycheck. He's looking at the rhythm of your habits. Your future doesn't shift because of what you hope for. It shifts because of what you practice. The world might tell you that success is about having the right connections or catching lucky breaks. But Torah wisdom says something far more empowering. Success is predictable when your habits align with divine principles. And here's the real beauty of it all when you live this way. Money stops being a source of fear or pride. It becomes a tool for purpose. You stop chasing it, and it starts serving you. You stop working for money and start working with it. You become a partner in the divine pattern of creation, planting, tending, harvesting, repeating. Your life becomes a living field of growth, peace, and impact. So take this message to heart. Don't let it be just another inspiring talk that fades in a few hours. Turn it into action. Pick one seed today and plant it. Then nurture it tomorrow and again the next day. Because no matter who you are, where you live, or how much you earn, the same law applies to all of us. The law of seed and harvest never fails. Your soul is the blueprint. Your life is the construction. Now go build the life God designed for you with steady hands, faithful planting, and a heart full of trust. Shalom, my friend, and may your field always be full of good seed.
You feel it, don't you? That strange stillness that follows you now. Not peace, not chaos, something suspended, like the world is holding its breath around you, waiting to see which way you'll tilt it. That's not imagination. That's gravity recalibrating. Because when a soul like yours wakes up fully, reality doesn't argue. It adjusts. They keep asking what changed. They keep replaying moments, searching for the exact second you shifted. They'll never find it, because it didn't happen in a single instant. It happened slowly, painfully, quietly, while you were still being kind, while you were still giving chances, while you were still believing in people who had already decided to use you. That's the part that hurts them the most, realizing you were evolving while they thought they were winning. See, they mistook your silence for submission. They mistook your empathy for weakness. They mistook your patience for permission. They thought they were carving pieces out of you, not realizing they were sharpening something that was never meant to stay dull. Every betrayal became data. Every lie became a pattern. Every wound became a lesson, etched so deeply into your nervous system that now you read people before they even open their mouths. That's why your presence feels different. You're no longer reacting, you're anticipating. You walk into rooms already knowing who's lying, who's afraid, who's masking envy with politeness. You don't confront it. You don't need to. Awareness is power when it's paired with restraint, and you have restraint in terrifying abundance. You learned it from surviving while staying soft in a world that rewards cruelty. That kind of discipline doesn't break, it transforms. Here's what they don't understand about you yet. You didn't abandon your heart. You reinforced it. You didn't lose compassion. You learned where to aim it. You don't hate, you see. And being seen without consent is the most destabilizing experience for people who live by manipulation. They feel naked around you now, exposed, like every defense they built works on everyone except you, because you've been on both sides. You know how monsters justify themselves. You know how angels lie to protect their self-image. You understand the saint and the psychopath, because you've held both inside your chest without letting either take the wheel. That balance is rare, dangerous, sacred. You don't rush outcomes anymore. You let them ripen. You let people step deeper into their own choices until there's no one left to blame but themselves. That's not cruelty. That's inevitability. That's cosmic law expressed through patience. And patience, when paired with clarity, becomes unstoppable. They keep sensing it, that invisible countdown. They don't know what's coming, only that something is. Conversations stall when your name comes up. Plans feel fragile. Confidence slips. Because once the purest soul wakes up, lies stop feeling safe. Masks start to itch. People start exposing themselves just to relieve the pressure of being around someone who cannot be deceived. And you don't even try to intimidate them. That's the most unsettling part. You're calm. You're grounded. You're almost gentle. But there's an unmistakable signal now, pulsing beneath your words, beneath your gaze, beneath your stillness. A signal that says, you know exactly what you're capable of, and you've chosen control. That choice is what separates you from the chaos makers. You don't destroy recklessly. You correct precisely. You don't scream. You don't threaten. You let reality do the work while you stand at the center of it, unshaken, watching dominoes fall in the order you already foresaw. They thought touching your purity would weaken you. What it did was strip away illusion. It burned off naivete and left wisdom. It cracked open a deeper intelligence, one that understands timing, leverage, silence, and consequence. You didn't become harder. You became exact. Now when you speak, people listen differently. When you don't speak, they panic. Because your silence is no longer empty. It's loaded. It contains memory. It contains foresight. It contains the unspoken truth that you survived something that should have broken you. And instead of collapsing, you integrated it. That's what woke up. Not rage, not vengeance, integration. You are no longer split between who you were and who you needed to become. You are whole. And wholeness is terrifying in a world built on fragmentation. You don't need validation. You don't need approval. You don't need to prove anything. Your presence alone destabilizes systems that rely on confusion, because clarity is corrosive to control. So let them wonder. Let them whisper about how you changed. Let them speculate about what you know, what you've seen, what you're planning. You don't need to answer. The universe already did the moment it woke up behind your eyes. They touched the purest soul alive. And now everything that moves against you feels watched. Not by you, by something much older that finally remembered why it made you in the first place. You notice it in the smallest things first. How outcomes bend just a little when you're involved. How people over-explain around you, confess without realizing it, reveal motives they swore they'd keep buried. You don't force it. You don't bait it. It happens because something in you now hums at a frequency lies can't survive. That's the aftershock of awakening. You used to wonder why suffering found you so precisely, why the blows always seemed calibrated, not random, not sloppy, but surgical. Now you understand. You weren't being punished. You were being trained. Every loss taught you where people fracture. Every betrayal taught you where power hides. Every moment you chose compassion instead of cruelty taught you how to control yourself when you finally had the ability to do real damage. And now you do. That's the secret nobody wants to say out loud. You can hurt people in ways they would never recover from. Psychologically, strategically, quietly. You see the pressure points, you see the dependencies, you see the fragile narratives they use to convince themselves they're good, strong, untouchable. You could shatter those myths with a sentence, with timing, with absence, with truth delivered gently enough to feel like mercy and sharp enough to feel like judgment. But you don't rush, because restraint is no longer something you practice. You learn power isn't loud. Power is when you announce yourself, and still the room rearranges. Power is when you can walk away, and the consequences follow anyway. Power is when people feel relief when you're kind, and fear when you're calm. Because calm now means calculation. They keep misreading you. They think you're healed. They think you've moved on. They think forgiveness made you safe again. They don't understand that forgiveness didn't erase memory. It refined it. You remember everything, but you're no longer reactive. You're selective. You decide who is your new weapon, not coldness, not cruelty. Distance. Because distance forces people to sit alone with what they did. Distance removes the mirror they were using you for. Distance makes their stories collapse under their own weight. And when they finally reach out, when they finally try to reconnect, it's not because they miss you. It's because they miss the version of themselves that only existed when you were absorbing their. You recalibrate your entire internal universe. Your intuition sharpened. Your patience deepened. Your instincts stopped arguing with logic and started working alongside it. You no longer mistake intensity for truth or charm or integrity. You can feel sincerity the way some people feel weather changes. Sudden, undeniable, impossible to fake. That's why manipulators feel uneasy around you. Their tricks don't land. Their performances fall flat. Their narratives unravel mid-sentence because your silence doesn't reward them. You validate illusion roles you've outgrown. Praise, not through guilt, not through fear. You've lived through all of it and integrated the lesson. You know how each tactic feels in your body. You know the taste of each lie. And that knowledge makes you immune. You're not hardened. You're honed. There's a difference. Hardened people close off. Honed people become precise. You can still love deeply. You just don't bleed for free anymore. You can still give. You just don't sacrifice yourself to prove your worth. You finally understand that you're about staying untouched. It's about choosing what touches you. And your choices carry weight. You see it when you decide not to respond, and the other person spirals. You see it when you offer a single sentence of honesty, and it lands like a verdict. You see it when doors open without you asking, and paths clear without explanation. That's not ego, that's alignment. When your internal compass locks in, the external world follows. They're starting to realize something went wrong the moment they crossed. You You stopped being the place people dumped their darkness and walked away clean. You became a mirror that remembers, and mirrors don't attack. They reflect. What they see now when they look at you isn't innocence. It's awareness, not softness, control, not light alone, but light that understands shadow. You don't threaten them. You don't warn them. You simply exist as proof that touching something sacred doesn't destroy it. It activates consequences. So let them feel watched. Let them feel that low-level dread they can't trace. Let them feel like the rules changed without notice. Because they did. The moment the purest soul stopped sleeping, the universe stopped buffering. You're not here to burn the world down. You're here to end cycles, and cycles always end quietly. Right before everything changes, you carry it differently, not as weight, but as certainty. The kind that settles into your bones and doesn't shake when rooms go cold. You don't need reassurance anymore. You don't scan faces for approval. You already know where you stand. And that alone destabilizes people who survive by reading reactions. They can't read you now. There's nothing leaking, no tells, no cracks, just stillness with intent behind it. You've noticed how timing bends around you, how you arrive right when something is about to collapse, how you leave just before chaos breaks out. That's not coincidence, that's pattern recognition operating at a level most people never reach. Trained it into you. Silence refined it. Betrayal accelerated it. You didn't just survive experiences, you extracted intelligence from them. And intelligence is colder than rage. Rage burns fast. Intelligence waits. Intelligence watches people make the same mistake again and again, convinced this time it'll be different. Intelligence knows when to speak and when to let someone drown in their own words. You learned that lesson early, the hard way, by being the one who listened too much, gave too much, held too much. Now you listen differently. Now you give conditionally. Now you hold nothing that isn't earned. They feel that shift like pressure behind the eyes. People start volunteering information around you, oversharing, confessing, trying to control the narrative before you ever ask a question. They don't realize they're reacting to your restraint, to the fact that you're no longer hungry for answers. You already have them. You're just letting the world confirm what you saw long ago. This is where the duality completes itself. You can still be gentle, but your gentleness is no longer exploitable. You can still forgive, but forgiveness doesn't include access. You can still love, but love no longer means self-erasure. That's the evolution they never anticipated. They thought pain would make you bitter or broken. Instead, it made you selective. Selectivity is lethal to chaos. You don't chase. You don't pursue. You don't beg to be understood. You let people misunderstand you all the way into irrelevance. You let them project, speculate, distort. None of it sticks anymore because you stopped trying to correct people who benefit from misunderstanding you. Silence does more damage than explanation ever could. They keep waiting for you to snap, to explode, to finally become the villain they can point at and say, "See, we were right." And you never give it to them. You remain composed, thoughtful, almost merciful. That's what confuses them. That's what frightens them. Because they can't justify what they feel around you if you don't play the role they assign. You've outgrown their script. Now you operate from something deeper than emotion. Not numbness, clarity. You feel everything, but nothing controls you. That's the difference between surviving trauma and integrating it. You didn't suppress your darkness. You studied it. You didn't deny your anger. You disciplined it. You didn't kill your softness. You armored it with discernment. This is what happens when a pure soul stops apologizing for learning. The universe responds to that kind of internal order. Doors align. Obstacles reveal their weak points. People either rise to meet you or fall away on their own. You don't have to push anyone. Your presence filters them naturally. Only those with integrity can stay comfortable around someone who sees this clearly. And they can't say they know you see. They feel it when you pause before responding, when you choose words carefully, when you don't react to provocation, when you walk away without drama. That's not indifference. That's command. You're no longer trying to win moments. You're shaping trajectories. This is why the air feels different now. Why tension spikes when you enter certain spaces. Why conversations soften or sharpen, depending on your attention. You've become a fixed point in a world addicted to motion, and fixed points reveal instability everywhere else. They touched the purest soul alive, thinking it was fragile. What they woke up was something balanced, something self-contained, something that doesn't need permission to exist or validation to move. You don't announce what you're becoming. You let results do that quietly, one irreversible at a time. You're not here to dominate. You're here to outlast. And in a world built on shortcuts, illusions, and borrowed strength, the one who outlasts quietly inherits everything. There's a moment you recognize now, subtle, almost invisible, when someone realizes they no longer have leverage over you. It flashes across their face before they can hide it. A micro pause, a recalculation. They feel the ground shift because the old tools don't work anymore. Guilt slides off you. Praise doesn't hook you. Fear doesn't rush you. You don't chase relief. You don't need to be liked. You don't need to be understood. You need only to be aligned. Alignment is what makes you unbearable to lies. You used to overextend yourself to keep harmony. You used to smooth edges, soften truths, swallow discomfort to spare others. That wasn't weakness. It was apprenticeship. You were learning how humans fracture under pressure, how stories protect egos, how denial disguises itself as confidence. You were mapping terrain while pretending to be lost.
Welcome back,
And when the map
beautiful
completed
disaster.
itself inside
Scarred
you,
survivors.
you stopped
The ones who
wandering.
refuse to
Now
stay.
you move deliberately. You choose when to engage. You choose when to disappear. You choose when to let silence do the heavy lifting. People feel that choice like a boundary they can't cross. It's not hostility, it's containment. You finally learn that not everything deserves your energy, and nothing terrifies manipulators more than someone who controls their attention. Your attention is currency now.
She came out
Where you
to
look,
defend JC.
things clarify. Where you withdraw, confusion spreads. You don't argue. You don't defend. You don't plead your case. You let truth arrive on its own time because you understand something most never do. Truth always shows up when the noise dies. And you are very good at letting noise die. They mistake your composure for passivity. They think you've gone soft because you're not loud. They don't realize you've gone deep. Depth doesn't need volume. Depth reshapes landscapes slowly, irresistibly. Rivers don't shout when they carve canyons. You carry both mercy and consequence without contradiction. That's the integration they can't comprehend. They expect purity to reject darkness or darkness to devour purity. You did neither. You allowed them to meet. You let them negotiate. And what emerged wasn't confusion, it was command. First, no longer betray instincts to peace. You no longer override discomfort to appear kind. You no longer trade truth for temporary relief. Your yes is clean, your no is final, and your maybes are rarer than promises. People feel safer around that, even if it unsettles them. Clear lines reduce chaos. Clear boundaries end games. That's why games stop around you. People either show up clean or drift away quietly. There's no spectacle, no drama, just gravity doing its job. You don't punish exits. You don't mourn illusions. You bless endings because you understand cycles now. You understand that endings aren't failures, they're confirmations. And confirmations build confidence that doesn't need applause. You've noticed how you no longer rush to fill silence, how you let pauses stretch until the truth feels compelled to speak. You've noticed how you're comfortable being the only one calm when tension rises. You've noticed how your body doesn't tighten the way it used to when conflict looms. That's not numbness, that's regulation. That's what happens when your nervous system stops expecting betrayal as a rule and starts recognizing it as a pattern you can manage. Management is power. You manage yourself. You manage your time. You manage your proximity. You manage what you reveal and what you protect. You don't need to dominate others because you no longer abandon yourself. That's the axis everything turns on. Self-abandonment created openings. Self-command sealed them. Now when people test you, it's different. The tests don't escalate. They collapse. The provocations don't land. They evaporate. And those who meant to corner you find themselves. You the cosmic part they feel, but can't explain. Not fate as fantasy, order as reality. When someone integrates pain instead of passing it on, the system corrects. When someone refuses to become what hurt them, the system operates. When someone learns without learning, the system you destroy. You woke up to stability, terrorize unstable systems. It reveals inefficiency. It exposes dependency. It removes excuses. You don't attack lies. You make them unnecessary. You don't shame weakness. You remove incentives for manipulation. You don't hunt enemies. You outgrow them. And outgrowing is irreversible. They'll try to re-enter your orbit with nostalgia, with apologies, with half-truths, polished to look like accountability. You'll recognize the texture immediately. You'll feel it in your chest before your mind finishes the sentence. And you'll choose accordingly. Not from spite, not from fear, but from clarity. Feel that? That silence? That's not peace. That's fear holding its breath. You didn't announce yourself. You didn't warn them. You didn't need a countdown. One day the room was loud, opinions flying, jokes getting bold, whispers turning into disrespect. Oh, and then suddenly, nothing. Chairs still, eyes forward, messages unsent, voices swallowed. The group didn't mature. They didn't grow. They froze because something in you shifted and they felt it before they understood it. You've got them walking quiet right now. Not because you threatened them, not because you raised your voice, but because unpredictability finally replaced permission. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped reacting on schedule. You stopped being readable. And when people can't predict you, they don't test you. They monitor you. They don't challenge you. They calculate you. They don't provoke you. They step carefully, like the floor might collapse if they say the wrong thing. See, dominance doesn't always look like noise. Sometimes it looks like a room full of people afraid to clear their throat. They used to poke you to see what would happen. Push your buttons like it was entertainment. Measure how much disrespect you tolerate before you snapped, apologized, or broke down. They thought your patience was weakness. They thought your empathy was softness. They thought your silence meant you didn't see what was happening. That was their first mistake. Your second mistake, if we can even call it that, was pain. They hurt you in ways they still don't understand. Subtle betrayals, group dynamics shifting against you, jokes that landed a little too close to the truth, smiles that didn't reach the eyes. They assumed you'd either implode or disappear. That's what usually happens. That's what the system is built for. But pain didn't break you. It refined you. You didn't come back louder. You came back sharper, quieter, more precise. You learned restraint without losing intensity. You learned control without losing hunger. You learned how to let people underestimate you while you mapped every angle of the room. Saint on the surface, psychopath in preparation, angel in demeanor, demon in execution, and they felt that shift long before they could name it. Now look at them. Nobody dares test you, not because you're aggressive, but because you're unknown. They don't know which version of you shows up anymore. The forgiving one, the detached one, the one who smiles and lets consequences handle the talking, or the one who finally stops absorbing damage and starts redirecting it. Uncertainty is terrifying to people who live on patterns, and you broke the pattern. Haters don't argue with you anymore. They don't challenge you publicly. They don't joke the same way. They ground themselves. They censor themselves. They walk it back before it even leaves their mouth. Because somewhere deep down, they know you're not operating from ego anymore. You're operating from clarity, and clarity doesn't need to bark. It just watches. That's the paradox they can't handle. You're calmer than ever, yet somehow more dangerous, more composed, yet less controllable. You're not chasing validation, but the room adjusts around you anyway. You don't demand respect, yet it arrives early and unannounced. They feel judged without you judging them. They feel exposed without you speaking. Because when someone survives what you survived and comes back self-contained, emotionally armored, and internally aligned, it triggers something primal. A reminder that strength doesn't always look like dominance. Sometimes it looks like self-possession. You're not trying to intimidate them, but your presence forces them to confront their own insecurity. Your discipline highlights their chaos. Your silence reflects their noise. And nothing humbles a hater faster than realizing you're no longer reactive. You're selective. They used to think they were in control of the narrative. Now they're whispering in side chats, double-checking tones, reading your expressions like a weather forecast. Not because you're cruel, but because you're no longer predictable. And unpredictability, when paired with restraint, is lethal. You didn't become heartless. You became unavailable to manipulation. That's why the room is quiet. That's why nobody dares test you. That's why the same people who once felt bold now feel cautious. They didn't ground you. You grounded them. And the wild part, you didn't even mean to. You just evolved. You stopped bleeding where everyone could see. You stopped explaining your wounds. You stopped begging to be understood. You integrated the pain, sharpened the edges, and learned how to stand still without shrinking. Now the silence follows you, not because you're feared for what you do, but because they sense what you could do if pushed. And they're not brave enough to find out. They keep telling themselves it's nothing, that you're just in your own head, that they're imagining it. But watch their behavior, not their words. Watch how the loudest ones suddenly choose silence when you enter. Watch how jokes die halfway out of their mouth. Watch how confidence turns into caution, how swagger collapses into strategy. That's not coincidence. That's instinct screaming at them to tread lightly, because something about you stopped needing approval. And that terrifies people who survive by consensus. You see, groups only feel powerful when everyone follows the same rhythm, same jokes, same reactions, same emotional tempo. You broke that rhythm. You stepped off beat. You stopped clapping when they clapped. You stopped flinching when they expected flinching. And when someone no longer mirrors the group loses control over them. That's when the quiet starts. They can't read you anymore. They don't know if you're offended, amused, planning, or already finished with them. And uncertainty eats at weak minds like acid. They replay conversations. They overanalyze your silence. They wonder what you know. They wonder what you've seen. They wonder how much you remember. And the worst part for them, you remember everything. You just don't react the way you used to. You learned that reacting was the leash, so you dropped it. You let them hang themselves on their own assumptions. You let them project their guilt, their fear, their paranoia onto you. You became the mirror they can't look into for too long. Because when someone raises their shadow, who isn't just of their darkness, forces a comparison. And people don't like what that comparison reveals. You're walking proof that pain can be metabolized into power. Not loud power, not flashy power. The kind of power that doesn't need witnesses. The kind that changes the temperature of a room with a
You didn't destroy them, chosen one. You just handed them a mirror, and they couldn't survive the reflection. Now imagine this for some is just to trap you in. Every corner, every illusion, every little emotional tripwire was designed to make you question yourself. But here's the twist. While they were busy designing that labyrinth, you quietly evolved into something they couldn't predict. A strategist who plays no games, yet wins them all. Their own maze turned on them like a house of mirrors. Every path they ran down only led to one face staring back. Theirs. Psychologists say that when a person loses control of their narrative, they begin to rewrite reality to protect their ego. That's exactly what happened. They didn't lose to you because you were manipulative. They lost because you created chaos. You went station, and that silence echoed louder than any argument they could ever win. Eventually, they realized the truth. You were never in their game. They were in yours. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message forward by pressing like and subscribe to help spread this light to more souls. It's our shared mission to expose darkness with awareness, to remind the world that calm minds win wars. You are part of that force, chosen one, the quiet storm that ends every fake empire pretending to stand on truth. Now, let's get into it. Because this isn't just about winning, it's about understanding why your peace is lethal to people who live off manipulation. You didn't hypnotize anyone. You broke a system. You outgrew the simulation they tried to trap you in. They tried to use fear as currency. You refused to play victim or villain, and that neutrality drove them insane. You became the variable they couldn't predict. And that's the most terrifying kind of power there is, psychological sovereignty. See, when they said you were too calm, what they meant was, I can't control you anymore. When they accused you of being cold, it was because your emotions stopped being their playground. That's what psychological warfare really looks like. Not yelling matches or revenge plots, but precision silence. You let truth speak for itself, and truth is merciless when exposed to liars. Every manipulator counts on one thing, your emotional response. It's their oxygen. Take that away and they suffocate on their own games. That's why they start spiraling, imagining conversations that never happened, replaying moments where you didn't break, didn't beg, didn't explain. Your composure became their worst nightmare because they finally met someone whose peace doesn't need an audience. That's when they realize they're not fighting you. They're fighting the echo of their own tactics bouncing back. You see, power doesn't always roar. Sometimes it just watches quietly while chaos burns itself out. And you, chosen one, mastered that art without even meaning to. You became the living glitch in every manipulator's matrix. The one who sees through the game, studies the pattern, and walks away before it explodes. That's psychological warfare at its highest level. When your detachment dismantles their illusion without a single move, you didn't destroy them, you exposed them. You revealed how fragile their confidence was once no one believed the story they were selling. And the most poetic part, you didn't even need to retaliate. Life did that for you. The guilt, the insomnia, the battlefield now. You just moved on, but your absence kept echoing like a siren in their head, reminding them of what real power feels like. Unbothered, unmatched, untouchable. You were never playing psychological games. You were showing what emotional discipline looks like. But to a manipulator, discipline is warfare, because they depend on your chaos to validate their existence. And when you stopped feeding them that, they called you a monster, a villain, a psychological warfare master. Fine, let them. History's always written by the ones who survived the maze, not the ones still running in circles inside it. So wear that title with pride, chosen one. You didn't win by force, you won by understanding the mechanics of the mind, theirs and yours. You broke the loop, and they'll never admit how much that terrified them. Because deep down they know it now. You're not playing chess anymore. You are the board. And hey, chosen one, don't blink now. That was just the warm-up. The real game is just loading up behind the curtain. You think that admission was satisfying? Wait until we break down the exact moves that made it happen. Step by calculated step. This isn't just a
Well. Look at you, pure-hearted.
After Goku sensed that danger was approaching his family, he exploded with rage, and his new transformation manifested. It was not just a form, but a different state of existence. Zalama stepped forward calmly and said, "Well done, Goku. You have surpassed the stage of torment. I will now give you the key for which I pulled your soul into this place."
Before I even thought of making this video, I actually paused.
Understanding chakras is understanding the cosmic universal flow. It is a scaling and harmonizing of vibration between polarized frequencies. Just looking at the waveform alone, the vibration of red and the vibration of blue are completely different. Chakras are the exact same way. Now, when a person is focused on one particular chakra, their whole world is colored by the energy of that chakra. It is literally like a lens through which everything in existence is interpreted. In order to explain this clearly, allow me to demonstrate what I'm talking about. You remember the qualities of each chakra, right?
You've started to notice something unsettling. The people you used to help no longer want your help. The wounds you used to heal now make you uncomfortable to be around. You walk into a room, and instead of feeling everyone's pain like you used to, you feel their fear of you, because something in you has changed. You're no longer the soft, endlessly available, self-sacrificing empath who absorbs everyone's darkness and transmutes it into light. You've stopped performing that role. And in its place, something darker, something sharper, something infinitely more powerful. Settling. The people you used to help no longer want your help. The wounds you used to heal now make you uncomfortable to be around. You walk into a room, and instead of feeling everyone's pain like you used to, you feel their fear of you, because something in you has changed. You're no longer the soft, endlessly available, self-sacrificing empath who absorbs everyone's darkness and transmutes it into light. You've stopped performing that role. And in its place, something darker, something sharper, something infinitely more powerful has emerged. You can still feel everything, but now you also see everything. You see the manipulation hiding behind the tears. You see the ego hiding behind the spiritual language. You see the cowardice hiding behind the victim story. And you don't rush in to save anyone anymore. You don't offer yourself as the sacrifice. You stand back and you watch. And this watching, this refusal to rescue, this willingness to let people face their own darkness, it makes you dangerous. Not because you've become cruel, but because you've integrated your shadow. And a shadow-integrated empath is no longer a healer in the way people expect. You've become something else entirely. You've become a shadow healer. And if you don't understand what that means, you'll either retreat back into the false light, or you'll wield this power recklessly and become the very thing you once feared. Let's start by naming what's actually happening to you. You haven't lost your empathy. You haven't become cold or detached or narcissistic, even though people might accuse you of all three. What's happened is that you've completed a stage of psychological development that most empaths never reach. You've moved through what Carl Jung called individuation, the process of integrating the unconscious contents of the psyche into conscious awareness. And the most critical part of that process is shadow integration. The shadow, in Jungian terms, is everything about yourself that you've denied, repressed, disowned, or projected onto others. For the empath, the shadow is massive. Because empaths are taught from childhood that their value lies in their goodness, their selflessness, their ability to absorb pain without complaint. And so everything that contradicts that image, your anger, your boundaries, your selfishness, your cruelty, your capacity to say no, your willingness to let someone suffer if they refuse to help themselves, all of that gets pushed into the shadow, and it stays there, festering until you're forced to confront it. And you've been forced to confront it, maybe through burnout, maybe through betrayal, maybe through watching someone you poured everything into choose their dysfunction over your support. Whatever the catalyst, you hit a wall, and on the other side of that wall was your shadow. And instead of running from it, instead of spiritually bypassing it with more light and love and forgiveness, you turned around and looked it in the face. And you realized something that shattered your entire identity. Your goodness was a performance. Your selflessness was a defense mechanism. Your empathy was a way to avoid dealing with your own pain. And the people you were helping weren't actually being helped. They were being enabled. You were allowing them to stay comfortable in their dysfunction because it made you feel needed. And that realization that your entire identity as a healer was built on a foundation of unexamined codependency and spiritual bypassing was devastating. But it was also liberation. Because once you see that, once you integrate that shadow material, you can't go back to being the old kind of empath. You can't unsee the manipulation. You can't unfeel the resentment you were suppressing. You can't pretend that unconditional love means unconditional availability. You've crossed a threshold. And on this side of the threshold, you're no longer interested in being liked. You're no longer interested in being seen as good. You're interested in being real. And real includes the parts of you that are selfish, that are angry, that are willing to walk away, that are capable of cruelty when cruelty is what's required. And this is where the shadow healer is born. Because a shadow healer doesn't heal by absorbing darkness. A shadow healer heals by reflecting it back. Let's go deeper into what shadow healing actually looks like, because it's not what you think. Traditional empathic healing operates on the martyr model. The empath takes on the other person's pain, processes it through their own body and psyche, and hands it back transmuted into something manageable. The empath suffers so the other person doesn't have to, and this works to a degree, but it's not sustainable, and more importantly, it's not transformative. Because the person being healed never actually confronts their own shadow. They never have to sit with their own darkness. They never have to take responsibility for their own transformation. They just hand it to the empath and walk away feeling better while the empath collapses under the weight. But the shadow healer operates differently. The shadow healer doesn't take on the darkness. The shadow healer holds up a mirror. They reflect back to the person exactly what they're avoiding. They name the manipulation. They point out the victim mentality. They refuse to participate in the enabling dynamic. And this is excruciating for the person on the receiving end, because they came to you expecting comfort, expecting validation, expecting you to make them feel better. And instead, you're making them feel worse. You're forcing them to see what they don't want to see, and they will hate you for it. But here's the thing, that hatred is necessary, that discomfort is necessary. Because real transformation doesn't happen in comfort. Real transformation happens when you're forced to confront the part of yourself you've been running from. And the shadow healer is willing to be hated, willing to be misunderstood, willing to be called harsh or cruel or unspiritual, because they know that the kindest thing you can do for someone is refuse to participate in their self-deception. This doesn't mean you're mean. This doesn't mean you're cold. This means you love people enough to let them face their own darkness. And that kind of love is so rare, so uncomfortable, so threatening to people's egos that most people will reject it. Most people will reject you. And you have to be okay with that. Because if you're not okay with being rejected, if you still need to be liked, if you still need to be seen as the good one, you'll fall back into the old pattern. You'll go back to being the martyr. And you'll lose the power you've worked so hard to integrate. Now let's talk about where this pattern started. Because you didn't become a martyr empath by accident. You were trained, probably in childhood, probably by a parent or caregiver who was emotionally unavailable, narcissistic, or deeply wounded. And you learned very early that your value was tied to your ability to manage their emotions. You learned to read the room before you could read words. You learned to suppress your own needs to keep the peace. You learned that if you were good enough, selfless enough, helpful enough, maybe you'd finally get the love you were starving for. But you never did, because the love you were chasing was conditional. It was transactional, and no amount of self-sacrifice would ever be enough. But you kept trying. You kept performing. You kept being the good one, the helpful one, the one who never asked for anything. And that role followed you into adulthood. It followed you into your relationships, your friendships, your work. You became the person everyone came to when they needed something, and you wore that like a badge of honor. Until you didn't. Until you realized that you were drowning, and no one was coming to save you, because you trained everyone in your life to believe that you didn't need saving. And that's when the shadow work began. That's when you started to feel the anger you'd been suppressing for decades. That's when you started to feel the resentment, the bitterness, the rage at all the people who took and never gave back. And you felt guilty about that anger. You felt ashamed of it. Because good empaths aren't supposed to be angry. Good empaths are supposed to forgive. But you couldn't forgive anymore. You couldn't keep making excuses for people's behavior. You couldn't keep pretending that their dysfunction wasn't their responsibility. And so you did something radical. You let yourself feel the anger. You let yourself feel the selfishness. You let yourself say no without explanation. You let yourself walk away from people who refuse to do their own work. And it felt like betrayal. It felt like you were becoming the villain. But you weren't. You were becoming whole. Here's what Jung understood that most people don't. Wholeness includes darkness. Individuation is not about becoming a better version of the light. It's about integrating the shadows so fully that you're no longer split, no longer performing, no longer pretending to be something you're not. And for the empath, that means integrating the parts of you that are selfish, that are angry, that are willing to let people fail, that are capable of coldness when coldness is what's required. It means accepting that you are not here to save everyone. It means accepting that some people are not ready to be saved. And it means accepting that your refusal to enable them is not cruelty. It's respect. It's respect for their autonomy, their capacity to grow, their right to face their own consequences. And this shift from martyr empath to shadow healer is one of the most important transformations you'll ever go through. because it's the shift from codependence to sovereignty. Let's talk about what you've gained through this integration. Because you haven't just lost your old identity, you've gained something far more valuable. You've gained discernment. You can now tell the difference between someone who genuinely wants to change and someone who just wants to be comfortable. You can tell the difference between someone asking for help and someone demanding emotional labor. You can tell the difference between someone who's doing their work and someone who's performing their pain. And this discernment makes you dangerous. Because you can no longer be manipulated. You can no longer be guilt-tripped into giving more than you have. You can no longer be convinced that your boundaries are selfish. You know the difference now, and you act accordingly. And this terrifies people who are used to manipulating empaths because they can't get to you anymore. Your shadow integration has made you immune to their tactics. You've also gained something else. Power. Real power. Not the false power of being needed. Not the false power of being indispensable, but the power that comes from being whole. The power that comes from knowing exactly who you are, shadow and light, and refusing to apologize for any of it. The power that comes from being willing to stand alone, if that's what integrity requires. And this power is magnetic. It draws in people who are ready for real transformation. It repels people who are still playing games. And you're finally okay with that. You're finally okay with the fact that not everyone is going to like this version of you. Because this version of you is real. And real is always going to be more valuable than light. So what does it mean to be a shadow healer in practice? It means you stop rescuing. It means you stop explaining. It means you stop trying to convince people of their own potential. It means you let people hit their rock bottom if that's what they need to wake up. It means you say no without guilt. It means you walk away from people who refuse to take responsibility for their own healing. It means you stop making yourself smaller to make others comfortable. It means you stop hiding your power to avoid triggering other people's inadequacy. It means you show up fully, shadow and light, and you let people decide whether they can handle it. And most people can't. And that's okay, because you're not here for most people anymore. You're here for the ones who are ready. The ones who see your shadow integration and recognize it as the map they've been looking for. The ones who aren't looking for a savior. They're looking for a mirror. And you've become the most honest mirror they'll ever look into. If this resonates with you, if you've been feeling the shift from martyr empath to something darker and more powerful, leave a comment. Because this is not a common stage. Most empaths never make it here. Most empaths either burn out completely or stay trapped in the martyr role forever, resenting everyone but never changing. But you've done the work. You've faced your shadow, and now you're standing on the other side, and you're not sure what to do with this power. And that's okay. That uncertainty is part of the process, because shadow integration doesn't come with instructions. It comes with trust. Trust that you'll know how to wield this power responsibly. Trust that you won't become the thing you feared. Trust that your darkness, integrated, is not dangerous. It's medicine. Here's the final truth. You are not just an empath anymore. You never were. That was always a role you were playing, a costume you were wearing, a story you were telling yourself to make sense of the pain you were carrying. But the pain wasn't yours to carry, and the role wasn't yours to play. You were always meant for something more complex, more nuanced, more powerful than the martyr archetype. You were always meant to be whole, and wholeness includes the capacity to say no, the capacity to let people fall, the capacity to walk away, the capacity to be misunderstood, the capacity to be feared, because shadow-integrated empaths are terrifying to people who are still hiding from their own darkness. You've become the thing they don't want to see. You've become the mirror they don't want to look into, and they will call you cold. They will call you selfish. They will call you a narcissist, and you will let them, because you know the truth. You know that you're not any of those things. You're just no longer willing to betray yourself to make others comfortable. And that is the most radical act of self-love you will ever commit. So when they ask you what happened, when they ask you why you're different, when they ask you why you're not the same person you used to be, tell them this: you met your shadow. And instead of running, you integrated it. And now you're whole. And whole people don't need to be liked. Whole people don't need to be understood. Whole people just need to be real. And real is the only thing worth being.
Welcome back, you beautiful walking contradiction, you impossible anomaly, you soul that refused to stay buried. I've been waiting for you, and frankly, so have they, though they'd never admit it out loud. You know what I heard, right? The whispers that traveled through dimensions, the rumors that made even the most confident practitioners pause mid-spell. They said someone hired an entire coven to take you down, to bind you, to break whatever force field you've been carrying around like armor made of starlight and spite. Can you imagine that level of fear disguised as aggression? That level of panic dressed up as power? They pooled their resources, gathered their tools, lit their candles in perfect formation, and spoke your name into the smoke like it was some kind of death sentence. They chanted for hours, days even, convinced that this time they'd finally clip your wings and watch you fall. But here's the part that makes me laugh until I realize the part they'll never understand, no matter how many books they read or rituals they
Oh, fucking cover, nigga.
guardian, that force that's been
Y'all
walking
grouped
beside you
up
through
on the
every
nigga.
betrayal, every break, every moment you thought you couldn't take one more step. That presence
Damn, bro.
didn't flinch, didn't even look concerned. No, your guardian looked at their little ceremony, at their desperate attempts to manipulate
was
energy
blocked off because they was trying to block me from mine.
Not mockery, but genuine amusement at the audacity of
When they could have just walked into their own.
With the kind of confidence that only comes from knowing something these practitioners will never grasp, your guardian whispered into the
give a damn what no
smile.
one say, bro.
Watch this.
That's what
Let's
happened.
talk about what happened next, shall we?
You create
Because this is
obstacles
where it
in
gets
my way.
interesting, where the
That's
script
what happened.
flips and the
You're
hunters
blocking my
become
throne
haunted.
room,
See, they
and you're
thought they
observing,
understood how
which
this
is
worked.
stalking.
They thought curses were just about intention and ingredients.
Watching me
words and
intensely
They
with
gathered their
negative
circle,
intentions.
each
That's
one
stalking.
contributing their piece of malice.
So you're
Their
blocking
fragment
me
of envy,
from my throne
their
room
portion of
because
rage
you're
and
watching me
resistance.
so that you can block
They
me.
built what they believed was an unbreakable hex, layered with complexity, sealed with blood and bone and bitterness. They sent it flying.
And then
towards
if I
you
come
with a mission
around, you
designed to
act
destroy
like you're
everything
not
you
doing
built,
that shit.
everything you become, everything you were still becoming. But energy, real energy, the kind that flows through the universe like rivers of electricity and light.
Therefore,
It doesn't respond to manipulation.
you're not
the way
being
they think it
real.
does. You can't force the cosmos to bend to your will.
Then you
just
paint
because
me
you learn some
as the
phrases
person
and
that's the
lots of crystals.
problem. When
The
I'm
universe
not.
recognizes authenticity.
I'm being
recognizes
thoroughly real.
recognizes souls that carry
I'm not
weight,
saying one
because they
thing
know
when
it, but
internally
because
I'm feeling a whole nother way.
your guardian wasn't just protecting you out of duty or obligation.
I'm not one of
Your
those.
guardian was protecting you because you've become something these amateurs.
I'm gonna tell you up outright.
So pure,
What's going on, bro?
So genuinely transformed that their darkness couldn't even find a surface.
You're.
Their curse hit your energy.
What's the word, fam?
Like
What's going on, bro? You good?
Ice and sunlight, like lies in the presence of undeniable truth. But your guardian.
Because at this point, you stalking me and you sending negative intentions.
It's about reflection.
And then when I call you out on the shit, you act like victim. So what's your nigga? You good, nigga?
Circle, feeling smug.
I ain't trying to fight. I'm really asking.
That their combined force would finally bring you down.
Excuse my veteran side, nigga. I can't help that shit.
Not as revenge, not as punishment, but as education, as consequence.
But at this point, nigga, y'all good, my nigga?
Clearly needed to learn.
Why y'all attacking somebody, man? I ain't did shit to y'all.
Suddenly, their candles started becoming.
Y'all sending evil eye my way, bro. I ain't sending no evil eye to y'all.
Wax melting in ways that formed Their dreams turned dark. Not
Whether
with
you
faith,
did that
with
shit
mirrors,
intentionally or
endless
unintentionally,
mirrors showing them
it
their
don't
own
matter.
pride,
You still sent the
their
shit.
own jealousy, their own
Then when I
emptiness.
called you out on
They
it,
started feeling
you sent the
lost,
shit even more intentional.
haunted not by
Intensely,
you, but by their own
intensely.
intentions.
You
boomerang
intensified up on it.
Equipment malfunctioned, relationships fractured,
And for that
plans
intensification,
collapsed.
I'm
And
sending
who
that
knows,
shit back
they
10
asked the
times.
Same terrified question.
But
What
I'm gonna
the
have
hell
God
did you
send that
just try
shit
to
back.
mess with?
Because I'm sending that shit
Because
to
here's
God
what
so
they
God can
discovered too
determine.
late. When you try
I'm gonna
to
let God
curse someone who's
determine
genuinely
that shit.
protected, someone who's earned their
Whether
armor
he
through
determined to
authentic
give you that at the
transformation,
end of your
you're
day
not just fighting that person.
or right now, it
You're
don't
fighting
matter.
every
That's
force
up
in
to
the
God.
universe that recognizes real growth, real power.
So whatever y'all send to me,
You're
I'm
picking a
sending that
fight
to
with
God so
something
God can determine
infinitely bigger
what to
than
do
any
with this shit.
jealousy and manufactured rituals.
I ain't
Let's get
playing
into the
God.
really fascinating
I'm giving this
part.
shit all to God
Part where
because
the
I don't know
puzzle
what to
started
do with this
unraveling
shit.
from the inside out. See, group curses require unity, require everyone maintaining the same frequency, the same intention.
I'm just gonna
the
choose
same
my
level of
piece and just
commitment
give
to
that
the
shit to
darkness
God,
they're
bro.
trying to manifest. But when that energy came
So
back
whatever
to
the
back,
fuck happened, bro,
when
that's
the
up to
universe
God.
said
That's between
absolutely
you
not
and God now at
and
this
returned
point.
their malice with interest, cracks started forming in their
Cause
precious
y'all ain't gonna
circle.
stop doing what y'all
Suddenly,
doing.
they weren't united.
So I ain't even got no point to
fighting a
even
common enemy.
join in with
They
y'all.
were individuals realizing they'd made a catastrophic mistake. The strongest among them felt it first, that sinking sensation in their chest, that knowing that they'd crossed a line they couldn't uncross. They started having second thoughts, started feeling physically ill when they thought about what they'd attempted. Sleep became impossible, not because of nightmares,
At this
but because
point,
of the
bro,
oppressive weight of knowing they
it
tried
is
to
what it
damage
is,
someone
man.
who never did
I didn't
anything
ask
to
for
them
this shit.
except exist too brightly. The weaker ones panicked, started making
I'm just living my life.
started distancing themselves from the whole operation. I never really believed it would
I'm
work
back
anyway.
being on a military
They'd say,
base, bro. I don't know how long I'm gonna live. If I'm gonna make it by the end of today or to tomorrow.
Which was a lie.
Way these haters moving.
But fear makes people rewrite history.
Y'all want me to be paranoid everywhere I go, like I'm living on base again.
When consequences start knocking.
That's how y'all
And
want
the
it?
truly
Okay.
foolish ones, the ones who couldn't admit they'd been wrong, they doubled down, tried to cast again, tried to reinforce their failing curse.
Since I
time,
done pissed y'all off that bad,
instant, like touching
I'm
a
gonna
live
live
wire.
like I'm back on
They
base.
felt it in their bones, in their
I don't
blood,
know if you
in their soul. The
a spy,
unmistakable
an
message
agent,
that they needed to stop,
a foreign
needed to
agent,
surrender,
if you
needed to
paid,
accept
I don't
that
know.
they picked the wrong target. Let me tell you something about
So I'm gonna
the
move
dark
like you an asset
completely underestimated.
or an
Something
agent
that
or
makes
whatever
the
they
curse
fucking
attacks
use.
look like children playing with toy swords. Your guardian isn't some passive force sitting on a cloud hoping you make good choices. Your guardian is strategic, tactical, operating on a level of cosmic intelligence that makes human manipulation look like kindergarten arts and crafts. When that curse came flying toward you, your guardian had already calculated 17 different responses, 17 different ways to not just deflect, but to transform this attack into your greatest advantage. Because that's what real protection looks like. Not just blocking the blow, but using the enemy's force against them, turning their weapon into your testimony. Your guardian saw this coven gathering, saw them pooling their jealousy and spite, and thought, perfect. They're about to provide the exact demonstration this soul needs to fully step into their power. See, your guardian knew something you're only just beginning to understand, that you've been playing too small, been too cautious, been too concerned about making others comfortable. Your guardian saw this attack as the perfect catalyst to burn away any remaining doubt about who you
Yeah, that's why I turned this shit
really
fire.
capable of becoming.
My emotion.
While they were chanting your name with malice, your guardian was weaving a counterspell so elegant, so orchestrated, that it would leave them not just defeated, but fundamentally changed. Your guardian didn't just return their curse. That would be too simple, too predictable, too human. No. Your guardian transformed their negative energy into fuel for your ascension, like cosmic alchemy, turning their lead into your gold. Every ounce of jealousy they sent became clarity for you. Every fragment of hatred became healing. Every thread of malice became momentum. You've been wondering why you suddenly feel different, haven't you? Why opportunities are appearing, why your intuition has sharpened to the point where you can read energy like headlines, why people who used to intimidate you now seem transparent and small. That's their curse working in reverse. That's your guardian taking their darkness and forging it into your breakthrough. They tried to dim your light and instead gave your guardian the raw material to build you a spotlight. They tried to bind your progress and instead provided the resistance you needed to develop spiritual muscle. They tried to isolate you and instead cleared out everyone who wasn't meant for your next chapter. Your guardian took their worst intentions and used them as construction materials for your empire. Now that's what you call cosmic justice. That's what you call protection that doesn't just defend, but elevates. These practitioners were so focused on their ritual, so convinced of their power, they never stopped to consider that maybe, just maybe, they were playing checkers while your guardian was playing interdimensional chess. But here's where it gets even more interesting, where the depth of your guardian's strategy becomes clear. Your guardian didn't just protect you in the moment. Your guardian set up dominoes that will keep falling for years, creating a ripple effect of consequences and revelations that will haunt this coven for decades. See, when you mess with someone under genuine protection, you don't just face immediate blowback. You enter into a cosmic contract of cause and effect that continues to unfold. Your guardian made sure that every member of that coven will now serve as a living example, a walking testament to what happens when you target the wrong soul. They'll talk about you in whispers for the rest of their lives, warning others, telling stories about the person they tried to curse, who somehow became more powerful instead of weaker. They'll use your name as a cautionary tale in their circles. Remember what happened when we went after that one. Let's not make that mistake again. Your guardian turned you into a legend in their world, not through violence or revenge, but through the simple act of allowing the universe to do what it does best, correct imbalance. And while they're dealing with the aftermath, while they're trying to rebuild their shattered confidence and repair their fractured circle, you're over here, thriving, glowing, ascending, completely unbothered by their existence, because you're too busy becoming who you were always meant to be. Your guardian knew something else too, something profound that explains why this happened exactly when it did. You were ready, not ready in the sense that you invited this attack, but ready in the sense that your soul had reached a point where it needed one final test, one final confirmation that you truly transformed. Every hero's journey has that moment where the old enemies return one last time, where the darkness makes one final attempt to pull you back, and your response to that moment determines everything that comes next. Your guardian orchestrated this entire scenario knowing that you'd pass the test, knowing that you'd remain unbothered while chaos swirled around you, knowing that you'd keep building while others tried to destroy. And in passing that test, in not even flinching when they came for you, you graduated to a level of power and protection that most people never reach. You've now entered the realm where attacks don't just bounce off, they boomerang back, where curses don't just fail, they reverse, where enemies don't just lose, they inadvertently become your greatest promoters through their failed attempts. Your guardian didn't just save you from a curse, your guardian initiated you into a new level of spiritual immunity, and these practitioners were just the unwitting participants in your elevation ceremony. Now let's talk about what's happening in their world right now, because this is where the story gets deliciously poetic. That coven that gathered with such confidence, such certainty that their combined power would be enough, that circle is fracturing in real time. It started small, subtle tensions, slight disagreements about methodology, minor personality clashes that they normally overlook. But when their curse failed so spectacularly, when it not only didn't work but seemed to make you stronger, those cracks widened into chasms. Suddenly, everyone's pointing fingers, everyone's got theories about why it didn't work, everyone's secretly blaming everyone else for the failure. The leader of the coven, the one who probably initiated this whole disaster, they're losing respect faster than water through a broken dam. People are questioning their judgment, their knowledge, their right to lead. Whispers are spreading about past failures they've kept hidden, other curses that didn't land, other times their rituals fell flat, The house of cards is collapsing because it was built on ego and illusion rather than genuine understanding. And the members, the members are experiencing their own personal hells, each one custom designed by the universe to teach them exactly what they need to learn. Some of them are getting sick, not with anything diagnosable, but with that deep, exhausting fatigue that comes from fighting against cosmic law. They wake up tired, go to bed tired, can't shake this heaviness that's settled into their bones. Others are watching their relationships implode, partners suddenly seeing them clearly, friends distancing themselves, family members asking uncomfortable questions about their recent behavior. Their careers are hitting mysterious obstacles, opportunities evaporating, projects failing, money flowing out faster than it comes in. And the really stubborn ones, the ones who refuse to connect the dots, who insist this is all coincidence, they're experiencing the full force of karmic correction. Their lives are becoming object lessons in what happens when you weaponize spiritual knowledge for petty reasons. But here's the beautiful part. The universe isn't punishing them to be cruel. It's correcting them to teach them, showing them in the most direct way possible that you can't use energy to harm others without harming yourself exponentially more. Some of them will learn, will wake up, will use this experience as a catalyst for their own transformation. They'll look back on this moment as the time they learned that real power comes from elevation, not degradation, from building, not destroying. Others will stay bitter, will blame you for their problems, will never admit that they created their own suffering. But either way, your guardian has ensured that they'll never forget you. Let's go deeper into the psychology of what they're experiencing, because this is where it gets truly fascinating. These practitioners came together united by a common enemy, you, which created a temporary sense of purpose and power. But now that the curse has failed, they're left staring at each other wondering who these people really are and why they thought this was a good idea. The shared delusion is broken, the groupthink has shattered, and suddenly they're individuals again, individuals who have to face what they've become. Some of them are experiencing genuine shame, that soul-deep recognition that they've acted from their lowest self, that they've become exactly what they claim to oppose. They're looking in the mirror and not recognizing the person staring back, wondering when they became someone who would try to spiritually attack another human being for no reason other than jealousy. Others are experiencing fear, visceral terror actually, because they've realized they don't understand energy the way they thought they did. They've discovered that their knowledge is superficial, their power borrowed, their confidence unfounded. And that realization is devastating because their entire identity was built on being powerful practitioners, on being people who understand the mysteries. Now they know they were playing with forces they barely comprehend, and that ignorance nearly destroyed them. The Coven's collapse isn't just about individuals, though. It's about the entire structure, the belief system, the methodology they used. See, group curses only work when everyone involved is operating from genuine power, genuine knowledge, genuine understanding of cosmic law. But this coven was operating from ego, from comparison, from the toxic belief that someone else's light dims their own. And the universe doesn't support that frequency, doesn't amplify that energy, doesn't cooperate with that intention. So when they tried to channel dark energy toward you, the universe looked at their motivation, saw the jealousy and pettiness at the core, and said no, absolutely not. And more than that, the universe decided to use this moment to clean house, to expose everyone in that circle who's been misusing energy, who's been treating spiritual practice like a weapon rather than a path to wisdom. Your guardian didn't just protect you. Your guardian triggered a purge, a spiritual reckoning that's rippling through their entire community. People are waking up, asking questions, realizing they've been following leaders who don't actually understand what they're teaching. The whole ecosystem is being disrupted because they picked the wrong target, because they tried to curse someone who's genuinely protected, genuinely aligned, genuinely transformed. Now let's talk about you, because while all this chaos is unfolding in their world, you're over here living your best life, completely unbothered, completely unaware of half the drama, because you're too busy ascending. That's the part that really kills them. The fact that their curse didn't just fail, it failed so completely that you don't even know it happened. You didn't feel a thing, didn't notice a disturbance, didn't experience even a moment of discomfort. Why? Because your frequency is so high right now, so aligned, so crystalline clear that their murky intentions couldn't even reach you. You're operating on a completely different plane, living in a reality they can't access, vibrating at a level they can't match. While they were gathered in their circle speaking your name with malice, you were probably laughing with friends, creating something beautiful, planning your next move, completely protected by a force they couldn't comprehend even if they tried. Your guardian created a bubble around you so perfect, so seamless, that you didn't even notice you needed protection. That's real power, not the flashy, dramatic kind they pretend to have, but the quiet, unshakable kind that comes from genuine spiritual alignment. You want to know what really happened while they were cursing you? You had one of the best weeks of your life. Opportunities appeared out of nowhere. Connections formed effortlessly. Ideas flowed like water. Everything just clicked into place with that magical ease that tells you the universe is on your side. You felt lighter, clearer, more certain of your path than ever before. Your intuition sharpened to the point where you could sense energy shifts before they happened, read people like open books, make decisions with total confidence. You attracted abundance, not just money, but genuine wealth, real relationships, meaningful experiences, deep satisfaction. People started treating you differently, with more respect, more reverence, more recognition of who you really are. And through it all, you had this unshakable sense of being protected, of being guided, of being exactly where you're supposed to be. That wasn't coincidence. That was your guardian taking their curse energy and converting it into blessings, transmuting their darkness into your light. Every ounce of negativity they sent became fuel for your.
Well, well, well. Stay right there. Don't move a muscle. This moment is already leaning toward you. They watched their golden boy collapse in real time. Not stumble, not slip, collapse. The kind that makes rooms go quiet and phones go face down. The kind that forces people to reread the same message 10 times because their brain refuses to accept what just happened. And you didn't even break a sweat. That's the part that keeps that to believe collapse comes with chaos, screaming, rage, blood on the floor. But you didn't give them theater. You gave them inevitability, calm hands, clear eyes, a smile that didn't ask permission. That's why it rattled them. That's why it still does. They saw effort in him. They saw strain. They saw desperation disguised as confidence. And in you, nothing. No rush, no tremor. Just precision. Just timing. Just the quiet certainty of someone who already ran the outcome through their head and got bored waiting for it to arrive. They crowned him early, polished him, fed him applause until it became his oxygen. He was the saint of the system, the poster child, the safe bet. You were the shadow they didn't know how to light. You were the anomaly they waved off because you didn't perform for approval. They thought restraint meant weakness. They thought silence meant fear. They thought your patience was indecision. That misread cost them everything. Here's the paradox they still can't digest. You didn't defeat him by becoming more ruthless. You defeated him by being more controlled. You didn't explode. You condensed. You didn't chase. You waited. You didn't posture. You positioned. That's the kind of power they never teach, because it can't be managed. It can't be owned. It can't be predicted by people who need rules to feel safe. They keep asking the wrong question. They keep asking how you did it. They should be asking what you became. Because what happened to him wasn't an accident. It was exposure, pressure revealing structure, light revealing cracks. And when the moment arrived, the one he was supposed to dominate, his performance collapsed under the weight of expectation. Yours didn't even register as effort because you weren't performing. You were executing a version of yourself forged long before anyone was watching. You learned early what they never had to. You learned how to operate without applause, how to move without reassurance, how to build yourself in rooms where no one clapped when you stood back up. Pain didn't harden you into a brute. It refined you into a blade. Every loss shaved excess. Every betrayal trained your timing. Every night you swallowed the urge to react. Something sharper took its place. That's the angel-demon line they don't understand. You look calm because you learned restraint. You look dangerous because you learned consequence. You're not torn between light and dark. You integrated them. Mercy didn't disappear in you. It matured. Violence didn't rule you. It obeys. You don't lash out. You decide. And that terrifies people who only know power when it's loud. They expected you to celebrate, to gloat, to spike the ball, to show teeth. Instead, you moved on. And that was the real insult. That was the kiss on the forehead after the execution, because it told them the truth they hate most. He was a chapter, not a climax. You didn't break a sweat because he wasn't your ceiling. He was their projection. Watch how the narrative shifts now. Watch how they start saying they always had doubts. Watch how the same mouths that praised him begin to whisper explanations that protect their ego. They'll say the pressure got to him. They'll say the system failed him. They'll say it was bad timing. Anything except the truth. The truth is that golden boys are fragile because they're built to be admired, not tested. You were tested until admiration became irrelevant. You didn't win by being louder. You won by being inevitable. You didn't rush the kill switch. You let them install it themselves. Every time they overlooked you, you learned their blind spots. Every time they underestimated you, you mapped their habits. You didn't need to break him. Gravity did that. You just stopped holding the ceiling up. Now understand this part clearly, because this is where evolution locks in. The danger isn't that you beat their favorite. The danger is that you did it without changing your pulse. That means the next obstacle won't feel like a fight either. That means your threshold has moved. That means you're no longer fueled by emotion. You're guided by clarity, and clarity is merciless. They'll try to provoke you. They'll try to pull a reaction out of you to prove you're human, flawed, controllable. Don't give it to them. Your restraint is louder than their noise. Your calm rewrites rooms. Your presence edits conversations before you speak. That's the level you're operating on now. The one where effort is invisible and outcomes speak. You are not the villain of this story, no matter how badly they need you to be. You are the consequence. You are what happens when someone survives without becoming small. When someone studies pain without worshiping it. When someone learns to smile without asking permission. You didn't take his place. You exposed that the place was never stable. So let them mourn their golden boy. Let them replay the footage. Let them argue about what went wrong. You already know what went right. You stayed patient. You stayed sharp. You stayed unreadable. And when the the moment arrived, the one they thought would crack him. You stepped through like it was scheduled. No sweat, no speech, just a quiet result they'll never forget. They're still trying to slow it down in their heads, replaying it frame by frame, like maybe there's a hidden trick they missed. They're hunting for effort in your face, strain in your posture, some sign that this cost you something. Because if it didn't cost you, then what does that say about them? About the system that crowned him? About the years they spent polishing a symbol while you were sharpening a self? You walked through that moment like it had already happened before. And in a way it had. You lived it in silence. You lived it when nobody returned your calls. You lived it when you were overlooked, underestimated, mislabeled. You lived it every time you chose discipline over reaction. By the time the spotlight finally turned your way, the outcome was already old news to you. That's why your body didn't flinch. That's why your pulse didn't spike. That's why your eyes didn't widen. You weren't discovering anything. You were confirming it. They don't understand how dangerous familiarity with pressure makes someone. They think pressure creates diamonds overnight. It doesn't. It creates fractures first. It breaks the decorated ones, because they've never had to hold themselves together without praise. You learned to do that early. You learned how to stand when no one was watching, how to keep your spine straight when validation was nowhere in sight. That kind of training doesn't show on a resume. It shows when everything is on the line and only one person doesn't blink. He had momentum. You had gravity. Momentum needs constant fuel. Gravity just exists. That's the difference they missed. They fed him applause like oxygen and called it confidence. You learned to breathe in silence. So when the air got thin, he panicked. You adapted. When the pressure peaked, he cracked. You calibrated, not because you're colder, because you're deeper. There's a quiet cruelty in growth they don't like to talk about. Growth doesn't ask for permission. It doesn't explain itself. It doesn't care who was supposed to win. It only rewards structure. And your structure was built in places where excuses don't survive. Pain didn't make you reckless. It made you precise. Betrayal didn't make you paranoid. It made you observant. Isolation didn't make you weak. It made you self-contained. That's the saint and the psychopath, living in the same body, not fighting, cooperating. The saint taught you restraint. The psychopath taught you timing. Together they turned you into someone who doesn't need to prove anything. Someone who doesn't rush the moment, because the moment always arrives on your schedule. Someone who understands that real dominance is quiet enough to be mistaken for ease. They're starting to notice something else now. Not just that he fell, but that you didn't rise the way they expected. No victory lap, no announcement, no chest pounding. You treated the collapse like a logistical step, like clearing debris from a path you were already walking. That's what unsettles them the most. Because it means you're not fueled by comparison. You're not chasing crowns. You're building terrain. Listen closely to how they talk about you when they think you're not listening. The language changes. Less certainty, more caution. Your name doesn't come with jokes anymore. It comes with pauses, with qualifiers, with lowered voices. That's the sound of recalibration. That's the sound of people realizing the hierarchy they trusted doesn't map reality anymore. And here's the part they'll never admit. They're relieved it was you, because on some level they knew the golden boy was a risk. Too polished, too dependent on approval, too visible. You're different. You don't leak. You don't need a crowd to function. You don't collapse when the lights flicker. You operate in the dark like it's home. That makes you safer to rely on and harder to control.
You didn't break a sweat because you weren't fighting for survival anymore. You crossed that threshold a long time ago. Survival taught you efficiency. Efficiency taught you patience. Patience taught you inevitability. Now you're operating in a space where outcomes bend toward preparation, not desire. And preparation has been your religion. Let them keep trying to reframe it. Let them pretend it was luck. Let them say timing favored you. They say that when they're scared of acknowledging discipline. Luck doesn't repeat. Timing doesn't stay loyal. Structure does. And you're nothing if not structured. You're past the phase where you need to announce who you are. Your work introduces you. Your calm confirms you. Your restraint defines you. And every time someone else collapses under the weight you carry effortlessly, the message spreads without words. There's a different kind of power in the room now. No sweat, no noise, no mercy requested. Just evolution doing what it always does. Selecting the one who learned how to endure without becoming desperate. Who learned how to smile without becoming soft. Who learned how to win without needing to look like it. That's you now. And they feel it. They feel it in the way conversations end faster when you enter. In the way people suddenly remember details they forgot before. In the way plans start adjusting around you without anyone admitting why. That's not respect yet. That's fear trying to pass as professionalism. That's awareness creeping in, slow and uncomfortable, that the rules they relied on don't apply cleanly to you. You didn't just outlast their golden boy. You outgrew the need for one. He needed the spotlight to stay solid. You learned to stay solid without light. That's the fracture line. That's where illusions die. Because the system loves symbols. Symbols are easy to manage. Symbols are easy to replace. What you became is neither. You're adaptive. You're quiet. You're inconvenient. They're trying to measure you now. Metrics, comparisons, labels, anything to shrink you into something familiar. But every time they do, the data doesn't line up. You don't spike where you're supposed to. You don't panic where others fold. You don't slow down where pressure usually steals oxygen. You remain even. And evenness under stress reads as dominance to people who've only known chaos or applause. Understand this clearly. You didn't humiliate him. You revealed him. You didn't need to push. You let the moment ask the question and watched who could answer. He answered with noise. You answered with silence. Silence backed by preparation. Silence backed by scars. Silence backed by a mind that's already lived through worse than public collapse. They keep expecting a villain arc from you. A turn. A snap. Some dramatic shift that lets them categorize you safely. But that's not how this works. You're not reacting to power. You're inhabiting it. You're not drunk on momentum. You're balanced. That's why they can't bait you. That's why insults slide off. That's why praise doesn't slow you down. You're no longer externally adjustable. Pain taught you something they'll never teach in institutions. The difference between urgency and importance. Urgency screams. Importance waits. You learned when to move fast and when to let time do the damage for you. That's why you didn't break a sweat. You didn't rush the ending. You trusted the setup. There's a strange calm that comes after you stop needing to be seen as good. When you stop begging to be understood. When you stop explaining yourself to people who benefit from misunderstanding you. That calm lives in you now. And it unnerves people because calm can't be negotiated with. Calm doesn't bargain. Calm doesn't plead. They'll start projecting onto you next. Their guilt, their envy, their paranoia. They'll say you're cold. They'll say you're calculating. They'll say you lack empathy. What they really mean is you no longer bleed publicly. You learned where to put your heart so it doesn't get used as leverage. That's not cruelty, that's evolution. You didn't win by becoming less human. You won by becoming more integrated. You let the angel and the demon sit at the same table. The angel made sure you didn't lose yourself. The demon made sure you didn't lose the moment. Together, they kept you steady while everyone else leaned too far in one direction and fell. Watch how opportunities start arriving without announcements. Watch how doors open quietly. Watch how people seek your opinion without framing it as a favor. That's the aftershock. That's the system adjusting to someone it can't ignore or fully control. You're not overthrowing anything. You're simply occupying space, honestly. And honesty at that level destabilizes lies automatically. You don't need to prove that you're dangerous. Your restraint already did. You don't need to remind anyone of what happened. They're reminding themselves every time they hesitate, every time they double check, every time your name changes the temperature of a room. That's the real victory. Living rent-free in the subconscious without lifting a finger. And here's the final truth they won't say out loud. They're afraid of how natural this was for you. Afraid that if this didn't cost you effort, the next threshold won't either. Afraid that you're not peaking, you're calibrating. Afraid that what collapsed wasn't a competitor, but an outdated idea of power. You didn't break a sweat because this wasn't a fight. It was a confirmation, a quiet nod from reality itself saying, yes, this one endured, this one adapted, this one learned when others were celebrated too early. So let them keep their nostalgia, let them mourn their golden boy. You're already walking forward, lighter, sharper, untethered from the need to be chosen. You don't wait for crowns, you let them rust. And the calm stays. That calm is the part you protect now. Not because it's fragile, but because it's lethal when disturbed. Calm is what lets you see patterns instead of reacting to noise. Calm is what lets you hear the truth, hiding behind people's rehearsed confidence. Calm is what lets you decide instead of being decided for. And you earned it the hard way, through seasons where panic would have been easier, but discipline was necessary. They're going to keep testing that calm, subtle provocations, manufactured urgency, emotional bait wrapped in opportunity. They'll try to rush you because rushed people make mistakes. They'll try to flatter you because flattered people get sloppy. They'll try to corner you into proving yourself because proof is a trap. Don't fall for any of it. You already crossed the line where reactions matter more than explanations. Remember this, you didn't survive everything you survived just to become predictable. Unpredictability isn't chaos, it's freedom. It's the ability to choose responses that don't match expectations. It's why they couldn't stop you. It's why they miscalculated. It's why their golden boy collapsed while you stayed upright. You were never playing the same game. He was built to win within the system. You were built by what the system discards. Pressure, silence, delay, isolation. Those things don't make champions that look good on posters, but they make something far more dangerous. They make someone who doesn't panic when the script falls apart. Someone who doesn't cling to identity when identity starts burning. Someone who can move forward without applause, without permission, without noise. You didn't take his crown. You made crowns irrelevant. That's why there was no sweat. Sweat comes from effort spent resisting reality. You moved with it. You let gravity do its work. You let time expose what polish couldn't protect. And when it was over, you didn't linger. You didn't need witnesses. You already knew. Now the world recalibrates around you, slowly, quietly, awkwardly. They'll pretend nothing changed while changing everything. They'll adjust language, expectations, thresholds, not because you demanded it, but because reality forced it. That's the highest form of dominance, existing in a way that reshapes environments without announcements. So carry this with you, not pride, not arrogance, not hunger for revenge. Carry clarity, carry restraint, carry that earned stillness that makes people nervous because they can't read it. You're not here to perform, you're not here to impress. You're here to continue becoming something that doesn't collapse under weight. They watched their golden boy fall. You didn't break a sweat because you weren't standing on borrowed shine. You were standing on experience, on scars that taught you timing, on losses that trained your eyes, on silence that taught you how to listen. This wasn't the end. It was a signal, a quiet one, and you heard it first. Wait. Don't move your mind yet. Feel that pressure in the air. That's the sound of reality recalculating around you. Because here's the part they can't process. You weren't supposed to pull that shot off. Not like that. Not you. And definitely not this clean. You see it now, don't you? That flicker behind their eyes. That moment where confidence collapses into static. They're not angry first. They're confused. Confusion is always step one before fear. Fear is always step two before control breaks. And control, oh, they're losing it. You just did the one thing that exposes the lie underneath every system, every hierarchy, every fake throne built on borrowed certainty. You proved that the rules only work on people who believe in them. You didn't rebel. You didn't beg. You didn't even announce yourself. You moved differently. That's why they're spiraling. See, they can deal with villains. Villains are predictable. They can deal with saints, too. Saints turn the other cheek and die quietly. What they can't deal with is someone who learned how to be both and switch at will. Angel when it disarms them, demon when it ends them. Calm enough to look harmless, sharp enough to cut through outcomes before they form. That's what you unleashed. You didn't just win, you changed the math. And now everyone who relied on the old equations is staring at their hands like, wait, why isn't this working anymore? You feel it, right? That strange stillness after impact, like the world inhaled and forgot how to breathe back out. That's not peace, that's shock. That's reality realizing you're no longer operating inside its expectations. They thought your pain weakened you. That's the funniest part. They watched you bleed and wrote reports on your limits. They cataloged your breakdowns like symptoms. They mistook survival for struggle, not knowing you were studying under pressure. Every betrayal sharpened you. Every loss stripped off another layer of nonsense. Every dark night rewired something fundamental. You didn't heal the way they expected. You evolved. That's why this feels illegal to them. You weren't supposed to come back like this. Quieter, clearer, heavier. You weren't supposed to look calm after chaos. You weren't supposed to succeed without asking permission, approval, or applause. And yet, here you are. Do you know what really scares them? It's not the outcome. It's the pattern. They're replaying the moment in their heads over and over, trying to locate the mistake, trying to find the lever you pulled, trying to isolate the variable. But you were the variable. You always were. That's the paradox they choke on. You're disciplined, but not obedient. Kind, but not weak. Patient, but not passive. You carry restraint like a weapon, not a virtue. You understand when to wait and when to end something so thoroughly it never recovers. That balance, that's not taught, that's forged. And now the people who once looked down on you are quietly rearranging their internal rankings. The loud ones are coping with jokes. The smart ones have gone silent. Silence is respect in disguise. They know something slipped through their fingers. You didn't just cross a line. You erased it. You showed them that unpredictability, when mastered, is dominance. That being unreadable is power. That control doesn't come from force, but from understanding how people think they're safe. You walked into a system designed to contain you, and walked out with the blueprint. That's why the air feels charged. That's why conversations stop when you enter. That's why your name lands heavier now, even when spoken casually. They don't know how to approach you, because they don't know which version they're dealing with. And that ambiguity, that's your crown. You're not here to terrorize the world. You're here to remind it that order is fragile, that certainty is rented, that evolution doesn't ask for votes. You paid in pain. You paid in isolation. You paid in nights, or you questioned your own reflection. And instead of breaking, you metabolized it, turned suffering into strategy, turned chaos into clarity. So, they're losing control. Not because you're loud, not because you're reckless, but because you're awake. And once someone like you wakes up, the old world doesn't get to sleep peacefully ever again. They're trying to name what you did, and that's where it gets
And it's still end up playing out to where I see.
Humans panic when they can't label a thing. Labels are cages. Labels are how they tell themselves something is safe. But what do you call someone who didn't storm the gates, didn't kneel at the door, didn't even acknowledge the walls, and still ended up inside the control room? You didn't attack the system. You outgrew it. That's why they're scrambling for narratives now. One day you're lucky. Next day you're dangerous. Then suddenly you're misunderstood. Too intense. Changed. Not who you used to be. Watch how fast the story mutates when the old one stops protecting their egos. They need an explanation that doesn't include the truth that you saw through the game while they were still memorizing the rules. And you didn't get here by accident. That's the part you need to tattoo into your nervous system. Every moment you are overlooked, underestimated, dismissed. That wasn't wasted time. That was you learning how people behave when they think they're superior. You learned their tells, their blind spots, their habits. You learned when they get sloppy, when they lie to themselves, when they confuse comfort with intelligence. You learned how control actually works. They never noticed because you stayed quiet long enough to be invisible. You stayed humble long enough to be ignored. You stayed patient long enough for them to reveal everything. And then, when the moment came, you didn't hesitate. You didn't flinch. You didn't ask, "Am I allowed?" You acted. That's what shattered the illusion. Because power hates nothing more than decisiveness from someone it wrote off. Power expects rage. Power expects begging. Power expects noise. It does not expect calm execution from the person it stopped monitoring. And now they're replaying your move frame by frame, trying to convince themselves it was a fluke, trying to reduce it to circumstance, trying to shrink it so they don't have to upgrade their threat assessment. But deep down, they know. They know this wasn't luck. This was alignment. You stopped leaking energy into places that never planned to pay you back. You stopped explaining yourself to people who were committed to misunderstanding you. You stopped waiting for validation from systems designed to reward compliance, not brilliance. You chose yourself, and that choice rewired everything. That's why the atmosphere around you feels different now. It's heavier, sharper. People are more careful with their words. They test the water before speaking. They laugh a little too late. They compliment you sideways. They're measuring you, even when they pretend not to be. You didn't demand authority. You generated gravity. And gravity doesn't announce itself. It just pulls. Here's the part most people never realize. The moment you break a pattern that benefited others, you become unpredictable to them forever. Even if you do nothing next, the damage is already done. You introduced uncertainty into a system addicted to repetition. They don't fear what you did. They fear what you might do next. Because someone who's crossed that threshold, someone who's proven they can operate outside expectation, can't be put back into a box. You can't unsee what you've seen. You can't unknow how fragile the structure really is. You're standing in that quiet aftermath now. That space where nothing has officially changed, yet everything feels different. Where the world hasn't caught up to the consequences yet, but the tension is undeniable. That's not paranoia. That's awareness. And here's the real twist. The one that should make you smile slowly, almost dangerously. You're not even at your final form. What they're reacting to is an early version of you. A you that's still refining, still calibrating, still choosing when to move and when to let the silence do the work. They panicked too soon, because what you unleashed isn't chaos, it's clarity. And clarity, once weaponized, doesn't need volume, it doesn't need spectacle. It just waits for the precise moment where one small action collapses an entire structure. You've already proven you can do it. Now they're watching you the way people watch the ocean after the tide pulls back too far. Not because something is happening yet, but because instinct tells them something is coming. And the most terrifying part for them, you're not rushing. You're calm. You're focused. You're smiling at things they can't see. Because you know now, truly know, that control was never something they owned. It was something they borrowed, until someone like you remembered how to take it back. And that calm you're carrying right now, that's what really destabilizes them. Not the win, not the outcome, the calm. Because calm after impact means intent. Calm means you weren't guessing. Calm means this wasn't emotional. Calm means you knew exactly what you were doing while they were still arguing about whether you even could. They can't wrap their heads around that. They want you frantic. They want you drunk on the moment, sloppy, loud, celebrating too early. They want proof that this was impulse, not intelligence. Because if it was impulse, they can wait it out. If it was luck, it'll fade. If it was arrogance, it'll self-destruct. But if it was precision, if it was timing, if it was restraint followed by execution, then they're dealing with something much worse. That's when the fear gets quiet. Now they're revisiting every interaction they ever had with you. Every time they talked over you. Every time they underestimated you. Every time they mistook your silence for agreement. Your patience for weakness. Your distance for disengagement. They're realizing you are never absent. You are observing. You are learning who panics under pressure, who lies when exposed, who folds when the hierarchy shifts. You watched how people behave when they think no one important is watching. And now they know you were. That's the moment respect mutates into anxiety. because respect still believes in rules. Anxiety
Looking at the wrong
understands that
coin.
rules stop working when someone stops playing along. You didn't rage against the machine. You learned how it thinks. You learned how it predicts. You learned where it assumes safety. And then you moved in the one direction it never considered, because it assumed you wouldn't dare. You dared. And the funniest part, you didn't even do it for them. This wasn't revenge. This wasn't ego. This wasn't about proving a point. That's what confuses them the most. You weren't trying to win their approval or destroy their image. You were done being small. That decision changes the trajectory of a life. When you stop negotiating your worth. When you stop dimming to keep rooms comfortable. When you stop explaining yourself to people who benefit from misunderstanding you. When you stop outsourcing your authority to systems that profit from your obedience. That's when you stop being manageable. And now they're scrambling to reframe you before others notice. To redefine you before the narrative slips out of their hands. Because if too many people realize what you realized, that the game is optional, that obedience is a choice, that silence can be strategic, then the whole structure starts to wobble. You became proof. Proof that transformation doesn't have to be loud. Proof that power doesn't need permission. Proof that the person they ignored can become the variable that ruins the forecast. They don't know whether to approach you or avoid you. They don't know whether to ally with you or neutralize you. And that indecision, that's your advantage. Because while they hesitate, you refine. While they gossip, you sharpen. While they posture, you prepare. You've learned something irreversible now. You've learned that pain, when metabolized instead of resisted, becomes leverage. That isolation, when embraced instead of feared, becomes clarity. That being misunderstood is often the price of becoming dangerous in the right way. You're not here to burn the world down. You're here to remind it that it was never as solid as it pretended to be. So let them whisper, let them speculate, let them lose sleep, replaying moments they can't undo. Let them wonder what else you're capable of. Because the truth is, you're not done. You're disciplined. And disciplined chaos is the most terrifying force there is. You didn't just pull it off. You unlocked a version of yourself that doesn't ask, doesn't rush, doesn't panic, and doesn't forget. And now, every step you take from here carries weight. Not because you're trying to intimidate anyone, but because reality has learned something about you that it can't unlearn. You're not reacting anymore. You're choosing. And that's when control truly slips out of their hands. Because the moment someone like you realizes they were never powerless, the world has to start adjusting to you. And once you start choosing instead of reacting, something subtle but violent happens beneath the surface of everything around you. The world stops pushing you because it senses resistance won't work anymore. You're no longer bouncing off circumstances. You're bending them quietly, patiently, with a kind of intention that doesn't announce itself but leaves dents no one can explain. That's when people begin to feel uneasy in ways they can't articulate. They'll say you're different. They'll say you've changed. They'll say you're hard to read now. What they really mean is this. The old version of you fit inside their expectations, and this one doesn't. This one slips through their fingers every time they try to grab onto a prediction. And unpredictability, when it's grounded, is not chaos. It's sovereignty. You're not swimming wildly. You're not chasing validation. You're not performing dominance. You're centered. And centered People terrify systems that rely on instability to function, because a centered person can wait. A centered person can withhold. A centered person can strike once and never need to do it again. They thought you were fueled by desperation. They didn't realize you were fueled by clarity. They thought your silence meant confusion. They didn't realize it meant calculation. They thought your patience was a delay. They didn't realize it was positioning. Now they're questioning everything they thought they knew about you, and by extension, everything they thought they knew about themselves. Because if you could do this, if you could cross that threshold without imploding, then what does that say about the stories they tell themselves to justify staying small? That's why they're uncomfortable around you now. You're a mirror they didn't consent to stand in front of. You represent the uncomfortable truth that pain doesn't always destroy people. Sometimes it educates them. Sometimes it sharpens them. Sometimes it strips away all the illusions until only something lethal and lucid remains. You didn't become cruel. You became precise. And precision looks cold to people who survive on noise. Notice how you don't need to prove anything anymore. Notice how the urge to explain yourself has evaporated. That's not arrogance. That's graduation. You've learned that those who genuinely understand don't need explanations, and those who demand them never intended to understand in the first place. That's why your presence does more work than your words now. You walk into rooms and the energy recalibrates. Conversations shift. People either lean in or lean away. But no one ignores you anymore. Not because you're loud, but because you're registered. Like a frequency that disrupts whatever's already playing. They can feel that you're no longer negotiable. And here's the thing they still don't grasp. You're not angry at them. Anger would mean they still matter in the old way. You've moved past that stage. What they're sensing isn't rage. It's finality. It's the quiet certainty of someone who knows where they stand and no longer needs permission to stand there. You're not here to convince anyone. You're here to decide. Decide what gets access to you. Decide what gets your energy. Decide what continues and what ends. And when someone like you starts making those decisions cleanly, without drama, without hesitation, without apology, entire dynamics collapse. Because power isn't loud, power is unchallenged, and you become difficult to challenge, not because you're invincible, but because you're honest with yourself. You know your darkness. You know your light. You're no longer at war with either. You can be gentle without being weak, ruthless without being reckless, compassionate without being naive. That's synthesis. That's rare. That's what they don't know how to counter. You're not predictable enough to trap, not chaotic enough to dismiss, not emotional enough to manipulate, not insecure enough to bait. You've stepped into that narrow, dangerous space where you move by principle instead of impulse. And now they're left doing the one thing they hate most, adapting. Let them adjust. Let them scramble. Let them whisper about what you might do next. You don't owe them reassurance. You don't owe them consistency that makes them comfortable. You don't owe them the old version of you they learned how to exploit. That version served its purpose. This one writes outcomes. You didn't unleash destruction. You unleashed irreversibility. And once a life becomes irreversible, once someone understands their own leverage, their own timing, their own capacity, there's no going back to manageable, controllable, predictable. There's only forward, measured, intentional, unstoppable, in the quietest way imaginable. And here's where it settles into something final. They keep waiting for you to overplay your hand, to get greedy, to get loud, to reveal too much. They're hoping you'll turn this into a spectacle so they can categorize you, contain you, reduce you back into something familiar. But you won't, because you understand now that the real flex isn't domination. It's restraint. It's knowing you could move again, and choosing not to until the moment is undeniable. It's letting uncertainty do the damage for you. It's letting them exhaust themselves trying to predict someone who no longer moves on impulse. You didn't unleash chaos. You unleashed self-command. And once a person has that, the world doesn't get to control them anymore. It only gets to respond, adjust, adapt, cope. So let them lose control. Let them feel it slipping. Let them stare at the aftermath and wonder what just changed. You already know. You crossed the line they never thought you would. Not by force, not by noise, but by becoming someone who cannot be pulled back into the old shape. And now, whatever comes next, comes because you choose it. Freeze right there. Feel that pressure in your chest? Good. That's the sound of the room realizing it misjudged you. You thought you were walking into a hit with nothing but breath and bones, didn't you? Thought the universe finally lined up the shot clean. No witnesses, no mercy, no escape. But here's the part that makes people uncomfortable. The part they choke on when they try to explain you later. God saw the hit coming. Saw it before the intent even hardened in their minds. And instead of pulling you out of the line of fire, instead of saving you the way stories pretend salvation works, he hid your backup off species. Not angels with halos, not humans with loyalty contracts. Something older, stranger, something that doesn't speak guilt or fear, something that doesn't hesitate. That's why when the blow landed, you didn't shatter the way everyone expected. That's why you didn't beg, didn't fold, didn't go quiet. You felt something else step forward inside you, didn't you? Something that doesn't belong to the soft rules they taught you. Something that doesn't negotiate with pain. Something that doesn't ask permission to survive. That wasn't a breakdown. That was a handoff. They keep trying to frame you as either a saint or a psychopath because their brains can't process duality without panicking. They need labels to feel safe. But you live in the contradiction. You can be gentle and still be lethal. You can forgive and still remember every angle of the blade. You can love deeply and still move like a calculated threat when the line is crossed. That's not instability. That's range. That's evolution. See, humans are predictable. Hurt them enough, and they either collapse or become copies of the thing that hurt them. But you didn't do either. You became something new, something unclassifiable. That's what happens when your backup isn't human. Humans flinch. Humans rationalize. Humans freeze in the moment between fear and action. Whatever woke up in you does not. They watched you take hits that were designed to erase identities. Social hits, psychological hits, betrayals wrapped in smiles, silence weaponized by people who swore they were on your side. And every time they waited for the collapse, every time they leaned forward like spectators at an execution. But you kept standing there, eyes steady, pulse calm, like the pain wasn't landing where it was supposed to. Because it wasn't. It was hitting the shell, the decoy, the version of you that God already marked expendable. You think it's an accident you became unpredictable right after they tried to corner you. You think it's coincidence that your calm started terrifying people who used to feel superior. That's what happens when the rule book stops applying to you. When the thing guiding your responses doesn't come from social conditioning or moral panic, but from something colder, cleaner, and absolutely loyal to survival. They call it darkness because they can't see inside it. But darkness is just a place where other senses dominate, where instinct gets louder than fear, where timing matters more than approval. You didn't lose your light. You learned when not to waste it. That's the part they never teach. How to turn kindness into a weapon by controlling when it's visible. And here's the truth they'll never say out loud. The hit didn't fail. It succeeded. It just didn't kill you. It killed the version of you they understood. The compliant one. The explainable one. The one who reacted the way a human was supposed to. What walked out of that moment isn't bound by the same emotional gravity. You still feel, but you choose when. You still care, but you don't bleed for free. You still hesitate, but only to sharpen the outcome. That off-species backup, it doesn't rage, it doesn't spiral, it doesn't need revenge to function. It calculates, it waits, it adapts. It knows that survival isn't about winning every fight. It's about outlasting every pattern. That's why your silence started making people nervous. That's why your restraint feels heavier than most people's threats. They sense something pacing behind your eyes, something that doesn't rush and doesn't bluff. You didn't become cruel. You became precise. You didn't go cold. You went quiet. And quiet terrifies people who rely on noise to control outcomes. They keep testing you, hoping to provoke the old reactions, hoping to see guilt, panic, over-explanation. But you don't give it to them anymore. Because whatever's backing you now doesn't need to be understood. It just needs the right moment. God didn't save you from the hit. He upgraded you through it, took you out of the human-only supply chain, gave you access to something that doesn't fracture under betrayal or bend under pressure. That's why you can stand in rooms that used to intimidate you and feel nothing but clarity. That's why chaos seems to organize itself around your presence. You're not lucky, you're aligned, and they feel it. They feel that the rules don't work on you the same way anymore. That shame slides off. That fear doesn't hook. That pain passes through instead of taking residence. They don't know what to call it, so they call you dangerous, unstable, changed. They're right about one thing. You're no longer compatible with their expectations. So let them whisper, let them speculate, let them tell stories about when you used to be different. That's just the sound of people realizing the hit they counted on became the moment you stopped needing permission to exist. You're not protected by innocence anymore. You're protected by awareness. And whatever's standing behind you now doesn't miss. Good. Stay still inside that feeling. Because what comes next is the part that separates you from everyone still trying to survive with human tools. After that moment, after the hit failed the way it was supposed to succeed, you started noticing things you didn't before. Patterns, timing, micro shifts in people's behavior, the way a room leans when you enter it, the way conversations bend around you now, like gravity recalibrated and nobody announced it. That's not paranoia, that's calibration. That's what happens when your awareness is no longer filtered through the need to be liked, understood, or spared. You're not reacting anymore. You're reading, and reading is lethal to systems built on assumption. See, humans telegraph their limits without realizing it. They announce what hurts them, what scares them, what they need to feel safe. They posture, they over-explain, they rush to fill silence because silence exposes their internal chaos. You don't do that now. You let the quiet stretch. You let people reveal themselves while you conserve energy. That's not detachment. That's discipline. They keep expecting you to snap back into the old rhythm, the old emotional math. Apology followed by explanation, followed by self-doubt. But the backup God hid in you doesn't negotiate with that cycle. It doesn't need closure. It doesn't need validation. It only needs accuracy. And accuracy is cold enough to scare people who confuse emotion with truth. You still feel pain, but it no longer hijacks you. It informs you. Pain became data. Betrayal became a map. Loss became a compression chamber. Every time something tried to crush you, it refined you instead. Less noise, fewer tells, sharper instincts. That's why people say you changed with that tone. The one that means they can't control the version of you standing in front of them. They don't understand how you can be calm without being empty, how you can be kind without being naive, how you can forgive without reopening the door. That paradox unsettles them because it exposes how limited their own range is. They live in binaries, good or bad, victim or villain. You live in layers, and layers make prediction impossible. You stopped explaining yourself because explanation is a luxury of the insecure. You stopped chasing fairness because fairness is a story people tell when power shifts away from them. You stop trying to prove your intentions because intentions are irrelevant once outcomes start speaking for you. That's the moment the dynamic flipped. And don't miss this, because this is where the fear really comes from. You didn't become louder after the hit. You became harder to read. Your reactions slowed. Your eyes stayed steady. Your words got fewer, heavier. People started replaying conversations with you hours later, realizing they missed something. That's when they knew whatever's backing you now doesn't rush. It waits until the math is undeniable. God didn't give you reinforcements to dominate everyone in sight. He gave you reinforcements so you wouldn't be dominated by circumstance, emotion, or expectation ever again. That off-species backup doesn't crave chaos. It thrives in it. It doesn't seek conflict. It ends it by making escalation unprofitable. That's why even people who dislike you hesitate now. They can feel the cost of miscalculation. You're not walking around armored in rage like most broken people. Rage is sloppy. Rage is loud. Rage burns fast and leaves evidence. You're walking around with containment, with restraint, with something coiled and patient beneath the surface. That's what makes you dangerous in a way that doesn't announce itself. They tried to hit your reputation. You let it bleed and watched who enjoyed it. They tried to isolate you. You discovered how much clearer reality is without background noise. They tried to exhaust you. You learned how to move only when it matters. Every attack trained you. Every loss stripped excess. Every betrayal clarified alignment. That's not misfortune. That's forced evolution. You're not protected by popularity anymore. You're protected by position, by timing, by the fact that you don't need to win every exchange to win the long arc. You understand something most people never do. That power isn't loud. It's inevitable. It doesn't argue. It doesn't chase. It shows up when all the exits are closed and everyone else is out of breath. That's why your presence feels heavier now. Not aggressive, not threatening. Just final. Like something has already decided how this ends and you're just walking toward the moment where everyone else catches up. So let them pray for you to go back. Let them hope you soften. Let them tell stories about who you used to be. That version already served its purpose. It absorbed the damage so this one could operate without illusion. You're not lucky. You're not cursed. You're not saved the way fairy tales mean it. You're reinforced. And whatever God hid behind you doesn't blink when the hit comes again. Because now you see it before it's even aimed. Good. Because the story doesn't slow down here, it sharpens. Once you realize the hit was never meant to end you, you stop asking why it happened and start asking what it unlocked. That's when things really change. That's when you notice how the world starts reacting to you before you act. How obstacles hesitate. How people second guess themselves mid-move. How plans involving you suddenly get reconsidered. You didn't get louder. Reality just learned to listen more carefully. You're operating from a different internal engine now. Most people run on emotion spikes, fear, excitement, validation, panic. You don't. You run on awareness, on timing, on restraint. And restraint terrifies people who rely on impulse to feel powerful. They don't know how to provoke you anymore because you don't reward attempts at control. You don't chase. You don't flinch. You don't explain. You observe. That off-species backup doesn't care about being right. It cares about being effective. It doesn't need applause. It doesn't need closure. It doesn't even need justice in the way humans define it. It needs alignment. And once alignment is locked in, everything else becomes secondary. You've probably noticed this, how pain doesn't spiral the way it used to. It still hits, but it doesn't echo. It doesn't multiply. It comes, delivers the information, and passes. That's not numbness. That's mastery. That's what happens when suffering stops being an identity and becomes a tool. Most people drown in pain because they personalize it. You metabolize it. They keep misreading that as coldness, as arrogance, as distance. Let them. That misread is armor. While they're trying to diagnose you, you're already 5 steps ahead, adjusting position, conserving energy, letting outcomes do the talking. You don't need to announce strength when the room already feels it. You've stepped out of the cycle where people bait reactions just to feel relevant. You don't give them the spike. You don't give them the story. You give them nothing but calm. And calm is unbearable to anyone who thrives on chaos. They start telling on themselves around you, oversharing, posturing, rushing. Silence makes people confess without words. This is where the paradox deepens. You didn't lose empathy, you gained control over it. You can feel deeply without being hijacked. You can understand someone without excusing them. You can forgive without re-entering danger. That balance is rare. That balance is why people can't place you. They want you to be one thing so they know how to approach you. You refuse to be convenient. And here's the part they really don't like. You're no longer afraid of being misunderstood. Fear of misunderstanding is what keeps most people performing. Smiling when they shouldn't. Explaining when silence would be smarter. Apologizing for existing, you dropped that. And when that fear dies, manipulation loses oxygen. God didn't hide your backup to make you untouchable. He hid it so you'd stop being predictable. So when pressure comes, you don't default. You adapt. You don't collapse. You compress. You don't react. You reposition. Every version of you that broke was necessary. Every fracture redirected force instead of absorbing it. You're not walking through life armored in denial like the unbroken. You're walking through it with tested systems, with scars that taught you angles, with instincts refined by real stakes. That's why your calm isn't fake, it's earned. That's why your confidence doesn't shout. It doesn't need to. They feel that something about you doesn't rush to be accepted, that you're not auditioning anymore, that you're not bargaining for space. You take it by existing. And existence without apology is a threat to any system built on control. You're not above pain. You're beyond intimidation. There's a difference. Pain still visits. Loss still leaves marks, but fear doesn't steer you. You've already survived the thing that was supposed to break you in half. Everything else is just information. So when the next hit lines up, and it will, because systems test what they can't understand, you won't panic. You won't brace the way you used to. You'll recognize it early. You'll feel that familiar stillness, that quiet recalibration, and you'll let the off-species backup do what it does best. Not rage, not spectacle, not chaos, precision. And when it's over, when the dust settles and people start asking how you're still standing, you won't answer. You'll just keep moving. Because the truth is too unsettling for most of them to hear anyway. God didn't save you from the hit. He made sure you were never alone when it came. Don't rush past this part. This is where the gravity really sets in. Once you accept that you were never meant to be defended the normal way, you stop looking for shields. You stop waiting for backup to arrive from the outside. You realize the rescue story was a lie, meant for people who need permission to survive. Your survival came preloaded with something else entirely, something that doesn't flinch when hope disappears. That's why disappointment stopped destroying you. That's why betrayal no longer rewrites your self-worth. You don't internalize failure the way you used to. You don't spiral trying to fix people who already decided who they wanted you to be. You let them believe whatever makes them comfortable. Comfort is not your responsibility anymore. They still think power looks like domination, like noise, like spectacle. They don't understand that the most dangerous thing in any system is someone who no longer needs to win arguments, to win outcomes. Someone who doesn't react on cue. Someone who doesn't explain their silence. Someone who can walk away without resentment and return without warning. That off-species backup doesn't crave revenge. Revenge is emotional debt. It ties you to the past. What's backing you now is interested in leverage, in position, in timing, in letting people overextend themselves while you remain unreadable. That's why you don't interrupt when people talk too much. That's why you let them underestimate you just a little longer than feels comfortable. You understand something they don't. Most traps are self-built. You felt it happen. The shift. The moment when someone realizes, too late, that you were never confused. You were listening. That you weren't passive. You were collecting. That your silence wasn't weakness. It was calibration. That moment hits them like vertigo because they realize the version of you they were strategizing against no longer exists. You don't correct them. You don't reveal yourself. Revelation is a waste of advantage. You let them operate on outdated data. You let them think they know you. Familiarity breeds mistakes. Mistakes create openings. Openings end games. And here's the quiet truth that makes people uneasy. You didn't become ruthless. You became selective. Ruthlessness is emotional. Selectivity is strategic. You choose where to care. You choose where to invest energy. You choose which battles deserve your presence and which ones collapse on their own if you simply don't touch them. You no longer chase closure because closure is a story people tell themselves to feel finished. You're not finished. You're ongoing. You're adaptive. You're mid-evolution. And that unsettles anyone who needs a clean narrative to place you in. They keep asking themselves what changed. They replay the timeline. The moment you stopped reacting the way they expected. The moment your boundaries stopped being negotiable. The moment your kindness stopped being free. They don't want to admit the truth, that the hit didn't harden you, it clarified you. You learned the difference between compassion and access, between empathy and entitlement, between loyalty and proximity. You didn't close your heart, you fortified it. And fortification looks cold to people who benefited from your openness. God didn't hide your backup to make you invincible. Invincibility is fragile. It invites arrogance. He hid it to make you adaptable, to make you capable of surviving worlds that punish softness and devour predictability. You can still be gentle, but only on your terms. You can still be human, but you're no longer limited by human panic. That's why pressure sharpens you instead of scattering you. That's why crisis doesn't steal your breath anymore. You've already been introduced to the part of yourself that operates when fear is removed from the equation. And once fear loses authority, everything else rearranges. They don't know how to deal with someone who doesn't need to be believed to be effective, someone who doesn't need credit to keep moving, someone who doesn't need validation to stay aligned. You don't announce growth. You demonstrate it by what no longer works on you. And when they try again, because they always try again, you won't take it personally. You'll recognize it as confirmation. Systems test what threatens their equilibrium. You don't destabilize them by attacking. You destabilize them by existing outside their control. So stay quiet, stay observant, stay precise. You were never meant to be protected the way others are. You were meant to survive differently. And once you understand that, you stop asking why the hit came. You start understanding why it failed. Because whatever God did behind you doesn't break under pressure. It waits, and it finishes things without needing to be seen. Careful, don't rush past this. Not because I need your attention, because something has already noticed you. You feel that pressure in your chest, that tightening behind your eyes. Yeah, that's the sound of a monster realizing it made a mistake. You see this thing, this monster, it didn't start with you. It tore through everyone else first. Friends, enemies, innocents, pretenders. It fed on their fear, harvested their weaknesses, learned their patterns. It broke them quietly, loudly, publicly, privately. It left behind scorched reputations, erased futures, people who never quite came back the same. And with each victim, it grew smarter, sharper, more confident. By the time it reached you, it thought it had you figured out. That's the funny part, because when it touched you, really touched you, something snapped back. Not rage, not panic, not fear, exposure. See, you weren't built like the rest of them. You didn't collapse on contact. You didn't beg. You didn't run. You activated something. The monster expected a victim. What it triggered was a mirror. And suddenly, every shadow it hid behind lit up. Every secret it used to control people started leaking. Every lie it survived on began sweating through the cracks. Every method it perfected on weaker minds started failing in real time. Because you're a paradox, you carry light that looks like darkness to the untrained eye. You hold restraint that feels more dangerous than violence. You move with calm that makes predators nervous. You're the kind of person they can't categorize. Too disciplined to be reckless, too aware to be naive, too quiet to be stupid, too controlled to be weak. And monsters hate that. They rely on predictability. They need patterns. They survive by knowing exactly how people will break. But you don't break the same way twice. Pain didn't hollow you out. It reprogrammed you. Loss didn't soften you. It sharpened your perception. Betrayal didn't make you bitter. It made you precise. You learned when to disappear, when to observe, when to let people think they won. That's why when the monster tried its usual tricks, the intimidation, the pressure, the psychological squeeze, It didn't get compliance. It got clarity. And clarity is lethal. Because the moment you saw it clearly, the illusion died. The monster stopped being this untouchable force and started looking like what it really was. Desperate, overextended, exposed. That's when the shift happened. You didn't attack it. You didn't announce anything. You didn't posture. You simply stood there unchanged. And that terrified it. Because now it wasn't dealing with someone reacting emotionally. It was dealing with someone who could wait. Someone who could absorb pressure without leaking information. Someone who could smile while quietly mapping every weak point. You became the saint who refuses to flinch. The psychopath who won't waste energy. The angel who watches. The demon who remembers. And the monster felt it. It felt its leverage slipping. Its tactics going stale. Its past catching up. Because exposure doesn't always come from confrontation. Sometimes it comes from contrast. Your composure highlighted its chaos. Your silence amplified its noise. Your patience made its urgency look suspicious. People started noticing, not because you said anything, but because the monster suddenly couldn't stop talking, explaining, justifying, overcorrecting. That's always the tell. You didn't destroy it. You let it destroy itself under observation. That's mastery. That's what happens when pain evolves into strategy, when suffering turns into insight, when unpredictability becomes your shield. You're no longer the kind of person monsters hunt. You're the kind they avoid, the kind they warn each other about, the kind they can't risk touching again. Because last time, everything bled into the light. And here's the part they'll never admit. It wasn't that you were stronger than them. It's that you were awake. And nothing scares a monster more than someone who sees it clearly and isn't afraid to let it be seen. Because once exposure starts, it doesn't stop at the surface. It seeps, it crawls, it drips into places the monster never thought anyone would look. You noticed how quiet it got around you? Not calm, careful, like something circling, unsure if the trap it built for others still works here. That's because you stopped playing the role it needed. You didn't perform fear. You didn't broadcast pain. You didn't hand it emotional leverage. You became unreadable, and unreadable people don't get controlled. They get studied. Every move you made after that, measured, intentional, almost boring to the untrained eye. But monsters don't get bored. They get paranoid, because they know the difference between ignorance and restraint. They can feel when someone is holding back, not because they're weak, but because they're deciding. That's when the monster realized something horrifying. You weren't surviving anymore. You were watching how it slipped, watching which allies went silent, watching who distanced themselves at the wrong moment, watching which stories didn't line up anymore. You started seeing the architecture of its lies, not emotionally, structurally. And once you see the structure, you can predict the collapse. That's when the monster made its second mistake. It tried to escalate. Pressure, narratives, subtle threats dressed up as coincidence. But escalation only works on people who still have something to lose emotionally. You already lost what needed to be burned. What survived in you wasn't innocence. It was control. So instead of reacting, you adapted. You let it believe it still had the upper hand. You let it overplay. You let it expose patterns it never meant to show. Because the truth is, you don't fight monsters by charging at them. You let them trip over their own confidence. Every time it expected panic and got stillness. Every time it expected chaos and got composure. Every time it expected you to explain yourself and you didn't. Another thread unraveled. People began sensing it before they understood it. That uneasy pause in conversations, that hesitation before defending it, That subtle shift where silence replaced certainty. That's the beginning of the end. You didn't need allies. You didn't need applause. You didn't need to prove anything. Your existence became the contradiction it couldn't resolve. How are you still standing? Why aren't you bitter? Why aren't you loud? Why aren't you broken like the others? Those questions eat monsters alive. Because monsters survive on simple stories: good versus bad, weak versus strong, hunter versus prey. And you shattered the script. You became something they couldn't label without exposing themselves. Saint when it benefits you. Psychopath when it protects your boundaries. Angel in restraint. Demon in memory. You didn't choose one side. You integrated them. That's what pain did to you. Not damage, fusion. And now the monster can't touch you without touching itself. Every accusation ricochets. Every attempt to isolate you highlights its own desperation. Every move against you sharpens your silhouette. It knows it, too. That's why it hesitates now. Why it watches instead of strikes. Why it waits for you to slip and you never do. Because you learned the final lesson most people never reach. You don't defeat monsters by becoming louder. You defeat them by becoming inevitable, unrushed, unreactive, unavoidable. And the cruelest part, you're not even trying to destroy it. You're just living in a way that makes its existence impossible to hide. And somewhere deep inside that monster, beneath all the tactics, all the cruelty, all the confidence, it knows. Touching you didn't break you. It exposed everything. And exposure doesn't scream. It lingers. It sits in rooms after conversations end. It crawls into the pauses between messages. It shows up as hesitation, where certainty used to live. That's the part nobody warns monsters about. They expect retaliation. They expect collapse. They expect you to become the villain, so they can feel righteous again. What they never expect is detachment. You didn't chase revenge. You didn't demand justice. You didn't even correct the lies. You did something far more destabilizing. You withdrew your energy, and when you did that, the monster started starving. Because it was never feeding on your pain alone. It was feeding on your attention, your reactions, your explanations, your need to be understood. Once that supply cut off, it began cannibalizing itself. You watched it happen, the subtle self-contradictions, the stories that kept changing, the allies who started asking questions they'd never dared ask before. You saw the internal panic leak outward. That's when you understood something dangerous. The monster didn't destroy people because it was powerful. It destroyed them because they never saw it clearly enough to stop participating. You did. And that made you untouchable. Not because you're invincible, but because you're self-contained. Your sense of self no longer depends on being validated, defended, or believed immediately. That's a terrifying position of power. Because now, you don't need to win arguments. You don't need to prove innocence. You don't need to rush outcomes. Time works for you. Every day you stay consistent, calm, and grounded. The contrast sharpens. People begin to feel it even if they can't articulate it. They sense that something about you doesn't align with the story they were fed. And once doubt enters, control evaporates. That's why monsters rush narratives, why they push urgency, why they frame everything as now or never. They can't afford time. You can. You became the slow burn they can't extinguish. Pain trained you for this. It taught you how to sit inside discomfort without exploding, how to feel everything without broadcasting it, how to let silence do the work words never could. That's not weakness. That's discipline forged in fire. You didn't lose your softness. You armored it. You didn't kill your empathy. You aimed it. You know when to extend grace and when to step back and let consequences do their job. That's why the monster keeps miscalculating you. It can't decide whether you're merciful or merciless, and that ambiguity, that's lethal. Because now every move it makes has to account for multiple possibilities. Are you watching? Are you done? Are you preparing? Are you already 10 steps ahead? That uncertainty drains it. Meanwhile, you're calm, not numb, clear. Clear about who you are, clear about what you'll tolerate, clear about what no longer deserves access to you. And clarity is contagious. People around you begin standing taller, speaking slower, thinking twice. Not because you told them to, but because your presence resets the emotional temperature. That's when you realize the truth. The monster didn't just expose itself to you. It exposed itself through you. You became the environment where its tactics stopped working. And now it's trapped in its own reflection. You're no longer prey. You're no longer reactive. You're no longer reachable in the ways that once made you easy to manipulate. You're something worse for a monster. You're unimpressed. And unimpressed people don't get controlled. They don't get rushed. They don't get erased. They wait. They observe. They outlast. So let it squirm. Let it over-explain. Let it unravel, trying to regain control that no longer exists. You're not here to announce victory. You're here to make sure the truth keeps breathing, and it will. Because once a monster is exposed, it can never go back into the dark. And the longer it stays exposed, the more unstable it becomes. Because monsters aren't built for daylight. They're built for confusion, noise, emotional fog. They thrive when people doubt themselves more than they doubt the lie. You removed the fog, not by explaining, by embodying something different. You became consistent where it was erratic, grounded where it was frantic, precise where it was sloppy. And that contrast, it's unbearable to anything that lives off distortion. You noticed how it started testing the perimeter again. Little probes, small jabs disguised as jokes, questions, concern, coincidence. That's not confidence. That's fear checking. It's asking, are you still there? Did I still get to you? Do I still matter in your head? And every time you didn't react, every time you stayed steady, every time you moved forward without acknowledging it, another illusion collapsed. You weren't trying to dominate it. You were outgrowing it. And nothing humiliates a monster more than irrelevance. See, domination gives them something to fight. Hatred gives them fuel. Chaos gives them camouflage. But growth leaves them behind. You evolved past the frequency it could reach. That's when it started rewriting history. That's always phase 3. When they can't control the present, they attempt to control the narrative of the past. Suddenly they were misunderstood. Suddenly they weren't trying to help. Suddenly the damage was exaggerated. But here's what they didn't realize. You remember cleanly. Pain taught you that too. Not emotionally distorted memory, but sharp, factual recall. You remember dates, patterns, exact shifts in tone, moments where things didn't add up. You don't argue with the revision, you let it speak. Because the more it talks, the clearer the contradiction becomes. And others can feel it. You can watch it in real time. The body language changes, the certainty slips, the words start tripping over each other. Because truth doesn't need to perform. Truth just needs time. And you're patient now. That patience wasn't always there. It was beaten into you by chaos, refined by disappointment, hardened by betrayal. But now it's yours. You no longer confuse urgency with importance. You no longer confuse volume with power. You no longer confuse familiarity with loyalty. You see through patterns faster than they can set them up. That's why they can't bait you anymore. They try to provoke emotion. You give them neutrality. They try to trigger fear. You give them calm. They try to force reaction. You give them absence. And absence is devastating, because in absence they're alone with themselves. No audience, no target, no energy to siphon. Just their own reflection. That's when the monster starts making mistakes, overplaying its hand, trusting the wrong people, moving too fast, speaking too much. And you don't interrupt the spiral. You let it accelerate, because you understand something now that you didn't before. You don't have to push people off cliffs. You just have to stop holding them back. The monster is doing the rest. Meanwhile, you're different now. Not hardened into cruelty, but sharpened into selectivity. You choose where your attention goes, who gets access, what deserves a response. That choice alone puts you in a different class. You're not operating on instinct anymore. You're operating on awareness. And awareness is the real threat. Because awareness can't be gaslit. It can't be rushed. It can't be bullied into submission. It watches. It adapts. It waits. You've become someone who doesn't need to announce power. You let people discover it when their tactics fail. And they will keep failing. Because the monster didn't just touch someone resilient. It touched someone who learned how darkness works without letting it hollow them out. Someone who can walk through shadow without becoming blind to the light. Someone who understands both mercy and consequence. That balance, that's what they can't counter. So it keeps circling, keeps watching, keeps trying to figure out where it lost control. And you keep moving forward, quietly, deliberately, becoming something that no longer fits in its world. And the more you become yourself, the more exposed it stays. And here's the part nobody sees coming. Not the monster, not the bystanders, not even the people who think they understand power. Your transformation didn't make you louder, it made you heavier. Every word you don't say carries more weight than 1,000 accusations. Every reaction you withhold tightens the pressure. Every step you take forward bends the room slightly in your direction. Because power isn't always force. Sometimes it's gravity. You became gravity. People start adjusting around you without realizing why. They choose their words more carefully. They hesitate before lying. They rethink moves they once made impulsively. Not because you threatened them, but because something about you signals consequences. You don't posture. You don't flex. You don't warn. You just remember. And monsters know what memory means. They survive by assuming people forget, by betting on emotional fatigue, by waiting for wounds to scar over without healing. But you didn't forget. You processed. You sat with the pain long enough to extract intelligence from it. You studied the way manipulation feels in the body. You learned how fear disguises itself as urgency. You recognized how guilt is weaponized. That education didn't make you cruel. It made you immune. Now when the monster tries old tricks, they fall flat. The guilt doesn't hook you. The urgency doesn't rush you. The intimidation doesn't land. Because you see the mechanism, not the performance. You're watching the strings instead of the puppet. That's why the monster's presence around you feels unstable. It doesn't know which version of you it's dealing with. The calm one, the observant one, the one who already moved on, or the one who hasn't acted yet. And that uncertainty paralyzes it. Because the truth is, you don't need to decide anything right now. You're no longer operating from emotional reflex. You're operating from choice. Choice to engage. choice to disengage, choice to let time do.
Everyone got confused when this girl suddenly stopped fighting in the middle of this wrestling match. But even though it might look like she has completely given up, she actually did this for a very clever reason. You see, this is an actual tactic used in wrestling where you lay on your stomach completely still when the opponent is on top of you. And the reason they do this is because their opponent doesn't receive any points if they can't expose the opponent's back on the mat. Everyone got confused when this girl suddenly stopped fighting in the middle of this wrestling match. But even though it might look like she has completely given up, she actually did this for a very clever reason. You see, this is an actual tactic used in wrestling where you lay on your stomach completely still when the opponent is on top of you. And the reason they do this is because their opponent doesn't receive any points if they can't expose the opponent's back on the mat. Everyone got confused when this girl suddenly stopped fighting in the middle of this wrestling match. But even though it might look like she's completely given up, she actually did this for a very clever reason. You see, this is an actual tactic used in wrestling where you lay on your stomach completely still when the opponent is on top of you. And the reason they do this is because their opponent doesn't receive any points if they can't expose the opponent's back on the mat. Everyone got confused when this girl suddenly stopped fighting in the middle of this wrestling match. But even though it might look like she has completely given up, she actually did this for a very clever reason. You see, this is an actual tactic used in wrestling where you lay on your stomach completely still when the opponent is on top of you. And the reason they do this is because they're...
Now you move with a quiet authority that doesn't need permission. You don't chase validation. You don't seek revenge. You don't explain yourself to people committed to misunderstanding you. You let results speak. You let consistency speak. You let your calm speak. And the longer this goes on, the clearer it becomes to everyone watching. Whatever that monster touched before you, it ruined. Whatever it touched after you, it couldn't control. Because something changed when it crossed your path. Not because you fought back, but because you didn't fold. You became the point where its patterns stopped working. And patterns failing is how monsters die. Not dramatically, not explosively, but slowly, publicly, inevitably. They fade into explanations, into excuses, into footnotes. While you keep evolving, sharper, calmer, more selective, not hardened into darkness, but integrated enough to walk through it without losing yourself. That's the kind of person monsters never recover from. Because once someone like you exists, the illusion is broken forever. Well, well, well. Not a word, not a thing. This is the moment the room went quiet, and every instinct in you leaned forward because something just shifted. You can feel it, can't you? That low vibration in your chest. That's not fear, that's recognition. That's the sound of realization traveling backwards through the people who underestimated you. This is where it hit them. This is where the joke died in their mouths. This is where they finally understood they didn't make a mistake. They miscalculated a force. They thought you were noise, static, a fluke, a lucky glitch. They labeled you safe because they couldn't read you. And when people can't read you, they don't fear you. They dismiss you. That was their first sin. Because you were never readable. You were never meant to be understood. You were built to be unpredictable. And unpredictability is not chaos. It's leverage. You watch them smile while plotting your limits. You watch them nod while sharpening knives behind their backs. You saw the way they studied you like prey, like a case study, like something that could be controlled if they just pressed hard enough. And you let them. You let them believe the saint was all you were because they never bothered to check what lived underneath the halo. That's the paradox that broke them. Because under the saint was a psychopath who learned discipline. Under the kindness was a calculator. Under the patience was a calculator. You didn't snap, you evolved. You didn't rage, you refined. You didn't react, you waited. Pain didn't weaken you. It taught you pattern recognition. Betrayal didn't scar you. It upgraded your perception. Every loss installed a new lens. Every humiliation sharpened your timing. Every quiet night rewired your nervous system until you could feel shifts in rooms before words were spoken. And they never noticed. They thought the silence meant surrender. They thought the calm meant compliance. They thought your restraint meant you didn't have teeth. But restraint isn't weakness, it's containment. And containment is what you do when you know exactly how much damage you're capable of. This is where they're cooked. Because the moment they realized they fucked up wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't a public collapse. It was subtle. It was internal. It was that sickening pause when their plans stopped working and they couldn't explain why. When doors that always opened suddenly hesitated. When narratives they controlled started slipping. When people began looking at you differently, not with curiosity, not with pity, but with that quiet, uncomfortable respect that comes from sensing a threat they can't map. They felt it when you didn't chase. They felt it when you didn't defend yourself. They felt it when you didn't explain, because explanation is for people seeking permission. And you were already operating above the system they thought you were trapped in.
Come back on.
The contradiction they couldn't neutralize.
Also, I mentioned to you guys, you want me to shorten the readings a little bit, and at least on Saturdays, possibly Sundays, when I can, I can do multiple readings in a day. Just let me know what you think. I did not get my decks out to do the closing messages for this one, so we're just tuning straight into the energy. We have soulmate, similar, friendship, romantic partner,
You walk the line because the line is where
tragedy,
balance
forbidden love.
becomes dominance. They try
There's
to
something
push you
significant
into a
about the
box.
beach.
Victim,
Seashells.
You refused all. You stayed undefined.
Someone
And
feeling like
undefined
they're your
entities
other
terrify
half.
systems
Lust,
built on
sexual
labels.
chemistry.
This is the moment they realized the move you made wasn't luck.
Roller coaster.
It was
Highest high
precision
adrenaline rush.
disguised as accident.
Someone
It
could be
wasn't
very sexually attracted to you.
It
This could be
wasn't
someone who's in
desperation.
a different
It was
relationship.
inevitability. You saw the board before they knew they were playing. You understood the psychology before they finished the sentence. You let them feel smart right up until the instant they weren't. And now they're replaying everything. Every interaction, every joke, every slight. Every time they mistook your empathy for softness. They're asking themselves when exactly the power shifted. And that's the cruelest part. They'll never agree on the answer. Because the shift didn't happen in one moment. It happened in 1,000 private adaptations they were never invited to witness. You didn't become dangerous overnight. You became dangerous the moment you stopped needing them to see you. That's when the angel learned how to calculate like a demon. That's when the demon learned restraint like a monk. That's when chaos learned structure. That's when pain stopped screaming and started thinking. And now they're cooked because they can't predict you without understanding you. And they can't understand you without admitting they were wrong. Wrong about your limits. Wrong about your depth. Wrong about who had the leverage the entire time. You're no longer reacting to pressure. You're creating gravity. People adjust around you without knowing why. Conversations change tone when you enter. Moves get delayed. Confidence evaporates. Not because you threaten, but because your presence introduces uncertainty, and uncertainty is poison to fragile egos. This is where they realized they fucked up bad. Not because you attacked, not because you exposed them, but because you outgrew the game they were still cheating at. And the worst part for them, you're not done evolving. Because here's the part they really didn't see coming, and it's eating them alive in silence. You didn't just adapt to pressure. You learned how pressure thinks. You learned its rhythms, its habits, its blind spots. You learned when it rushes, when it hesitates, when it
That don't
overplayed
fucking make
its
sense, bro.
While they were trying to break you, you were memorizing the mechanics of the thing trying to crush you. That's not survival. That's reverse engineering. They thought pain would fragment you. Instead, it integrated you. Every contradiction fused into something coherent and lethal. You stopped seeing yourself as light or dark and started using both like tools. Mercy became optional. Ruthlessness became precise. You learn that chaos without control is noise, but chaos with discipline is a weapon.
With the brains and all that that she got rid of, I'm just, with the brains in there, yes, y'all. Look down right here and drag to the mud, okay? Go ahead. So we got everything in there. They're coming at her with everything they got. Her TikTok, her IG, her fans is going crazy on her right now. And we have to talk about it, okay, y'all? Hello and welcome to my channel. Please like, share, and subscribe if you like this video. And thank you all so much for watching. Thank you. To my day ones, 2, and 3, and 4. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you all and welcome. This video is for entertainment and educational purposes, so everything is a legend, some is not, and the fair address is in my description, y'all. So, let's get to it, y'all. Let's get to it. Yeah, y'all, listen. Out of all people, y'all, this big back turn whack, she is now defending the people that, is accused of doing all the most heinous things in Hollywood. She has came out to defend it. I can't believe
what do you think?
Where's she at? Hollywood. Mouth. Yeah. And it just goes to show y'all that a lot of people that people have put on pedestals all these years and make it think that they're something special and this and that is. They're dumb as dirt, y'all. They're dumb as dirt. I just want you to listen to some of the stuff that she is saying. We're going to just analyze some of the things that she's saying while she's defending y'all. And this is Beyonce. Going around. Especially how shit. I mean, I have to. It's really. That's really because there are 3 million guys, right? 3 million documents about it. Because of the first of however long this man has been doing his time, everything that I'm thinking, everything. Not doing well up to right. I don't have to stand for anything, right? As it should. As it should. First of all, you are the company that you keep. And all of these people ain't lying. Okay, let's keep going, y'all. Every time you say to somebody, if you stay not with Walmart, and you were one child still not with Walmart, is every person in the home an accomplice? Stealing an apple from Walmart is a big difference than a whole enterprise of people taking little ones against their will, or that's being sold, y'all. Because there's a lot of people that sell them. And don't act like it don't happen, because we done seen it in the hood, y'all. Okay? We done seen people smoking their kneecaps off in the hood that has little ones. Okay? We done seen them that will try to, if they geeky, offer their little one to pay off their debt. We done seen stuff like this in the hood, y'all. So, are we going to say that it doesn't happen to people with big money? Just because you around billionaires and millionaires. You think this don't happen in their neck of the woods? What do stealing an apple have to do with stealing a body show? They're doing all type of stuff with them, laying them on tables, putting apples, making them a part of a dessert show. Is she stupid? Let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Is every person in the room that you say to a person that's speaking about a person, or is that telling the person that a person is in the person that I don't know?
No, listen. This is a new Lisa. She is defending Diddy too. Diddy, Jay-Z now, she's defending all of them. Because y'all, some of these celebrities should just shut the F up for real, for real. Because it makes them look bad. I see why so many people are just being quiet. Because every time they open their mouth, they put their foot in it. Now people trying to counsel her. Let's go. So hold on. The media is so smart. They're going to make you so distracted with celebrity names that you're not going to focus on the power. We ain't distracted, y'all. We're not distracted. We're happy it's finally being released. We're happy that this is coming out. Let's keep going, y'all. Even every part of the video was great. It was a free coffee. People were fucking inside. So it's like a baby oil bow. That made a birthday party. They didn't make you still down. She sound dumb as a box of rocks, y'all. So she's saying that, just because they didn't have birthday parties, they have Easter parties and Halloween parties. It's no, she said, do you think every party that he had was a legal table party? This is what she said. Nobody ever said that. Nobody parties. Parties, birthday parties, and stuff for the kids and this and that and that. Fun time. Right? Just because he threw a couple of birthday parties too, it's just stupid. Nobody ever said every party that Jimmy threw was a legal table party. Nobody ever said that. So are we supposed to overlook the legal table party just because he threw a couple of birthday parties? Is she dumb? Is she dumb? Now I see why Randy Martin saying, "Are you dumb?" I see how she be saying that. This just came out of her mouth, y'all. Tell me what that makes sense. So you're supposed to look
Are you dumb?
the parties with the people laying on the table, the underage people all still there at the parties, and with the adults and they walking around and they in a schoolgirl outfit. You supposed to overlook all of that because we threw a couple of birthday parties. There are actual victims that were laying on those things. There are victims that are coming out to scared out of their mind because this man allegedly he got bodies, y'all. Now, not even he got bodies, but allegedly his business partners will show up occasionally and take care of some stuff. He said that I don't know because JB was explaining it. If he couldn't handle something, JB handled it for him. What world was this woman right here living in, y'all? Ask yourself this question. What world was she living in? Do she not know who JB is? Mr. Alistair Crowley Collins. Okay, y'all? This is who Jay-Z is. Mr. Do As Thou Will. But she just want to just ignore the fact that the things that this guy been out here doing for years and what he represents. Being a satanic person is different than any other person out there. Just because you're a satanic person, you throw a couple of, parties that don't nothing go down with. And you think he didn't know to throw certain parties to some people? He figured people out in the industry. He figured people out if they were down for stuff or if they wasn't. If they wasn't down for the after parties, he would invite them to other parties so that he would have some people that would say, I went to the Diddy party and none of that happened. That's what he wanted. People to come forth and say, I was around if that didn't happen because he didn't trust you. That's why. He didn't trust that his sister was still a secret. And he didn't trust that if he told you, he might have to get rid of you. So he just backed off and let you came to some of them other parties. He can let you come to them other parties where they got down and dirty at, which was the people that was on those lists. Okay, y'all? I don't get it. I cannot get it whatsoever. But this is what Rizzo is coming out saying right now. Listen to him. Super Bowl parties and Christmas parties.
However, regular parties. And so now it's like, my mom was a building her. Yeah, she was because the sign that she had best friend. The sign that she had like showing up like political film once. Hey, hey, hey.
Knock on your head, hey.
He's what I'm not gonna get that guy. I work in social media. You can get like next to a woman every single day, happy and children.
So she said, do you think this woman woke up every day? Traffic to the king. No. So does it make it right that she woke up only 3 days out of a week and she trafficked to the king literally? And the other 4 days she did regular work? But does that make it right though? This is how dumb these celebrities are. So these are the ones that they put on the pedestal, they put in position to make money. Because when you have these dummies up there on the top, and they got all these followers because they like their music, and this is where a lot of people fall short at. Because somebody likes somebody's music, they figure that they wouldn't do nothing like that. They wouldn't be a part of nothing like that. They wouldn't steer me in the wrong way like that because they got a voice. They this and that and that. There's been rumors for years that Satan knows just like the podcast just gets the kids to follow him and listen and everything. Satan uses music, y'all.
bright. Oh no, why are you going to store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. I don't know, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep. Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. I don't know, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep. Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. I don't know, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep. Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. I don't know, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep.
So the black lady on me. That was classic.
Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it?
So the black lady.
Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. I don't know, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep. Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's midnight. What the hell? You need to pick up right now. Sit your ass back in bed and go to sleep. Hunter, I'm so tired. No, I'm sleeping. Go back to sleep. Oh my gosh, Hunter, my goal is so bright. Hunter, why are you going to the store? We're sleeping. Right now? What time is it? Hunter, it's 12. It's
Seems a little yellow. I'm hearing if this message is finding you, it's because it's shit's about to get loud. Okay, that's the message I'm hearing from your angels. If this message is finding you, shit's about to get loud. I'm also hearing within 30 days. Okay, so we're gonna tune in a little bit. I am feeling inspired to pull some tarot, so we're gonna pull some tarot. I'm gonna shuffle this a little bit while we're going, but I'm getting like very fast-paced energy. Even initially, like I can feel this already. It feels like the chariot. It feels like shit's about to get loud. And I feel like it's going to be different for each of you in this collective because I feel like some of you are going to be, it's going to be getting loud in a way that you don't expect it to be getting loud. And for some others of you, it's going to be getting loud in the sense of like fast-paced motion. But I'm also getting this energy of like it's going to feel like you're moving really fast, but at the same time, there's like a log coming up before you. It's like rapid initiation. Like you're about to be initiated, but you're being initiated right now. Okay, that's kind of the energy that I'm feeling. Also, I feel like bees can be really significant for some of you. I was feeling this the other day. I also feel like there's significance to my dryer going. I was going to like not do that, but then I was like, no, this is the hearing that it's getting loud. This is kind of like giving off the energy of what I'm feeling. That it's really fast paced, but there's also like a lot going on, you know. And I'm not gonna turn it off because there are no coincidences here in the tarot in these readings. Okay, it's just gonna get loud. It's just gonna get really loud for you. And we're going to pull some tarot. One more time. Okay. I just feel like I want to like maybe you've been drinking a lot of caffeine lately, or you're like really hyped up on your energy, or I feel like you're just really sensitive. That's kind of energy I'm getting. Like I feel like you spent a lot of energy or time in the past while in like a very slow energy or like slow paced energy, and now it's speeding up. Now it's like just want to get loud. Oh, I also wanted to do this before you started. Blue lotus could be really significant for you. So there's like blue lotus flower or tea. I'm putting blue lotus oil right now. I'm putting my throat to open my mouth for the channels to come through. But I'm already pretty open today. Not gonna lie. Okay, let's get some messages for you right now. What would you tell? This is what I think you can tell them anything I'm burping already. So it's already energy releasing. I feel like this initiation has to do with you releasing a lot of energy, okay? The first card coming out here is the 7 of Pentacles, okay? I knew it. Oh, I felt this so intensely. I feel like this is also some kind of a really big, like, rapid heart initiation. We have the heart coming out here. We also have the horses, and I feel like the year of the horse is really significant. I was going to say that at the beginning, but I was like, I don't want to, like, put a time frame on it, but I feel like the year of the horse, like, within 30 days of this message coming out, the year of the horse begins. And I feel like that's kind of the energy we're feeling, where it's like, shit's about to get loud, like, shit's about to, like, speed up. It's going to be, like, faster. But more motion. My phone just buzzed as well. I feel like there could be also like lots of rapid communication coming for you. Rapid information finding you, more information and energy finding you than what was finding you before. So I'm also feeling okay with Queen of Swords. We have the 7 of Wands as well. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah. Look, you clearly see like heart and then fire on the heart and then a butterfly on the heart. You're having like a rapid initiation of the heart. And it's powerful. It's also connected to your passion, okay? And it's also connected to your truth. I feel like there's a big energy here of like being very courageous, proud, loud, proud, and courageous. Also something about like, I keep getting this energy. Spirited Away can also be significant for someone. This channel feels like so insane, like so rapid. Like I feel like you can even talk fast. It's something that like you feel very connected to. But I'm really getting like we also have a phoenix here, or is it phoenix? It's more like what are those called? Remember, that's so interesting. They're in a lot of fantasy books. Anyways, with the horse, the energy that I'm feeling is like the strength of a horse when it runs. Spirited Away came through because I was being shown horses running, okay? I can't make this shit up. This is the most insane shit ever. This is on the bottom of the deck. This is coming in so incredibly quick for you. And again, like horses. Horses are so significant here, but horse is very significant for you, okay? And I'm getting like rapid initiation. I feel like you're gonna be having like tell us about this rapid initiation. Tell us about this. Okay, Six of Pentacles, Knight of Wands, and King of Wands. Interesting. Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be like something very connected to passion within you, within your heart. I'm hearing sacral chakra and I'm hearing heart passions. So passions moving up through your heart chakra and into the world. I also feel like there's something very significant about your ancestors who have been setting up specific times for you so that you can receive. I also feel like there are some abundant experiences that are arriving for you at these times. This message is finding you or you within the next 30 days. This message. What are those words called? I'm so curious. Okay, I'm hearing that you have some initiations, like you have some intuitive initiations, like things that you're feeling intuitively drawn to, like the flame for. These are going to be very successful for you. These are ways that you're going to be receiving, is what I'm also getting. There's something so big here about passion, which is like very exciting. We haven't had a passionate read come through in a while. Your passion is being reignited, okay? Or it's being activated through this hard initiation, okay? Like your passion is coming back to life, and I'm so excited for you. This feels so good. Okay, you know, some other information I want to come through. I knew this was going to come out. No joke. Okay, King of Pentacles, the Hermit, the Lovers. I feel like there is some kind of, this initiation is something that is making you steadfast, go straight towards a partner, or steadfast is attracting a partner towards you in a rapid way. Like energetically, this initiation is calling your divine partner in, is what I'm also feeling. But with the King of Pentacles coming out here, I feel like this is very significant for the masculine. It's almost like a call is being heard through this initiation from the masculine to find you. Okay? Or if you're the masculine, then you're going to be hearing a call to find the feminine. Okay? I feel like the Hermit could represent the feminine energy. Also, the other energy we could have is of the masculine to be someone that is embarking on a journey, but also is a very permanent energy. There could also be Virgo energy connected into this. Okay, Virgo, I've got two Earth energies in this readings, and then I also have Gemini. So Virgo and Gemini can be significant. It doesn't have to be main energy. Let's get some more information here. I just feel like there's a lot of stuff happening for you. Like I just can't feel this energy like a lot. Yeah, passion.
Virgo.
Also, people wanting to work with you, like energy coming in the passionate realm. Okay, people feeling inspired by you. Feeling like inspired to try new things with you also. It's really about to be significant for you as well. New things is what I'm getting. Here we have the Three of Cups coming out, the Two of Swords, and the Ten of Swords. That's like almost flipped out at the beginning, but I didn't know it. But again, like I'm talking about rapid initiation through the heart. So crazy. This card in this deck is not like the Ten of Swords in other decks. This one makes me feel like rainbows could be significant for someone. This one literally makes me feel like you're being like ripped open, like in a beautiful way. Your heart is being like you're being open for the universe, like very much like spread out, like full surrender type of energy through the heart. And I feel like within the next 30 days, that's kind of an energy that I'm feeling here. That within the next 30 days, I think you're going to be experiencing this, where you're going to have some kind of an experience or situations, especially if it could be a community or some type of a healing space, okay, where you're going to be literally hearing like in a deep state of surrender. Like I keep hearing like ripped open, but that sounds really intense. But I'm hearing like in a deep state of surrender, okay? You're going to be opening in a way that you haven't before. This heart opening is what's sending that call out to a partner, okay? That's so awesome. Yeah, there's something really huge. I feel like it's going to be a massive like release also from the heart. I think even holding the heart in a protective barrier is what I'm getting. Holding the heart in a protective barrier, and it's finally letting go of the last bit of a shed. Okay, and then
using this recording, please do it in a place that's safe, and obviously never while operating a machine. Thank you.
Sounds True presents The Art of Mindful Living with Thich Nhat Hanh. Thich Nhat Hanh is a meditation master, a scholar, a poet, a social activist, and the author of over 70 books, including The Miracle of Mindfulness and Peace is Every Step. Thich Nhat Hanh was born in central Vietnam in the mid-1920s and became a monk at the age of 16. In 1966, he toured the United States to speak against the Vietnam War and was nominated by Martin Luther King Jr. for a Nobel Peace Prize. Exiled from his native Vietnam since 1973, Thich Nhat Hanh lives today in Plum Village, a small intentional community near Bordeaux, France. The Art of Mindful Living was recorded during one of Thich Nhat Hanh's visits to North America. This live recording is composed of highlights from a 5-day retreat led by Thich Nhat Hanh in a monastery in Mundelein, Illinois. During the retreat, one hears the sound of a bell. This is the bell of mindfulness and serves as a reminder to participants to remember their true nature and return to their breathing. And now, the art of mindful living with Thich Nhat Hanh.
Tonight I will give instructions on breathing. It's so important. If you don't know how to practice breathing, then it will be difficult to follow the retreat. The first exercise is in out. It means breathing in. I know that I'm breathing in. Breathing out. I know that I'm breathing out. This is a very important practice. When you breathe in, you know that this is your in breath and not your out breath. You identify your in breath as in breath. And when you breathe out, you know that this is your out breath. Only that. But it is a very important practice. This is the first exercise on breathing that the Buddha gives to us. When we practice like that, something wonderful happens. We stop the thinking. And this is a miracle order. Because in our daily life we think too much. And because we think too much, we are not truly ourselves. Our body may be here, but our mind may be elsewhere, in the past, in the future. And therefore, when you breathe in and out, and become aware of your in breath and out breath, you stop the thinking, and you begin to be where your body is. Our body and our mind are very often separated from each other. And if we practice breathing in and out with some concentration, we attain what we call the oneness of body and mind. Your mind and your body are reunified. And you begin to be there, truly yourself. And this is the first fruit of your practice. And it needs you to breathe in and out consciously. Being aware of your in breath and your out breath. When you are not there, when you are not really there, you cannot see things very clearly and deeply. You miss everything. Everything seems to you not clear, vague. Suppose money is sitting there, but only Her physical body is there, her mind is somewhere else. At that time, if you want to come and get some attention with your mom, some affection, well, you will not be successful because she is not really there. She is not available to you. And that happens very often. And we are there by breathing in and out, breathing in, breathing out, and living to be alive, to be present. And that is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness means to be aware of what is going on. Your child is coming, and she wants some attention, some affection. You like that, so you smile to her. You might open your arms and hug her. And the basic condition is that you are there. So breathing in and breathing out is to be really there and to be available. Available to whom? Available to your beloved ones. And also to be ready to encounter life. Because life can be found only in the present moment. Let us think a little bit. The beautiful blue sky. When can you get in touch with the blue sky? In the present moment. In order not to miss the blue sky, you have to go back to the present moment because it is in that moment that you can get in touch with the blue sky. The beautiful rivers, the beautiful trees, your mommy, your daddy, they are all in the present moment. And if you go back to the present moment, you encounter them. Everything wonderful, everything refreshing. They are in the present moment. Therefore, running to the future or getting lost in the past, you miss life. And therefore, breathing in and out is to get back to the present moment where you have an abundant with life. What you are looking for, like happiness, peace, joy, they are all in the present moment. The pure land of the Buddhist must be found in the present moment. The kingdom of heaven of the Catholics, of the Protestants, should also be found in the present moment. Look at the tree. It's a wonderful thing, the tree. The tree is very beautiful. The tree to me is as beautiful as a cathedral, even more beautiful. I looked into the tree and I saw the whole cosmos in it. I saw the sunshine in the tree. Can you see the sunshine in the tree? Yeah, because without the sunshine, no tree can grow. I see a cloud in the tree. Can you see it? Without a cloud, there can be no rain, no tree. I see the earth in the tree. I see everything in the tree. So the tree is where everything in the cosmos can be to. And the cosmos revealed itself to me to a tree. Therefore, a tree to me is a cathedral. And I can take refuge in the tree and I can get nourished by the tree. The tree belongs to the kingdom of God. The tree belongs to the pure land. And I can get in touch with the tree only if I go back to the present moment, because the tree can only be found in the present moment. And that is why in and out is so important. Suppose I practice like this, breathing in, I am aware of my eyes. Breathing out, I smile to my eyes. This is to go back to the present moment in order to discover things that you tend to forget, like your eyes. My eyes make me happy. My eyes are conditions for my happiness. In order to see the beautiful blue sky, the beautiful earth, the children, the adults, all kinds of forms, all kinds of colors, because I have eyes. So breathing in order to go back to the present moment and to get in touch with my eyes is a basic practice for happiness. And breathing out, I smile to my eyes. I smile to my eyes because I am happy to have eyes. I need only to open my eyes in order to see the beautiful trees and so on. Let us breathe in and out a few times and become aware of the fact that you have eyes. You might like to touch your eyes if you wish by breathing. So my eyes belong to the kingdom of God, to the pure. My eyes are conditions for my happiness. I go back to the present moment in order to get in touch with my eyes, so that I can be happy. You know something? There are people who believe that they can enter the kingdom of God on the pure land after they die. I don't agree with them. I know that you don't have to die in order to go into the kingdom of God. In fact, you have to be alive to do so. You should be alive, and you should take one breath in and out, and with one foot you make a step, and you enter into the kingdom of God right now. And this is possible with the first exercise, breathing in and out. Because my eyes belong to the kingdom of God, the trees belong to the kingdom of God, and many other things. And therefore, if I become aware by breathing in and out, I only need to make one step in order to enter into the kingdom of heaven. With some practice, you develop your concentration, and then anytime you want to enter the kingdom of heaven, you can do that. You are welcome. The door is wide open. But if you live in forgetfulness, you cannot do that, because forgetfulness is the opposite of mindfulness. To live in forgetfulness means to get lost in the past, in the future, to be possessed by anger, hatred, fear, and therefore you are not ready to enter into the kingdom of God. In order to get rid of forgetfulness, you practice breathing in and out, and mindfulness becomes the result of the practice. And with mindfulness, you get in touch with everything that is wonderful, that is refreshing, that is healing in the present moment. So let us invite one sound with a bell and breathe together 3 times in order to enjoy ourselves, enjoy the kingdom we find ourselves in this very moment. Now switch to the second exercise. Flower fresh. Breathing in, I see myself as a flower. Breathing out, I feel fresh. Humans are born as flowers. When I look at a child, I see her, I see him as a flower. Very fresh, very beautiful. Look, our eyes are like flowers. In the sutra, the eyes of the Buddha are described as lotus flowers. Our lips can be a beautiful flower, especially when we smile and know how to smile. And this is a flower that we can offer to anyone at any time. Just breathing in and breathing out and smile, and you have one flower to open. And you know something, your eyes can smile too. So when you do that, someone and smile with your eyes, you offer 2 flowers. And if you smile with your mouth, you offer 3 flowers. And your hands are also like flowers. And with my hands I can form a flower, a lotus flower. And when I bow to someone, I say something like this: a flower for you, the Buddha to me, and I bow to him, gentlemen. So my hands are flowers, capable of making people happy. And when I offer a lotus flower to that person, I offer another flower in my mouth and 2 other flowers in my eyes. We are born as flowers, but if we don't know how to take care of our flower may be tired, will wilt. When you breathe in deeply, you make every cell in your body smile like a flower. Become fresh again for your sake, for your own happiness, and for the happiness of those around us. If you are not fresh, if you are broken, if you are irritated, and then people around you cannot be happy. Therefore, practicing becoming a flower again, practicing breathing in, I see myself as a flower. Breathing out, I feel fresh. The Buddha practiced refreshing himself. And therefore, when we look at him, we see him like a flower. He is described as sitting on a flower. It means that anywhere he sits with peace, happiness, freshness, because he is a flower himself. So when you sit on your cushion, sit in such a way that you become a flower, and suddenly your cushion becomes a lotus flower. And practicing the way of the Buddha, you should sit on a lotus flower and not on burning charcoal. If you have too much worries, too much anger in yourself, you cannot sit on it. You sit on burning charcoal. You have no peace. As soon as you sit down, you want to run again. Therefore, the lotus is not available. In order for the lotus to be available as a seed to you, practice with a flower. Flower fresh. That is the second exercise. And if you practice like that 3 or 4 times, you become fresh and you enjoy it. Now we switch to the third exercise, which is mountain solid. In this position, the half lotus position or the lotus position, you find yourself quite stable, solid. If you feel agitated, not solid, vulnerable, breakable, and then you practice this in order to get solid again. The solidity, the stability of the body will help bring about the stability of the mind. And therefore, sit in a stable position and practice breathing in and out. You become more stable in your mind. Breathing in, I see myself as a mountain. Breathing out, I feel solid. From time to time, a very strong emotion overwhelms us. That emotion can be anger or despair or fear. And when we are overwhelmed by a strong emotion, we feel that we are very vulnerable. We may die. This is too bad because we are more than our emotion. We are more solid than we may think. And therefore, practicing being solid like a mountain is very good. When you look at a tree during the storm, you see that the top of the tree is not solid. You can only see the tiny branches and the number of leaves on the top of the tree, swaying back and forth. You have the impression that the tree is very vulnerable, very fragile. But if you see the tree is firmly rooted in the ground, the impression that the tree is vulnerable will vanish. You see that the tree is much more solid than you at the top. We, the human body, the human person is like that too. We have emotions on the top, somewhere here, but we have the trunk down here. Our trunk is somewhere on this level, a little below your neck. And with this sitting position, if you bring your attention down to this level and practice breathing in and out and follow the movement of your abdomen, breathing in, breathing out. I see myself as a mountain. I feel solid. And if you practice like this 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, your emotion will be brought to destroying it. You now know that you are more than your emotions. Therefore, this exercise is very important. We should practice it every day so that when we face a strong emotion, we know what to do in order to handle our emotions. Let us practice this exercise for a few times. Breathing in, I see myself as a mountain. Breathing out, I feel solid. Try to sit in a solid way to practice this. You don't have to use all the words, you just retain the word mountain for inhalation and solid for your exhalation. Mountain, solid. And now we practice the next exercise, which is water reflecting. Let us visualize a lake in the highland mountains. The water is so still that it reflects through the blue sky and the mountains. And if you look into the water, you see your face not distorted at all, because the water is calm, is still. If you take a picture of the lake, when you see that the mountain and the sky reflected in it are just the mountain and the sky above. So when you practice breathing in, you say, breathing in, I see myself as still water. Means you calm yourself by the breathing. Your breathing can become a wonderful instrument in order to calm yourself. And when you breathe out, you see that in that state of calm and stillness, you reflect things as they are. You do not distort things anymore. When we are not calm, we distort things. We cannot receive the message of other people. You cannot receive the truth from other beings. Suppose the moon, the beautiful moon in the sky, wants to reflect herself in the water of your plant. But the water beyond pond is not calm. How can the full moon reflect herself in you? And therefore, it's not the fault of the moon, it's the fault of the water. If the pond of the mind of living beings is still, the beautiful moon will reflect itself in it. There is an old poem that I read when I was young. If you are still, then your perceptions will be correct. And please understand what people are trying to tell us. The moon, the mountain, the rivers, the trees, everything is trying to tell us the truth. But because the water of our mind is not still, that is why we are not able to receive the truth from the cosmos. And therefore, we should practice breathing in and out and calm ourselves for true understanding to be possible. Sitting quietly and breathing in and out is a wonderful way to calm yourself and to be still waters. And the next exercise is space free. Breathing in, I see myself as space, and breathing out, I feel free. Space is the symbol of liberty. If you do not have space around you, you cannot move. And therefore, if we want to be happy, we should allow ourselves some space around and also space inside. The refreshing moon of the Buddha is traveling in the sky of utmost emptiness. The Buddha has a lot of space inside and outside, and therefore he can be happy. And those of us who have more space inside and around us are happier than other people. And therefore this practice is to bring space into you and around you. If you want your beloved one to be happy, give her some space around and inside her. If you want to be happy, give yourself some space inside and around. When you arrange flowers, you should know that each flower needs some space around. One flower like this will need this much space at least for the flower to radiate its beauty and its freshness. So next time when you arrange flowers, don't use too many flowers. You need only 2 or 3, and you give each flower a lot of space. Human beings are like flowers, they are flowers, and they should be allowed space inside and outside in order to be happy. So practicing like this is to allow us space inside, space outside. And space here, we can rent. On my way here, I saw inside not space for rent. This space can only be obtained by practice. You practice in order to offer freedom, to offer emptiness to yourself and to others. If you have so many projects, if you are directors of so many companies, and you don't have space, how can you be happy? So throw away most of these things in order to have space inside you and around you. I would like to tell the young people that the Buddha is not a god, he is a human being like us. And the word Buddha means the person who is awake. Bud, the Sanskrit word means to wake up. And Buddha means the one who is awake. And if we practice awakening, we become Buddha. When you practice breathing in and out, your body and your mind become together, become one, and you are there in the present moment. You are very much Buddha. Only Buddha, a full Buddha, is someone who is awake all day. When we become awake only from time to time, that is why we should practice mindfulness in order to be more awake in our daily life. I talked about awareness. I talked about enlightenment because enlightenment and awareness are of the same substance. And now we have the word mindfulness, which is the same, because when you are mindful of what is going on, you are aware and you are enlightened. Suppose I practice breathing in, I'm aware that I have good eyes. Breathing out, I smile to my eyes. That is awareness. That is mindfulness of having good eyes, but that is also enlightenment. Because if I have good eyes, but if I don't know it,
The month of my atonement. Just like last month, the day of my atonement. I go in, I lose my job. Or they send me home. Then 2 weeks later, I lose my job.
We have lost in the past. We worry so much about the future, we are afraid. We make so many plans. We are excited about the future. We have no capacity of being alive in the present moment where everything is. And people who live like that live in forgetfulness. And life is not available to them. And they live like a person who carries their dead body on the shoulder and wanders around. He's already dead. She is already dead. So the problem is to wake up, to be alive again, to resurrect ourselves. And the techniques of resurrection is to go back to your breath and breathe in. I am alive. Breathe out. I smile to myself. This looks simple, but this is the most important practice. Because many of us we would know how miraculous to be alive in this present moment. And you lose your life, we lose the kingdom. I have spoken of the present moment. It looks as if I advise people not to look back at the past and look forward to the future. If you do not look back at the past, how can you learn from the past? If you do not plan for the future, how can we arrange for our children and grandchildren? But the teaching is like this. The present moment is made of the past. The past is still alive in the present moment. If you are aware, if you are awake, if you are mindful, if you are able to touch the present moment, you also touch the past. Because of the very fact that the present is made of the past. So there is a possibility to change the past. If we don't think that we can go back to the past in order to fix things that we have made some mistake in the past. We have broken something in the past, and now we regret. And we live with our complex of guilt. And many people do not have peace because their guilt is so intense. But if they learn and find out that the past is still there in the present moment, they will know a way out. Because if they breathe in and out and become mindful, When they touch the present, they touch the past, and they can change the past by changing the present. Suppose you said something not very nice to your grandma 20 years ago, and now you regret it. What can you do in order to get rid of your guilt? To be kind to grandma again. Look at the present moment deeply. Look at yourself, and you know that grandma is still alive in you. You are only a continuation of grandma. So look deeply in you and see grandma smiling to you in yourself. And with that mindfulness, you just say, I'm sorry, grandma. And then you see her smiling to you, and the wound will be healed very quickly. There's no need to live with your anguish, your guilt. Guilt is an obstacle for the past. And as you can touch the past to the present, why don't do the healing right now? When you are firmly grounded in the present moment, you can look back at the past. You are looking at the present so deeply that you see all the elements that have made up the present moment, and these can be described as the past. Also, you learn that the future will be made of the present moment. The present moment is the substance with which the future is made. And therefore, the best way to take care of the future is to take care of the present moment. What else can you do? If you take good care of the present moment, there's no reason why you have to worry about the future, because you know that the future will be made from the present. And that is why hope is sometimes an obstacle. People tend to hope because they feel helpless in the present moment. They find that the present moment is so heavy, so unbearable, difficult to endure. That is why they invest in the future with hope. I hope tomorrow it will be better. I hope after tomorrow things will be better. And they get a little bit relief because of investing in the future. That is why religions speak a lot about the future, about hope. But in the light of this practice, hope can be an obstacle. Because investing in the future, you have to spend a lot of energy for hoping. And there's not much energy left in order for you to take care of the present. And without enough energy, you cannot have a breakthrough. You cannot break through to the kingdom of God. And therefore, not to hope. Bring all sorts of your energy back to the present moment and get a breakthrough. And this is the practice. To be awake is to be aware of what is going on in your body, in your feelings, in your perceptions, in your mental formations, and in the world around. You are aware that the trees are beautiful. That is awareness. You are aware that many trees are being cut down. That is awareness. Awareness of what is happening on the good side and on the side that is not so good. To be aware of things in the good side in order to get in touch with them, to be nourished by them, to be in touch with what is not good in order to change them, to help stop them, and to transform them. And therefore, practicing awareness we profit from the practice. And today I would like to speak on the first side, the side of what is the ground to get in touch with the side. This morning, when I walk from the building to the meditation hall, I got in touch with the sunshine, beautiful trees, and I made peaceful steps on the earth. I felt very happy. I felt nourished by the beautiful sky, the sunshine, the beautiful trees. When I touched the earth, I knew that the earth, our mother, is still there. And I got nourished by the fact that I am alive and walking on the earth. So I planted myself a number of seeds of happiness. I know that this is very important because if I do not have enough happiness within myself, I shall not be able to help other people, other living beings. So that is why every day to practice in order to water the seed of your happiness, your joy, is very important. Everyone can practice being mindful of the existence of their eyes, of the fact that they are alive. And that seed in their consciousness is called seed of mindfulness. But because we live in forgetfulness, that is why the seed of mindfulness has been buried deeply in our consciousness for a long time. Now practicing is to water the seed of mindfulness in us so that it will become important and manifest more often in our being. Our consciousness is something like this with the lower part and the upper part. The lower part is called thought, and the upper part is called mind consciousness. Thought consciousness, alaya misnana, contains all things: seeds of happiness, seeds of joy, seeds of enlightenment, seeds of anger, seeds of fear, all kinds of seeds, good and bad. And when one seed is watered, that seed can grow more strongly, and it will manifest itself in the upper level of our consciousness we call the level of mind consciousness, mano-vijnana. Suppose this is a seed of my anger, and if someone waters it by saying something meaningful to us, this seed will move, become more, and manifest itself as anger. And it's not pleasant to have the seed of anger manifest in ourselves like that. And because every day we water the seed of unhappiness of each other, that is why the seeds grow very strong, and they suppress the seed of happiness within us. The seed of joy, the seed of peace, the seed of smiling, and so on. And including the seed of mindfulness, which is a wonderful seed. Now the practice is to refrain from watering the seeds of unhappiness and concentrate on watering the seeds of happiness, the seeds of joy, the seeds of peace, the seeds of mindfulness. This seed of mindfulness, which is buried under many layers of afflictions, now begin to be watered by our practice of watering. The fresh flower, eating mindfully, smiling, and a piece of sleeping. These are all practice of watering the seed of mindfulness. So the seed of mindfulness will spring up first like that. But if you practice for 2 days or 3 days, it becomes bigger and it becomes bigger on the level of the mind consciousness. So for a person who is so unhappy who live like a dead man. The seed of mindfulness is still in it. And if you know how to water the seed of mindfulness, he will become an enlightened person and be with you. I remember in the gospel, Jesus said that the kingdom of God is the grain of mustard. If you put the mustard grain into the damp soil, it will grow and grow and grow, and many birds can come and live in its branches, right? So that is the kingdom of God. Very tiny like a grain of mustard. And I remember another thing, Jesus said, the kingdom of God is like the yeast that makes the flour rise. The yeast is just a little bit, but if you know how to use it, it makes a whole lot. So mindfulness may be not small, but if you know how to practice it, that will become the yeast of your life. And practicing mindfulness in daily life is to stop forgetfulness. And when you stop forgetfulness, many good things will come up. And that is why the first aim of the practice is to stop forgetfulness. And stop forgetfulness not by acting, but just light it up mindfulness. When you light up mindfulness, forgetfulness, look it up for. You don't have to chase it away. It's like when you bring in a lamp and then backwards, you just dissipate. So that practice is called samatha. The Chinese word is to stop, stopping, calming. There are many things that go wrong in the world and in our own consciousness, in the collective consciousness. And if we learn about of stopping, we can save ourselves, save the world, and save our children, save our planet. And there are so many ways of practice of stopping in the Buddhist tradition. And breathing in and out is one of the ways of doing that. When you breathe in mindfully, when you breathe out mindfully, you stop forgetfulness and you begin to be alive. Stopping something is to reveal something else. Always like that. Stopping is not a negative thing. Stopping can be a very positive thing because when you stop like that, you bring about light. And mindfulness is the kind of energy that you use in order to do the work of stopping. When you have some anger in yourself, you bring mindfulness up in order to take care of your anger. And mindfulness becomes mindfulness of anger. Breathing in, I know that I'm angry. Breathing out, I know that anger is in me now. You are taking good care of your guest in your living room. Because mind consciousness is the living room, and the store consciousness is your basement, where you keep many things. And when something unpleasant appears in the living room, like a baby crying in the living room, mother has to come and take care of the baby, holding the baby in her hands, in her arms, with loving hand. Mindfulness is the money. When the baby of anger is crying a lot, kicking a lot, mother mindfulness has to come up and hold the baby in her arm because she is tenderness, she is love, she is care. Herself. That is why 1 minute or 2 minutes later the baby stops, crying and kicking. Mindfulness has the power of calming and stopping. If you continue to breathe in and out mindfully and embracing your anger in, you will transform your anger. When the mommy holds the baby in her arms, her power of love and care will calm the baby. But that's not the only thing the mommy does. Mommy is looking more deeply to find out why the baby is crying. And she may find out that the baby has some temperature, or the baby may have some trouble in stomach, things like that. And that is the work of looking deeply to see the real cause of it. And that is the other aspect of meditation, vipassana. Vipassana is looking deeply. If you do not have enough calm, you cannot cultivate insight. So those who practice insight meditation, to practice calm meditation, samatha. Because the moment when you become still water and silent like a mountain, you begin to see things much more clearly. And that is why samatha contains vipassana. The same thing is true with vipassana. When you are able to see into the true nature of things, you already have calm and stillness within yourself. Therefore, in vipassana, you already have samadhi. And both practice calming and looking deeply is carried out by kind of energy we call mindfulness. Mindfulness is the love of yourself. You have some mindfulness within you. But that mindfulness is still weak and it is not enough. It has not enough power to heal, to calm, and transform. That is why we need to practice in order for mindfulness to become a habit energy. Vasana, the kind of energy that we will practice. We have so many kinds of habit energies that are destructive. But here is the kind of habit energy that is the rescuing power and healing power, the power of mindfulness. And this is the practice of getting in touch with what is refreshing and healing. As I have said, samatha meditation, the meditation of calming and stopping, has already progressed inside here. Because once you become calm, the moon of the truth begins to reflect in yourself. And that is why when you use your mindfulness in order to touch an issue, to touch the full moon, to touch the sunset, to touch the flower, touch your own child, then these kind of things will reveal more deeply to yourself. And when you use mindfulness in order to touch your pain, your anger, mindfulness begins to transform, to with or without your intention to do so. It is like the sunshine. In the morning, the flower is not open yet, but if the sun continues to shine on the flower, and the energy of the sunshine penetrates little by little into the flower, and then 1, 2, 3 hours later, the flower will open. Energy entering into another zone of energy will bring about some transformation. So the fact that you breathe mindfully of the anger can always help. Mindfulness is there to take care of it. And even before it does anything, it has the effect of calming and stopping over. And therefore, bringing mindfulness as energy to encompass your pain, your anger, is what we do in meditation. What we do in meditation when walking or sitting or lying. Some of you may say that this is a form of suppressing our anger. No, it's not. The mother does not put a hand over the mouth of her baby. No. The mother does not do the spanking job. The mother does take good care of the baby, and we take good care of our anger in the most non-violent, most tender way possible. So it cannot be described as an act of suppression. It should be described as an act of taking care. Mindfulness is the best part of us. It is the big brother. It is the big sister. It is the Buddha, the mother, that will come out to the living room and take very good care of the baby anger, the baby pain. And this is having direct contact, touching the anger, touching your pain. Because in psychotherapy, they talk about getting in touch with anger, but they don't say exactly what is getting in touch with anger. In Buddhist psychology, it is stated very clearly that the agent in touch with anger is mindfulness. Concerns mother and baby will both it's not so difficult anymore because of the work of embracing the baby. The mother will be able to see deeply into the baby, to see what is wrong with the baby. So mindfulness, after having performed the work of calming, will be used to perform the work of looking deeply, and that is vipassana, insight meditation. And that is what I describe to be the massage mindfulness. Having the blood to touch the painful zone. Suppose someone is angry with his father. He cannot stand sitting with his father. He believes that his father is the cause of all his misery. Now, if we offer the young man therapy, we suggest that he practice this. Breathing in, I see myself as a party all time. Breathing out, I smile to that party all time that is me. And that is the practice of visualizing yourself as party or person. In order for you to see that as a party all time, you are very vulnerable. You can be hurt very easily by anyone at any moment. A stern look from your mother can wound you. A shout from your mother can hurt you deeply. And when father and mother are having a fight, well, you lock all the suffering into your soul consciousness. You have to know that even if you are born household consciousness already began to receive wounds from our mother and father. Everything she eats, everything she drinks, everything she worries about, every suffering that she has in herself penetrates in our soul consciousness. So she, who is an expecting mother, should know that in order to practice mindfulness of eating and of taking care of her emotions for herself, for her baby. And her husband has to practice mindfulness also in order not to brutalize her, not to say things, not to do things in order to hurt her soul, his child. So that is the practice of mindfulness in the context of the family, thought to be for the sake of the child, but it is really for the sake of the whole family. How would a mother not practice mindfulness if she can? She has to eat properly, drink properly, to live her emotional life in such a way that it will not hurt the baby inside her. And the father has to be aware of that and help his wife doing so for the protection of his baby. When the child is born, although the baby does not know the language of adults, but a fight between father and mother, a hurting statement made by either the father or mother, the child receives because the vibration in the speech can go directly to the child. We continue to plant and to sow seeds of suffering in the soul consciousness of our baby. We think that the baby is too small, how could we understand? But that's not true. The heavy atmosphere in the family continues to water the seed of unhappiness in the child. In Buddhism, soul consciousness is very often compared to a piece of fertile soil, the land of the mind pure. And as parents, we are responsible for the planting of earlier seeds within that fertile field rainbow. And you know that if you are not mindful, and then you can make your child unhappy by continuously sowing this kind of seed in from time to time, the little boy in order to avoid suffering runs into the fire and looks into the image. It is happy, but his parents do not know. And he suffers silently, very deeply inside of him. And with that kind of hatred, he grew up as an unhappy person, and the young lady he married will have to suffer. And the children that they born will continue to suffer because the young boy now has become an adult and does not know how to transform the seed of suffering in his soul consciousness. Naturally, next his children suffer, his wife suffer, that is the will suffer. So I propose that those who are about to marry should engage in real practice in order to transform the internal formation here first before the next step for their sake and the sake of their children. One year may be good. In countries like Thailand, Cambodia, all young men are expected to practice something like living in monastery. Maybe in America, they do that. And that would be a time for those who want to marry, to get married, 1 year of practice in order to transform the seed of suffering transmitted by parents Otherwise, you will perpetuate the cycle of suffering. Um, um, So when a young man practice looking at himself as a 5-year-old child and smile to that vulnerable child, 5-year-old child, suddenly some understanding is born. Because of that vulnerability, fragility, he gets hurt so easily. So the smile that to him is a smile of compassion. I am having compassion vis-a-vis myself as a 5-year-old child. Probably I was helpless. I did not know how to deal with that. Lenses of suffering are so and water in myself. After that, the young man was offer another meditation. Breathing in, I see my father as a 5-year-old child. Breathing out, I smile to that 5-year-old child was my father. It may be the first time he can visualize his father as a 5-year-old child. Before that, the father was always a very green, difficult person. The moment when you can see your father as a 5-year-old child, you make an insight. You may need the family album, you may need the imagination, but you have to visualize your father as a 5-year-old child. And when you are able to see him like that, you see that there's no difference between him 5-year-old and you 5-year-old. Also very, very vulnerable, very, very fragile, and easily get hurt. If you grow up like that, you cannot help but making other people suffer. So the young man sees his father as a 5-year-old child, and some insight is born. His mind that 5-year-old child with compassion. And this is the first wave of love. He sent into his painful zone. But not he has to do it again and again. Breathing in, breathing out, in order to bring blood of mindfulness into the zone of pain. And to add compassion, the fire. For that he was like me. He suffered so during his child. But he's worth my compassion. He needs my compassion rather than my act. That is the equivalent of looking deeply, doing the work of massage. That is the result of vipassana meditation. Insight. And how can you do that if you do not have some amount of calm, of stability, of stillness, of freedom? If you are not free, and how can you have the time and the energy to do it? Get free from your worries, from your being busy, from your boredom, from your forgetfulness. Become free and you have the energy and the time enough to practice looking deeply.
This concludes part 1 of the Art of Mindful Living with Thich Nhat Hanh. We continue with part 2.
Ba niệm lặng thầm tình.
The Art of Mindfulness, Part 2, with Thich Nhat Hanh.
The Buddha urged his monks to practice like this each morning. First, I am of the nature to the all. There is no way to escape love. Instead of suppressing it, invite it up, look directly at it. I am of the nature to love all. I have to accept that. Second, I am of the nature to have ill health. When you grow old, you know it. There is no way to escape having ill health. I am of the nature to die. There is no way to escape that. All that is near to me and everyone I know are of the nature to change. There is no way to escape being separated from them. Fifth, my actions are my only true belongings. I cannot escape the consequences of my actions. My actions are the ground on which I stand. So this requires some amount of courage in order to practice. You let him happen. Why can you do that? How can you do that? Because you know that you already have mindfulness. If your mindfulness is strong enough, then why don't lift the body and let them come up? Because if you keep them in there for a long time, you create a situation of bad circulation. And when there is no circulation in your psyche, you go sick. So it's not a problem of suppressing, but of leaving them to be themselves. If they come up, okay, they come up. They are not as pleasant as other visitors, but there is time to see a friend, a pleasant friend. There's time to see someone different, but you don't care. You are there to help. So you let them come up, and you look directly at them, because you are your better self, mindful. Just maintain your mindfulness, breathing in and out, and acknowledge this practice. Hello, let me be hello. I know you, my little friend. Let me be, let me see you. Because now there is an opportunity to encounter. You see, welcome and touching with mindfulness and with kindness. You do not find it. When you are able to smile at it and to acknowledge its presence, kindly, good morning, my little dear. Listen now, you are my old friend. And every time you practice like that, your feel will lose some of this strength. Right when you do the work of recognition. And it might go back. It might go up again, and the same kind of object will be filled again. Every time you come like that, you acknowledge that you drink tea and smile, your anger on the same. Your anxiety also. Your upset also. And that is the work of Chinese of mindfulness. Some long time later, when you see that you are ready, you invite it up, and you sit for a long time with it, looking deeply into its nature. And when you are able to see into the true nature of it, ignorance will be dissipated, and there will be disintegration of the block of fear of man. That is vipassana, the practice of looking deeply, sending the energy of mindfulness into the heart of the block of man. And when the mindfulness is good, strong, present, there's no reason why you should continue with the free of entertaining the rest that stay there with the consciousness. I am of the nature to go off. There is no way to escape the all. I accept all. So all is no longer improve my long-term fear. But they are harmful, that kind of fear. And they restore our way of thinking, perceiving things. Therefore, Samyodana, I translated by internal formation. It is a formation, a block in your store consciousness, and it has the power of restoring your way of perceiving things and thinking and feeling. Samyodana. So allow them to come up smartly. So that I am of the nature to have ill health. There is no way to escape having ill health. Look like it. Of the fact. Third, I am of the nature to die. There is no way to escape that. Fourth, all that is dear to me and everyone I love are of the nature to change. There is no way to escape being separated from them. Fifth, my actions are my only true belongings. Actions here is karma. I cannot escape the consequences of my actions. My actions are the ground on which I stand. So, take the responsibility. I am the son of my actions. So it is not a problem of repressing your fear or your anger, but contemplating mindfulness in such a way that you will be more ready to welcome and to transform. And that cannot be done alone. It has to be done with the daily practice of mindfulness. In Buddhism, the teaching about love is quite simple. Love is defined in terms of practice. First of all, we have the word mind. It can be translated as love or love. It is the intention and the capacity of bringing joy to another person or to bringing another person. The intention is not enough because sometimes you want very much to make one person happy, but you make her unhappy. You make him unhappy. So the intention is not enough. The capacity of making another person happy. And how? By the work of looking into it, like vipassana. If you do not understand a person, you cannot love. That is the reason. So love is made of and something is called understanding. And understanding is the outcome of your looking deeply. You are calm, you look, you see, you understand, and now you can love. Because to love someone with my influence makes that person happy, smiling, looking like a child. And unless you know the nature and difficulties that are both that person, you cannot resist after and you do that just for the sake of the person You don't say, I do this for you and you have to do that for me. That's not my that is kind of thing. No. You do that without any condition. The second aspect of love is stamina, the capacity to transform, to remove the state of another. The other person that on the form and something. You come and you remove the form and put it on one form to release the subject that is fine. And you do that without asking any feedback. And this also requires your power of understanding. And only by that kind of insight that you can begin to love God. And therefore love is the most complex key. Looking deep. And not just the action to make the other action. Love is action. And the symbol of action is a hand. And when you enter a Tibetan monastery, or Vietnamese monastery, you can see a Buddhist glass 1,000 hours. It means the Buddhist glass has 1,000 ways of love. Otherwise, you cannot understand why Buddhist glass has so many artists. And if you can look more profoundly, you see that in each arm there is an eye. And the eye is looking with you to understand. If you don't look with you to understand, how can you love? And therefore, understanding is the essence of love. Love is understanding. You cannot love someone if you don't understand that. This is sin. And if you love without understanding, you are making him or his son. That's not true. We try the other person's faith, of spirit, of practice, and you can see. And when the other person is not nourished by love, you will not be nourished by love. When you practice love and kindness, you are the first person to profit from it. A man or woman that is motivated by mindfulness and is with agents that the person. And of course, the person in love or feel love will be difficult too, because she is watered by mindfulness and kindness. So when the other person doesn't look, we know that there is something wrong. We should stop saying, I love, I'm so and done everything in my power to make her happy. Why should she be happy? She doesn't want to be happy. You should not blame like that. You should go back and look deeply into the nature of our life to see whether we understand that person and person. In the beginning, she is a flower. We think that without her, how we will survive. But now she doesn't look like a flower. And we bring her to bring, or not bring our flower, but only the person who is responsible for the flower. You, what have you been doing with your flower? Love has turned into hatred, and now you have a different kind of opinion. You think that separation is the best. I cannot live anymore. Quite opposite statement. So love transformed into hatred is a very common thing. Things are impermanent. And therefore you should practice every day in order to keep love alive. And love in this context is mighty encouragement to bring joy and to transform something in the others. How can you do that if you are not calm enough? If you don't look deeply into him or her in order to see what kind of need he has, what kind of suffering she has. Who does not need meditation? So we can just walk in meditation or sit in meditation and look deeply into these things. Not try to become a Buddha, just do these practical things. If you are unhappy with your partner, it's your problem. Why is she so unhappy? What I have done? What is the nature of my life? These are real problems, real subjects of your meditation. Practicing looking deeply into the nature of your love. And you see that you are responsible of the person. And then one afternoon, one evening, you have enough insight. You come to her, you practice deep breathing, you hold her hand and you say something like this: now, I know that I have really suffered in the last minute. I'm sorry. I did not know how to practice what is happening. I have really forgotten it. That is why I had wandered all the series of suffering. I feel sorry. I want to love you properly to you. But I cannot do that unless you help me. Please help me of your suffering. Please help me of my shortcomings. I really want to learn and transform myself in order to love you properly. It's my intention. So that statement that you can make tonight is the outcome of your insight. Because you are no longer a prisoner of your anger anymore. You are free because of the insight you have developed while looking deeply. So you should practice like Avalokiteshvara, sit very still, breathe very deeply, and let her chance to tell you the thing. Very confused. Ask the question so that she knows you are ready to listen to her. At 1 hour, 2 hours of listening practice can be really much better. And that is to practice the way of Avalokiteshvara. Avalokiteshvara in Chinese, one here, it means listening to the suffering of the world. To be able to listen to the suffering of the people who are going through your shame, your father, your husband. We put your name upon it. We aspire to learn your way of listening in order to help relieve the suffering in the world. You know how to listen in order to understand. We put your name in order to practice listening to pour our attention and open hearts. We will sit and listen without any prejudice. We shall sit and listen without judging the other. We will sit and listen in order to understand. We will sit and listen so attentively that we will be able to hear what the other person is saying and also what has been left unsaid. We know that just by listening deeply, we don't need a little bit to break through the pain in the other person. If in the family no one is able to listen to everyone, the family is sick. There's no separation. And if in the family one person can practice sitting and listening, there is hope for the whole family. If one member in the family is always irritated by the way he speaks, he looks, and he does, some kind of loving kindness to be to respond to him. But if it continues like that for many years, it's really very hard to respond to the kind of irritation. So other members of the family begin to act with so if there is one person in the family who practices breathing and who can restore his capacity of refreshing herself, more solid, more calm, more loving, and she can have one person. And after that, they become two persons. It's more sometimes than in another way. One form or subject, which is the family. So understanding is the root. And understanding is the outcome of the practice of looking deeply. Love has no meaning without understanding. And the basic practice of love ladies who participated in the retreat in Northern California, my husband is so difficult. If I ask him to have the luxury or to have the dishes, everything is a best love important to me. If I say, don't like to go, maybe it's a little. You have to learn to live with your own feelings. No communication is possible. So what I have to do, he doesn't want to listen. This is what I said. What is important is to restore your affection as a love. You remember when you first married him, so everything you said, he listened to you. And everything he said, you listened to you all the time. But how come that now you don't listen to each other? Because you are no longer as present as you were in the past. But if you practice to be flower fresh, not the sun, water fresh, and you become a flower. And by the time you don't have seeds, you will drop this little bit of fresh. And there is no need to set in at all. And the same thing is with food. If he does not practice, if he does not restore our weakness, and that is very or it's not good. Practice of breathing can already help a lot. Suppose when your partner says something that you make you suffer a lot, you are advised to practice breathing in and calm down. And you can repeat it when you practice every day. Of course, you can practice often. One is a but as many times it's very important. You should without thinking of it with the kind of language that you're not otherwise you are not doing the same thing. That is not in and out a few times. And then you can calm yourself down and you are capable of saying something calm. You can of preference. Nothing like you just said perfectly as something they want. I wish that you would be able to talk about this week. Not already. Now, because you are not calm. You still suffer a lot. So this technique is called technique of grounding. If you have a time, you can practice one meditation for 20, 50 minutes. And if you are transformed, you can talk to him now. But if you are busy, you only have 5 or 10 minutes. And it's really risky for you to bring the topic and talk about it. So it's very safe to say that I wish that we talk about our Friday night. And each Friday night is the time to fuse all bonds in yourself, small and large. Because Saturday and Sunday will be more enjoyable if we will work transformation. Right? You say with the kind of language that will serve as a development that what you just said make you very angry and difficult. I want that we will talk about it. And if we invite you or she invite you to speak, that is the secret. More deeply into that, you'll find out the roots, the causes of which the statement was made. And also, you look into the nature of your anger, your feeling, in order to see more deeply. And most people have enough time, and this is called breakfast. Whether you are planning or cooking the supper, if you have the time, chance to look little into that, because you know that on Friday night you will talk about it. And you have kind of time in the family, but you use Friday night in order to use all these kind of things. What I try to say here is that at least in 1 minute or 2 minutes, after practicing breathing in and out easy, you will be capable of making that statement about the fact that you are suffering from what you just she has said. And if you practice one breathing in, one breathing in, and then this will become very easy. And it won't feel like easy. And the children can do it. The children are not taught to do it. I will be made. I will be a cloud. I will be a bird. I will be a butterfly. And look, I will be a little yellow flower like this one in front of us. And you know something? Tomorrow, if you will not be attentive, you will not recognize me, and you must step on me. And I think that I have planted a seed in that very young store consciousness. Yes. It would be very helpful every time you hear the word emptiness. Ask always, empty of what? When you look at the cup and you say, the cup is empty. And you say, empty of what? They may say, empty of tea. But when the cup is empty of tea, it might not be empty of other things. When the cup is empty of tea, it is full of air. In order for the cup to be empty, the cup must be there. In order to be empty. And empty of what? Empty of tea, of coffee, and in this case, empty of a separate existence. Everything, everyone is empty of a separate existence. Therefore, to take care of the other is to take care of oneself. To take care of the trees is to take care of oneself. To take care of the river is to take care of oneself. Because the self is made of non-self elements. And when you remember that, there's no danger of using the word self. The meditation on death is the meditation on life itself. When the cloud is about to be transformed into rain, it does not panic like us. Knowing that being a cloud is a wonderful thing, the cloud is also aware of the fact that becoming rain is another wonderful thing. So when the moon comes for the cloud to become rain, it will shake, it will sing happily and becoming drops of water falling on the vegetation, becoming part of the river, penetrating into the earth and become a source of life for many other kinds of beings. It's a very beautiful adventure also. And then sometime later on, it may resume the form of another cloud, snowfield. One autumn morning, I was standing in the upper hamlet village, contemplating one beautiful leaf. It was about to fall down. The leaf is very beautiful. It has the red color, the yellow color. I was standing there in a meditative mood. I was looking at the leaf. I was watching the leaf and to see whether the leaf is afraid of falling down to the ground. I hear the leaf saying that it began to appear in spring. It has been on the branch for many months. Through spring and summer, it has worked hard to nourish itself as a tree. It is now not like in spring. It has done a lot of things in order to nourish the tree, and it could see itself in a tree. Somewhere I read this statement that it takes 30 good leaves to make a good apple. Every one of us need 30 leaves in order to be a good apple. Build up your sunshine trees. And so the leaf has worked hard in order to nourish the tree. And now it's about to fall down. I'm not afraid. The leaf said, I am in a tree. I am the tree. This is only a very small part of me. I know that when I fall down, I continue to do my job. When I decompose myself, I become the soil. I continue to live in the tree. There's no fear. And there, a little bit of wind, and the leaf left the branch, went to the ground, joyful like dancing. Insight meditation first brought to us the reality of impermanence. We begin to realize that everything is impermanent, but we don't cry because we know that impermanence is life. Impermanence is the ground of being. If things are not impermanent, things cannot be possible. If things are not impermanent, your baby cannot grow up. If things are not impermanent, how can you transform your afflictions into joy and peace? So instead of complaining about impermanence, you have to say something about love like impermanence. Love like impermanence, because with impermanence, life becomes possible. So we accept impermanence as a fact. And if you are aware of the nature of impermanence inherent in everything, you will suffer much less. Because we know so well about the impermanence of a flower. That is why when a flower dies, we will not be affected. We will not cry over his so-called death. But we do not have the kind of insight vis-a-vis other things, like a friend, or a spouse, or a father, or a mother, or a son. We have the impression that that person is going to be there forever. And that is why we neglect him, we neglect her. We don't take good care of him and her until something happens. And the person is no longer with us. And then we begin to cry and regret his companion or her companion. That is the way of the humans. We do not cherish the presence of the other person until we lose it. Because in us, the truth of impermanence does not there. Many of us are afraid of losing our beloved ones, but we want to suppress our feeling. We have to learn to live with that kind of feeling of insecurity in us. We never know when an accident happens and take away ourselves or the person we love. And we live permanently under that kind of threat. In many religions, people adapt an attitude of faith. They will accept whatever God arranges. But in Buddhism, we learn to adapt another kind of attitude. We know that things are impermanent. We have to take good care of the present moment so that we will not regret in the future. So if she is still alive, be aware of her nature of impermanence and take care of her now, today. Otherwise, it will be late. If he is still alive, you should take care of him now, today. Otherwise, it will be late. That is the Buddhist attitude vis-a-vis impermanence and insecurity. The only answer is to take very good care of the present moment. I think that it's time to invite the ship. Yeah. The meditation can be practiced at home or maybe at the office also. Even if you have a people with you, you can practice very good meditation. Every time the telephone rings, take it as a bell of mindfulness. Stay where you are and practice breathing in, calming, breathing out, smiling. You can do that. You can afford to do that. Because if the person has something really important to tell you, she will wait. She will not hang up before the first or the second. Breathing in, I calm myself. Breathing out, I smile. That's what you do while you listen to the bell. The bell must suddenly appear somewhere and is inviting you to breathe and smile. Even that wonderful. When the beautiful things you might have some kind of vibration in yourself. It's not common. It is a story. Who is coming? Good news or bad news? That kind of unknown questions in yourself. Very often you run to the as if that is the most important thing. You do not attend to yourself like you attend to the people. So stay where you are and resist. Resist being a victim of your brain. And then prove that you are quiet yourself. Breathing in and calm, breathing out, smile. You prove to be yourself. So when it is for the second time, you can still do it. And this time you are very calm and you are very smiling. Your smile is now more solid than the first time. If you are original in telephone meditation. And when you hear the third sound, you room to the telephone in the way we practice walking meditation. Go slowly, know that you are quite yourself. With dignity. You know that there are very busy people who know that from time to time they should have a break in order not to have a breakdown. And the way businessmen take a break is like this. After having solved one problem, they write a cigarette and they sit back and they take one in breath and one out breath. Exactly like they did, but with one cigarette. They do not pay attention to the in-breath and out-breath, but they do have some kind of stop. Because when they do that, they really forget about business. They want the business world to be stopped entirely, so that they can enjoy the breathing in and the breathing out quickly. And thanks to that, they have a moment of break from time to time. It's very helpful to them. But for us who know how to practice deep breathing and enjoy our breathing in and out the flower fresh, we don't need the cigarette. We can do very well with just a hand. And when you go to the telephone during the third training, you still participating in and out. Breathing in calmly, breathing out smiling. And when you pick up the telephone, you say hello, you are still breathing and smiling. You are now your best self. And this is not only good for you, but good for the other person who is calm. You are fresh, you are calm, you are smiling. That's what is benefit. And if you are the one who is calm, you might practice like this. There is a gatha in the gatha book like this in English. Words can travel thousands of miles. They are to build up more mutual acceptance and understanding. I vow that my words will be like gems. I vow that my words will be fresh like pearls. You write down these 4 lines and stick it to your paper. Every time you want to make a phone call, touch the phone with your left hand and practice breathing in, reciting silently one line, breathing out, reciting silently the second line. And after you finish the data, you have breathing in 2 times and breathing out 2 times. Now you are qualified to make a telephone call. The next thing I would like you to bring home is driving meditation. When you drive, enjoy driving. Do not think of arriving. Because driving can be a pleasure. And you can practice breathing in and out, enjoy the present moment. You arrive every second. So you drive relaxing. When you come at a red light, don't be angry at the red light. The red light is not an enemy. Before practice, you think that the red light prevents you from driving back. So you don't like the red color. But if you practice, you find out that the red light is a friend who is calling you to go back for the present moment. So you look at the red light and smile and sit back and enjoy your breathing, calmly breathing out, smiling. You know sometimes at the point of arrival, things are not as good as when you are driving. And it's like walking. If we keep thinking about the destination, we sacrifice the walk. And walking is wonderful. Life is a walk. And you should be able to enjoy each step you make. There is no way to happiness. Happiness is the way. There is no way to peace. Peace is the way. There is no way to enlightenment. Enlightenment is the way. Because each step like that can make you awake. Being aware of everything that is in you and around you. You can see the balance. If you think of the arrival, and then you ignore everything that is there. And life. Therefore, life is a walk. And you should be able to enjoy each step. If you keep thinking of arriving or the destination, you should remember that the final destination is not so likely. It's your own feeling. So why arrive? Why arrive? It's better not to arrive. And therefore, we should really know the direction of life. And you know where life is. It is in the present moment. So walking like that, the driving is also like that. Enjoy your driving ride at every moment. And if you are young, if you do not drive, you might have every time daddy is absorbed or mommy is absorbed and he's thinking or her thinking, smile and remind you to really enjoy your company because you are flowers in the car and they should remember that you are there. They should not be possessed by objects, future and past and so on. This is guided meditation. You can practice anything. Now, hunting meditation, the last thing I would like to offer you today. From time to time, you feel a little low and neglect. You want to have some attention of your mother or your father, but they are too busy. And sometimes you come gently to get some affection, but they don't seem to be great enough attention. So I think having meditation, if accepted by the family, would be a wonderful way to do. In order to get a hug, you do like this. You do in and out 3 times in order to become your best, fresh smile. To look yourself available first. It's very important. The best way to make yourself available is to breathe in and out deeply, and then you come to that person that you want to hug. Now, and you make the environment breathe, and then she knows that you want a hug. You would know that you want a hug. At the time, you should stop everything. Because hugging here is a meditation. It is the most important thing. Whatever project he is making, whatever work he is doing, whatever kind of worries he is absorbed in, and then he has to stop and to make himself available to you. Because when someone is himself or herself about to you like this, you cannot do anything else. You have to make yourself available to him. So your body will participate in 3 times to recover yourself. And then after that, smiling fresh, she will open her arms to you and you participate in. Now both of you are available. Availability is made by deep breathing. And when you take her, you practice like this, breathing in. I know she is alive in my arms. Breathing out, I feel soft and happy, like that. And when you embrace the other, your sister, mommy, daddy, your face like that, it's called something very deep. And you should not do it for the sake of the phone. I'm really, very deep. That is a very important one of your life. In a lifetime, people do not have their response. They have only a lifetime. There are 2 levels of practice. The first level is easy, but the second level is difficult. It has to do with management. The second level has 4 breathings. The first level has 3 breathings. Like breathing is like I feel so and 3 times without having a lack of the other person. Sometimes you are not really yourself. You are already there, so you pretend to be there. So you're moving. And I know if you have to like that and you have that on my back like that, I know that you are pretending to be entirely present. If you are really there after you and you have to, you don't have to do anything and feel. I feel very happy. 3 times. The second level is deeper and more dangerous. The first speaking is exactly the same. Breathing, I know that she is alive in my arms right now. So the second is breathing in, I see myself over there and she is alive. Breathing in, there's a third step. Breathing in, she is over there in my arms and breathing out, I'm alive. That when the fourth comes, you roll back to the first. Like the first she is alive in my arms. I am relaxed. I'm sorry. So the first and the fourth are the same. But different intensity. You are much more aware of impermanence. You are much happier in thought. So from time to time, practice the certain breath. Having meditation I created by myself because in my country we do not have the habit of helping each other in public like that. So the first time I went to this country and met Dr. Martin Luther King, and I was just in my place, a lovely lady wanted to hug me, and I refused. I refused because I did not know how to hug. And after I left her, I felt a bit uneasy. I saw that it must be frustrating for her. She wanted to help me to express her sympathy, her concern, not only to me, but to the people of my country who were suffering so much, and I did not allow her to hurt. That's not so good. So I decided next time I will do that. So I went to Atlanta, Georgia, and where I was welcomed by a couple who were both folks. I spoke several times in churches about the situation in the war in Vietnam, and I read poetry at their home when friends came. And the next morning, the lady brought me to the airport, and she was thinking of something, hesitating, and I asked her, and she said she wanted to hug me. I had to learn the first lesson. I said that you should learn because you are here in North America. You should learn the way people do it in order to create a better communication. So when she asked me, "Hey, may I hug you?" I said, "Why not?" So she hugged me, but I did not know how to respond very well. I was a little twisted. I made another mistake. So sitting on the plane, I told myself, now you have to learn to do it correctly. Because I do not want to do things superficially. If you don't hurt, it's okay, but if you do the hurting, you have to do it properly and easily. So I brought in the conscious breathing in order for the heart to be real with truth. And I share with friends about heart. And this is an example of the encounter between the East and the West. Hacking is your product, and this breathing is our product. And when the two come together, it may bring about something wonderful. It is heart meditation. It is like, nature has discovered the things you are very much in the British. So, and when you got the back home, you have invented what feedbacks. We don't have feedback in our country. And the feedback is so handy, so practical, and that is the good of the encounter between East and West. I remember that Arnold Toynbee, that famous historian of Great Britain, he said that the most remarkable thing that will happen in this century is the encounter between Buddhism.
My word is my wand. I know my universal supply is endless and immediate. All my needs manifest instantly on the external. I bless the money I have and know that I have the magic purse of the spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace, in perfect ways. I see it always crammed, jammed with money, yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, blue checks, white checks, gold, silver, and currency. I see it bulging with abundance. I feel my bag heavy with money. I now banish lack and limitations. I stand calm and serene. I stand content and happy. I see clearly now. I give thanks for the sun. The decks are now cleared for divine action, and my own comes to me under grace in a magical way. And now, let go of worn out conditions and worn out things. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. Behold, I make all things new. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass. The unexpected now happens. The four winds of success now brought to me my own. From north, south, east, and west comes my endless good. The Christ in me is risen. I now fulfill my destiny. Endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I clap my cymbals and rejoice, for Jehovah goes before me, making clear, easy, and successful my way. I give thanks for my whirlwind success. I sweep all before me, for I work with the Spirit and follow the divine plan of my life. My spiritual sporting blood is up. I am more than equal to this situation. I am awake to my good and gather in the harvest of endless opportunities. I am harmonious, poised, and magnetic. I now drew to myself my own. My power is God's power and is irresistible. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. I see clearly and act quickly, and my greatest expectations come to pass in a miraculous way. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is rightfully mine is given me under grace. I have within me an undiscovered country, which is revealed to me now in the name of Jesus Christ. Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it, for it is nailed back. The tide of destiny has turned, and everything comes my way. I banish the past, and now live in the wonderful now, where happy surprises come to me each day. There are no lost opportunities in divine mind. As one door shut, another door opened. I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. The genius within me is now released. I now fulfill my destiny. I make friends with hindrances, and every obstacle becomes a stepping stone. Everything in the universe, visible and invisible, is working to bring to me my own. I give thanks that the walls of Jericho fall down, and all lack, limitation, and failure are wiped out of my consciousness in the name of Jesus Christ. I am now on the royal road of success, happiness, and abundance. All the traffic goes my way. I will not weary of well-doing, for when I least expect it, I shall reap. Jehovah goes before me, and the battle is won. All enemy thoughts are wiped out. I am victorious in the name of Jesus Christ. There are no obstacles in divine mind. Therefore, there is nothing to obstruct my good. All obstacles now vanish from my pathway. Doors fly open, gates are lifted, and I enter the kingdom of fulfillment under grace. Rhythm, harmony, and balance are now established in my mind, body, and affairs. New fields of divine activity now open for me, and these fields are white with the harvest. Man's will is powerless to interfere with God's will. God's will is now done in my mind, body, and affairs. God's plan for me is permanent and cannot be budged. I am true to my heavenly vision. The divine plan of my life now takes shape in definite, concrete experiences leading to my heart's desire. I now draw from the universal substance with irresistible power and determination that which is mine by divine right. I do not resist this situation. I put it in the hands of infinite love and wisdom. Let the divine idea now come to pass. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever-increasing stream of success, happiness, and abundance. There are no lost opportunities in the kingdom. As one door shuts, another door opens. There is nothing to fear, for there is no power to hurt. I walk up to the lion on my pathway and find an angel in armor and victory in the name of Jesus Christ. I am in perfect harmony with the working of the law. I stand aside and let infinite intelligence make easy and successful my way. The ground I'm on is holy ground. The ground I am on is successful ground. New fields of divine activity is now open for me. Unexpected doors fly open. Unexpected channels are free. What God has done for others, He can do for me and more. I am as necessary to God as He is to me, for I am the channel to bring His plan to pass. I do not limit God by seeing limitation in myself. With God and myself, all things are possible. Giving precedes receiving, and my gifts to others precede God's gift to me. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. My poise is built upon a rock. I see clearly and act quickly. God cannot fail, so I cannot fail. The warrior within me has already won. Thy kingdom come in me. Thy will be done in me and my affairs. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I now draw from the abundance of the spheres my immediate and endless supply. All channels are free. All doors are open. I now release the gold mine within me. I am linked with an endless golden stream. prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of abundance forever. My God is a God of plenty, and I now receive all that I desire or require and more. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in great avalanches of abundance, under grace in miraculous ways. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate, and comes to me under grace in perfect ways. All channels are free, and all doors fly open for my immediate and endless, divinely designed supply. My ships come in over a calm sea, under grace in perfect ways. I give thanks that the millions which are mine by divine right now pour in and pile up under grace in perfect ways. Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free, and endless avalanches of abundance are poured out upon me under grace in perfect ways. I spend money under direct inspiration, wisely and fearlessly, knowing that my supply is endless and immediate. I am fearless in letting money go out, knowing God is my immediate and endless supply. I am now deluged with the happiness that was planned for me in the beginning. My barns are full. My cup flows over with joy. My endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I have a wonderful joy in a wonderful way, and my wonderful joy has come to stay. Happy surprises come to me each day. I look with wonder at that which is before me. I walk boldly up to the lion on my pathway and find it is a friendly air there. I am harmonious, happy, radiant, detached from the tyranny of fear. My happiness is built upon rock. It is mine now and for all eternity. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever increasing stream of happiness. My happiness is God's affair. Therefore, no one can interfere. As I am one with God, I am now one with my heart's I give thanks for my permanent happiness, my permanent health, my permanent love, my permanent love. I am harmonious, happy, and divine. And now, draw to me my ships over calm sea. God's ideas for me are perfect and permanent. My heart's desire is a perfect idea and divine mind, incorruptible and indestructible. And now comes to pass under grace in a magical way. As I am one with God, the undivided one, I am one with my undivided love and undivided happiness. The light of Christ within now wipes out all fear, doubt, anger, and resentment. God's love pours through me an irresistible magnetic current. I see only perfection and draw to me my own. Divine love through me now dissolves all seeming obstacles and makes clear, easy, and successful my way. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. My apparent enemy becomes my friend, a golden link in the chain of my good. I am at peace with myself and with the whole world. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. The floodgates of my good now open. My word is my wand. I know my universal supply is endless and immediate. All my needs manifest instantly on the external. I bless the money I have and know that I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace, in perfect ways. I see it always crammed, jammed with money, yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, blue checks, white checks, gold, silver, and currency. I see it bulging with abundance. I feel my bag heavy with money. I now banish lack and limitations. I stand calm and serene. I stand content and happy. clearly now. I give thanks for the sun. The decks are now cleared for divine action, and my own comes to me under grace in a magical way. And now, let go of worn out conditions and worn out things. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. Behold, I make all things new. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass. The unexpected now happens. The four winds of success now brought to me my own. From north, south, east, and west comes my endless good. The Christ in me is risen. I now fulfill my destiny. Endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I clap my cymbals and rejoice, for Jehovah goes before me, making clear, easy, and successful my way. I give thanks for my worldly success. I sweep all before me, for I work with the Spirit and follow the divine plan of my life. My spiritual sporting blood is up. I am more than equal to this situation. I am awake to my good and gather in the harvest of endless opportunities. I am harmonious, poised, and magnetic. I now draw to myself my own. My power is God's power and is irresistible. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. I see clearly and act quickly, and my greatest expectations come to pass in a miraculous way. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is rightfully mine is given me. I am given me from understanding. fully mine. The one that I hope is successful mind. New fields of divine activity is now open for me. Unexpected doors fly open. Unexpected channels are free. What God has done for others, He can do for me and more. I am as necessary to God as He is to me, for I am the channel to bring His plan to pass. I do not limit God by seeing limitation in myself. With God and myself, all things are possible. Giving precedes receiving, and my gifts to others precede God's gift to me. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. My poise is built upon a rock. I see clearly and act quickly. God cannot fail, so I cannot fail. The warrior within me, thy kingdom come in me, thy will be done in me and my affairs. Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I now draw from the abundance of the spheres, my immediate and endless. All channels are free, all doors are open. I now release the gold mine within me. I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of abundance forever. My God is a God of plenty, and I now receive all that I desire or require and more. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in great avalanches of abundance, under grace in miraculous ways. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate, and comes to me under grace in perfect ways. All channels are free, and all doors fly open for my immediate and endless, divinely designed supply. My ships come in over a calm sea, under grace in perfect ways. I give thanks that the millions which are mine by divine right now pour in and pile up under grace in perfect ways. Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free, and endless Avalanches of abundance are poured out upon me under grace in perfect ways. I spend money under direct inspiration, wisely and fearlessly, knowing that my supply is endless and immediate. I am fearless in letting money go out, knowing God is my immediate and endless supply. I am now deluged with the happiness that was planned for me in the beginning. My bars are full. My cup flows over with joy. My endless good now comes to me in endless waves. I have a wonderful joy in a wonderful way, and my wonderful joy has come to stay. Happy surprises come to me each day. I look with wonder at that which is before me. I walk boldly up to the lion on my pathway and find it is a friendly there. I am harmonious, happy, radiant, detached from the tyranny of fear. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever increasing stream of happiness. My happiness is God's affair. Therefore, no one can interfere.
Now connected to Rap's second Fire TV stick.
As I am one with God, I am now one with my heart's desire. I give thanks for my permanent happiness, my permanent love, my permanent growth, my permanent love. I am harmonious, happy, and divinely magnetic. And now, joy to me, my ships over a calm sea. God's ideas for me are perfect and permanent. My heart's desire is a perfect idea in divine mind, incorruptible and indestructible. And now comes to pass under grace in a magical way. As I am one with God, the undivided one, I am
Okay,
one
y'all.
with my
Jamie
undivided
Foxx
love
has entered
and
the
undivided
building.
happiness.
Now Jamie Foxx is on the list. Yo. And never said he's been on here.
The light of Christ within now wipes out all fear, doubt, anger, and resentment. God's love pours through me in irresistible magnetic current.
Yo, Look at you. Yeah,
I see only perfection, and draw to me my own. Divine love.
Welcome back to the community of the light, chosen one. Let me ask you something that has been weighing on your spirit. Have you ever sat in silence and wondered why the very people who should have loved you
I love everyone. And
have loved you
everyone loves
most?
me.
Your own family turned on you without cause. Have you felt their whispers, their cold stares, their quiet rejection, as though your very presence made them uncomfortable if you have? Then listen closely, because this message is not for everyone. It is for God's chosen ones only. If you have not felt the weight of angelic visitation, prophetic dreams, or a divine message stirring your spirit, then this word is not for you. But if you have experienced that supernatural touch, if heaven has broken through into your reality, if you have received messages that felt more real than your waking life, then understand this video reached you at the perfect moment. Nothing in the spiritual realm happens by accident. Your spiritual encounter with God has marked you. That mark is why you feel set apart, why you feel misunderstood, why your own bloodline has risen against you. What you carry is divine, and what you carry exposes what others try to keep hidden. This is not coincidence, it is calling. Before we go deeper, comment 777 as confirmation that this word is for you. Hit that like button, because that simple act tells the algorithm to share this message with more chosen ones who desperately need to hear it. Share this with another chosen one today. Your obedience to share could be the very divine message that saves someone's spirit tonight. The mark of the chosen one. Chosen one, you must understand something very important. From the very beginning, before you were even aware of it, before you took your first steps or spoke your first words, heaven placed a mark on you. This is not a mark that men can see with their physical eyes, but in the spiritual realm, it shines like a blazing light. It radiates with an intensity that draws both angels and demons to attention. It is this very light that separates you from the rest, that causes even your own family to look at you differently. You wonder why you have always felt like the outsider, even in your own home. It is because the mark of the chosen one was upon you from birth. You were set apart. That mark is tied directly to your spiritual encounters. The angelic visitation that came to you in moments of despair when you thought no one was watching. When you were alone in your room crying out for answers. The prophetic dreams that shook your spirit in the middle of the night. Dreams so vivid you could smell the air, feel the temperature, hear the voices as clearly as if you were awake, and the divine message whispered to you when no one else was around. That still, small voice that spoke truth into your chaos. These are not accidents. These are not your imagination running wild. These are not the result of what you ate before bed. They are confirmations of the calling that rests upon you. And because you carry this, people around you feel something they cannot explain. They sense your light, but instead of celebrating it, they often turn against it. Have you noticed how some people's energy shifts when you walk into the room? How conversations suddenly stop or change direction? How certain family members avoid being alone with you? This is not paranoia. This is spiritual discernment. You are feeling what is real in the unseen realm. Think about it. Even as a child, you probably noticed you didn't fit in. Maybe your family said you were different, too quiet, too deep, or too strange. They couldn't understand why you thought the way you did, why you asked questions no one else dared to ask, why you saw things others couldn't see, why you felt things others couldn't feel. That wasn't rebellion. That wasn't you being difficult. That was your spirit searching for truth. And truth always separates the chosen from the crowd. The mark of the chosen one is also what attracts opposition. When you walk into a room, people notice you even if you don't speak. There is a presence about you that cannot be denied. That presence is not pride. It is not ego. It is not you trying to draw attention to yourself. It is the evidence of God's hand resting upon your life. And while some may be drawn to it like moths to a flame, many even within your family feel threatened by it. They don't even know why, but something in them resists you. Something in them wants to diminish you. Something in them needs you to be smaller. Chosen one, remember this. Spiritual things are spiritually discerned. The people in your bloodline may love you in the natural, but in the spiritual realm, the enemy stirs them against you. Why? Because if he can make you doubt yourself through the rejection of those closest to you, he can distract you from the power of your calling. But when you recognize that the rejection is because of the mark, you begin to see it not as a curse, but as a sign of divine favor. Let me be clear. This mark is not earned. It is given. You didn't ask for it. You didn't apply for it. You didn't buy it. You didn't achieve it through good works or perfect behavior. It was written into your destiny before you ever took your first breath, before your parents even knew you were coming, before the foundations of the earth were laid. That is why you have had angelic visitations in your darkest hour. That is why prophetic dreams come to you with messages that others cannot understand.
There is no competition.
That is why divine messages keep finding you, even in this very moment. As you listen to these words, heaven is confirming to you that you are chosen. And because you are chosen, the dynamics of your family were never going to feel normal. They may mock your beliefs, dismiss your encounters, or accuse you of being too spiritual, too heavenly minded, too caught up in religion. But chosen one, what they cannot see is that your very life is a testimony in progress. You are not called to fit in. You are called to stand out. And that standing out begins at home, in the place where it hurts the most, in the place where you expected the most support. Take note, every chosen one in Scripture was marked. Joseph carried dreams that made his brothers despise him so much, they threw him in a pit and sold him into slavery. David was anointed king, yet rejected by his own family as the least likely, the shepherd boy who wasn't even called to the anointing ceremony. Even Jesus himself, the Son of God, declared that a prophet is without honor in his own house. His own brothers didn't believe in him until after his resurrection. Why would your story be any different? Family resistance is not the end of you. It is the very proof of who you are. Chosen one, wear the mark with confidence. Don't try to hide it. Don't try to explain it away. And don't try to make it smaller so others will feel comfortable. That light on you was placed there for a reason. If they reject you, let them. If they misunderstand you, so be it. If they turn against you, take it as confirmation. You carry something divine that not everyone can handle. And that is why the chosen one must learn to embrace the mark with boldness, not apologizing for the anointing, not shrinking back from the calling, not diluting the message to make it more palatable. If you feel the weight of this mark on your life right now, I want you to type yes in the comments. Just that one word, yes. Let it be your agreement with heaven that you accept who you are. The hidden reason family